what a nice, oh, and look at those green ribbons over there. Welcome, everybody. We're so glad you're here. The May 20th, 2015 meeting of the City Council is called to order. Meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 on the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front here. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone is present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward again and see our city clerk staff. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered our chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Ian or Ian. Is it Ian or Ian?
It's Ian.
Ian, I love that. Even Riddell, the Unitarian Universalistic Congregation of Las Vegas, and then remain standing for our pledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Please join me in a moment of prayer and reflection. Spirit of life, source of love and justice, we have gathered here today to do the work of building a fair, prosperous, just, and equitable path for the community which we represent and which we share. May we step into this work today inspired by hope and fairness, our hearts and ears open. May we remember that we represent the needs and dreams of all members of our rich, diverse community in all of its struggles and all of its thriving. May the words that we speak here be as kind and humble as they are passionate and honest, always steadfastly faithful to the trust and responsibility we have been given by the people of this city. May our actions be grounded in the common purpose of creating a fair, just, and equitable path for the community we share. Please join me now in a moment of silence, humble in the presence of the work before us and the beckoning spirit within. May we be reminded always by that deep love which calls our heart and spirit that we are all inextricably tied, each to each, into a broad and rich tapestry of community, and that each word spoken or action taken in this chamber be in service to the health and thriving of that community. In gratitude for the service of those gathered here today, I say may it always be so. Amen.
And we will now proceed with the ceremonial portion. That was a lovely opening prayer. Wonderful. Yeah, very inspirational. Your two partners were missing. Okay. I don't know. There must be some food back there. But if there's food back there, there's one member who I know wouldn't be here, and it's this one. All right. Oh, see. Okay, this is a ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for the first item, I'd like to invite our Director of Public Works, David Bowers, to join us at the podium. I didn't even ask for that, and you're getting it anyway. It's so wonderful. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better for us all, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Beverly Acosta. Beverly, please come on up here and join us. You're loved. Congratulations, Beverly. Beverly has been with the city since 1996, right after middle school. I'm kidding. And she's one of our construction control specialists. She always performs her duties with exactness and efficiency. She earned her bachelor's degree while working in the city full-time and raising 4 children. Oh, my. She used that degree to advance within public works and now provides a greater service to the community. Beverly's responsible for all payments to contractors, consultants, and various vendors. She's also responsible for processing construction management agreements and managing budgets for multiple construction projects. Beverly performs these duties so well and prides herself with prompt payments, which makes the city really look good. We're very grateful. Beverly's always willing to help the public and her co-workers. In one recent example, she took on many additional duties to assist the reorganization of our Public Works Department. The changes left a list of duties including preparation of council agenda items and payment processing for multiple divisions. But Beverly volunteered to take these duties on, saving the city from having to hire an additional employee. Beverly is honest and forthright in all of her dealings with fellow employees and the public, and people enjoy being around her, no wonder, because she's always smiling. And she is a sounding board for important decisions because of the trust that her employees have in her. We thank you, Beverly, for all that you do. And I want to present you with this award and also point to your left. Thank you. And you can't see it unless you had a neck that went out and craned. It's for the audience. And if you watch TV, there you go. You see it right there. No. Here comes Chase back. And that street sign will have your name. And soon the street's going to open. I know that. Is that not true? Where's Mr. Bowers?
Oh, yes.
So is that going to happen soon?
It won't be long at all.
Okay. So it'll be in your month.
He always says that.
Yes. I mean, then finally you can see the sign because of all the bulldozers and everything that's there. So we are so excited. You will see your name on the street sign, and it's posted in front of City Hall. So most importantly, Dave Bowers, please.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, it's really a pleasure to be up here today. Leroy is one of those employees that really stands out, but at the same time asks for no recognition. We've had her for 19 years in Public Works, 6 years as a construction control specialist, and she's the go-to person down in that department, and she's the kind of person that really likes to be at the city. She's not afraid to take on more work, you know, and in fact, when she took this job as a control specialist, she kept her old position, so she doubled her duties up. Again, no complaints, took care of the work as needed, you know, and like I said, she really likes being at the city. It's a pleasure to have her in Public Works, and we're really proud of her for being Employee of the Month. Thank you.
Oh, Forget this time. We're going to tear it up and do it again. How do you spell? You're going to tell everybody what her name is.
Leray, Leray.
Okay. But is it by given name, Beverly? Yeah. Okay, so we're not so bad. But anyway, this wonderful appreciation plaque, and we are so excited as Employee of the Month. Leray Acosta, SC, has exhibited outstanding performance through achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, ownership, and engagement now, and has exhibited assistance to her fellow employees, department, and the citizens of Las Vegas. And so, unaccustomed as you are to public speaking, we thank you, but here's the microphone.
Okay, so I just want to say thank you to Tom and Jeremy for nominating me. I really appreciate it. I started with the city a long time ago. I was young, and I never thought that I'd be standing up here accepting this award, so I'm very grateful. It's really a privilege to know that I come to work, and I work with people that appreciate my work and value my everything. I don't even know what to say. So thank you, and I want to thank my family too, because without them, I wouldn't have been. My mom is here.
Would you stand, Mom?
My husband and my kids couldn't be here. They were at work and school. My dad couldn't be here either. But without them, I would have never been able to finish school and do all the things that I've been able to do. So thank everybody, and that's it.
Thank you. And how about anybody from Public Works? Could you stand up, please? Yay, Public Works. God bless you all. You make it happen, and we know we're going to all be so excited when you have reached another 5 or 6 years that it's all beautiful and magnificent. But we congratulate you. How old are your children now?
My oldest one is 23. I have an 18-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 10-year-old.
Oh, my goodness. Grandma, I know you're a big help. So congratulations to you. How about we do a quick picture? Okay. For our next item, I understand Administrator Dana Havlick, Municipal Court, has a special presentation to make.
Was it a check?
Now, how do you know that? You've been cheating. No. So, the microphone, and we have, please, would you announce everybody joining you?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Joining with me is Mr. David Cervantes, Division Manager Pamela Jefferson, and Mr. Ricardo Mendoza-Ramos from the Court Technology Department. Mayor Goodman, council members, it's my honor to present the city with the 2014 Star Performance Award recently bestowed upon the Las Vegas Municipal Court by the Nevada Association of Court Executives. This award recognizes a Nevada court program which exemplifies the ability to deliver services to the citizens of the city. Our court was recognized for an innovative process by which we track the hours worked by individuals who are either sentenced to do community service or who perform community service in lieu of paying their fines and fees if they're unable to. The traditional process involves manual paperwork that was delivered and taken to the field and brought back to the court. Mr. Cervantes sought to streamline that process and make the data available to defendants quicker, and he started working with his division manager as well as Mr. Mendoza-Ramos and Deanna Wilson from the City IT Department, and together they found a commercial product which interfaces with our database and totally automates the process for tracking those hours. There are now 21 city work sites utilizing that product. We save roughly $100,000 worth of labor costs a year, reduce defendant visits to the courthouse by roughly $1,000 a year, and the return on investment is roughly $100 for every dollar they spent on the project.
To say nothing of giving everybody a new chance in life. Take a look. I'll pass them on down.
It's my honor and my privilege to bestow this on you and the City Council in recognition and on behalf of Chief Judge Brown and our elected officials, in recognition of the creative environment that you have all inspired among city employees, and also to thank Ms. Fretwell and the executive staff for enhancing that environment for all of our employees within the city.
We're so proud of our Muni Court. We really are, and to see all the wonderful things that you all do to create a better environment, come up with things, and take leadership, not only in the state, but I know everybody looks at us. And are you any relation to Jorge Cervantes? Or?
No, but everybody thinks we're brothers.
So, oh, the two of you. No. No, and wait a minute. Yes, look at that. Do we want a special picture of the brothers here? Anyway, congratulations, and thank you, Dana, so much. We all congratulate you, appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you so much. We'll treasure that. Thank you. Is that funny? I mean, it really was good.
If I get in trouble, I'll just blame it on him.
Wow. Okay, we do have a great team over there, and now we're into, our next item. It's my pleasure to recognize the National Preservation Month. I'd like to invite our Historic Preservation Commission Chairman, our wonderful and only Bob Stoldahl, to come down here and join us to help celebrate National Preservation Month and give out some awards to some great projects in the city.
Welcome.
We're so proud.
Thank
Do
you.
go ahead through while I say
All
a
right,
few
thank you,
things,
thank
and
you.
I'll get back to you. Before I turn it over to Mr. Stoldahl, who's been around for a long time, and he's going to announce the winners, I want to present a proclamation to Bob recognizing May as National Preservation Month. Okay. And it's what I want to say, though. Normally, I would hand the microphone over to Bob at this point, but this year he's on the hot seat because he's one of our winners. And we're so proud. So we have, can you hold it up a little higher there so everybody can see it? Wonderful. Bob has served on every single volunteer historic preservation committee and commission that the city and the community have to offer. He has dedicated more hours than anyone I know to the Mob Museum, except my husband, to the Mob Museum, and that's not true. Bob's done more. Centennial Commission Historic Preservation Committee. Bob reviews every single document that comes through these groups for its historical accuracy. He's truly a great public service servant, and we thank him for his years of being such a great resource to our community. I know Bob Coffin thinks he knows a lot about the historical background of this community. He's a resource for you, but we trust you first. So now I want to read... First of all, what this says is Historic Preservation Award 2015, and it is a Preservation Commission Career Achievement Award to Bob Stoldahl. I think it's beautiful. In recognition of your years of dedicated volunteer service and unwavering leadership in preserving and promoting Nevada history for the education and enjoyment of all citizens. So this is a big deal. You have to remember everything, young people, that goes on in our communities. So that's one, and we thank you. And let me take a look at the proclamation, because it may be too lengthy to read. It's very lengthy. So, however, without further ado, we are saying that we are declaring what is today, May 20th, National Preservation Month, and honor everyone who really believes that we are who we've come from and what we've had in our past, and certainly here in Nevada. And so now, please.
Well, let me thank you for the award, but first of all, let me say the award was possible because of your office and that of the City Council. Looking at the Fifth Street School, we wouldn't have that if it wasn't for the City Council. Looking at the park at Tule Springs, we wouldn't have that wonderful resource that's out there. And there's some magic that's going on Washington with the West Side School. That is going to be such a statement, such a wonderful facility that's going to be opening up I see the end of the tunnel. There is a big light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not a train. It's the West Side School spotlight. And I can't. We talked about Senator Coffin. Largely because of the process when he was a state senator through the legislature, he made a process available where the citizens of this community are able to donate money for historic preservation. And a lot of these things are largely because of Bob and Louise Helton. So thank you for that. Thank you. So let's get on with the awards if we could.
Yes, let me just tell you the funding for the Centennial Commission for Preservation of Historic Sites comes through the license plate, the historic Las Vegas license plate that was dedicated in its centennial year. So the funds keep coming in because people keep buying our wonderful and unique Las Vegas license plate. So it helps the city preserve and protect. So on with the awards.
All right. Our first award is for Bunny Fish Studio. We have the representative that could come down for this is for the rehabilitation of the historic John E. Carson Hotel, and it was online last night looking for some more information. I found the great quote from Bradley Martin of Eder. He describes the renovation, quote, from flophouse to hipster hang. The revitalization of the former John E. Carson Hotel, that's John E. Carson Hotel, hits all the right notes in the ongoing redevelopment of the downtown Las Vegas enterprise. And it's more than a hipster hang. It is really an exciting place that really sets the entire tone of what's going on in downtown Las Vegas. So could you introduce yourself? And you're with Sunny, Sunny. Sunny Fish. Sunny Fish is also a nice name.
It's a nice name. Excuse me.
Funny Fish.
Yeah, right. I'm Tina Wickman, owner of Bunny Fish.
Hi, Craig Palacios, owner of Bunny Fish.
Yanina Umanzer, been with Bunny Fish since day one.
So a proclamation and your award.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Any other project you're working on right now with the downtown area that you can let us know about?
Well, we actually wasn't downtown, but just finished up helping out with life safety for Rock in Rio, which for our Southern Nevada community is really an exciting event. But we do keep working downtown. It's our passion. Our offices are right in the Johnny Carson, so we stay in the heart of it. That's where our heart is. So.
Does anybody ever say, I kid you not? Okay. Probably only one or two of us would know what that means.
Yes, Councilman Deere's got it. You have to be historical.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
When you got a picture or what's the process we have?
Just stay up here until we get everybody.
Okay. And, Mr. Stoldo, start closer to the
You
center.
stand over
Okay.
there.
Because you've got a lot of awards.
All right. So for the Springs Preserve, could we have Jenna Mortensen, who's with the Foundation for the Springs Preserve, along with Bruno Bowles, with the who is the brand new manager of the Springs Preserve.
Oh, is he laughing?
In this case, the Springs Preserve is getting the award for the rehabilitation of 4 historic railroad cottages. These were built in 1909 and 1910. The 4 cottages are part of the first Las Vegas housing development. They were built by the railroad. The Springs Preserve has restored the cottages, has placed them on lots identical to the original site in downtown Las Vegas, and it will open in the fall of next year. So congratulations and thank you both for all the work you have done with the Springs Preserve.
Okay, a comment?
We would like to say thank you to the City of Las Vegas and all of the members of the Las Vegas community for helping the Springs Preserve to happen in the first place. And we welcome you all to come out and visit the exhibit when it opens, but come out and visit us anytime. We've got a lot of history on that property. It really is the birthplace of Las Vegas, so we welcome you all to come out and visit.
Thank you.
And thank you so much.
We're so grateful and welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and really an honor for us to accept this award on behalf of the Springs Preserve and the many incredible people such as Bob. A lot of work if you saw those cottages when they were hauled onto the site and sat there for a while before they were restored, and truly amazing that they turned out as perfect as they do. It was just a fantastic job done by everybody.
Thank you. And welcome. Thank you.
All right, next up. Melissa Robinson, who is the regent for the local chapter of the DAR. Melissa will be accepting the award for the National Society of Daughters of the American Revolution, Francisco Garces chapter, for the preservation of the Padre Francisco Garces monument at Lorenzi Park. The Las Vegas chapter hosted the annual Community Flag Day on June 14, 2014 at Lorenzi Park, which is another fantastic project by the city of Las Vegas. The garden house is the monument dedicated to the chapter's namesake, Padre Francisco Garces.
Lovely. A few words?
Thank you very much on the behalf of DAR, Francisco Garces. We are going to be at the dedication for this again this year on June 13th, and we would invite all of you at 10 o'clock to join us. So, yes, thank you very much.
We're just so proud. Congratulations. Thank you. So if you'll just stay with us here.
The next is we'd like to bring down Jan Sobris. We're honored to have her here. She is the International Director of the Daughters of the Utah Pioneers. And they are accepting the award. She is accepting the award for a fourth grade history outreach and education program, a wonderful program. We thank you for coming to Las Vegas for this special award.
Believe it or not, we go back to 1855. That was a long time ago when we first came into the valley and started the old Mormon fort. That's when it was first built. And we thank you so much for honoring us and giving us this opportunity to tell you how much we appreciate. We've been going into the fourth grades with our outreach program for years and teaching them about the history of our country and Nevada. And it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Your family coming?
My family, we were one of the originals down here. We settled in the Mesquite Bunkerville area way back in the 1800s. And when they couldn't work the valley, we came to Las Vegas. Yes.
I mean, that really is incredible. So congratulations. Please stay with us.
Next up is somebody very, very special to our community, Helen Mortensen, for her lifetime of advocacy, which still has a long way to go and a lot more advocacy to work on, for her archaeological resources in southern Nevada, for her tireless work, contributions to the designation of the Tule Springs as a national monument. I remember all those meetings that we went to where people said, Helen, are you kidding me? A national monument? And you would just smile and say yes, and a tireless worker that just didn't accept the word no.
She bothered us constantly in Carson City. Bothered us.
Successfully. Can't get that out. Successfully. Goodness gracious. And I don't have false teeth yet, so amazing. Okay, Helen, please.
Oh, yeah. Yes, if I could just
I'll
have
hold
a
this
moment.
for you. Sure.
You all know that we have a new national monument. This is so significant for our economic development, our education, and they put us on a hallmark of national and international spotlight. This national monument is going to open up new diversity in our economy, where people come and to see the Ice Age animals, this huge fossil site, 22,650 acres, spreading from 5th Street all the way out past Concrete in the big old Las Vegas formation on the east and northeast side of I-95. It is a huge site. It's one of the world-class Ice Age sites in this area. Right now, the state has proclaimed 350 acres of state land unencumbered by federal agencies, and it is strictly state land. They ask us to form a Las Vegas Ice Age Foundation, and it is Las Vegas Ice Age Foundation, to raise money for a research center. As a lot of you know, so many of the fossils were taken back to San Bernardino County Museum in the initial excavation back in 2004. And with that, we would like to have those back. We need to build a repository. We need to build a laboratory so scientists can come here and study these animals, and also a library an auditorium, and a visitor center. This is located on Decatur, on the east side of Decatur, across from Shadow Ridge High School. So we bring in the school district. We already have a grant to involve those students in paleontological studies on the state site. We've also formed, the state has unanimously proclaimed under JR 1 in 2013 that the state legislature and the state senate firmly wanted to have National Park come in to service this area. And with that, that was another boost. One of the main things about this whole project was the collaborative effort between Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, the Southern Nevada Paiutes, Nellis Air Force Base, Clark County Commission all wrote a resolution to support National Park Service coming in to make this a monument. On December 14, 2014, President Obama signed the National Monument. That was a signal for us to get to work to start raising funds for our research center so we could have a world-class facility here for scientists to come here and study the fossils in that area. We have Columbian mammoths, the largest ever found, 14 feet high. Visualize a single-story home. That's how high a Columbian mammoth is. When we take people out to the site where there are a few mammoth bones on the ground, and for 7 years we have found not one of them have been missing. We take select groups that we know will not come out and pilfer the site. We have the permission from BLM to take them out there. When we turn around at the site and look at the single-story homes across the wash, we say that's a herd of mammoths coming at you. So when you come and look at these things, you've got to know this is a world-class site. Just hundreds of sloths, camels. When I talked to Oscar Goodman, he said, camels are out there? And yes, Ice Age horses. There's a saber-toothed cat with 9-inch fangs. I take the replica of the skull to the schools, and they are excited about feeling those 9-inch fangs. And it's tactical information like this that we have to present to our schools. We have really the support of Bill Gilcrease, who loaned us his collection from a paleontological dig that was done back in the 90s. And because he loaned us the mammoth teeth and things like that, the university made casts of them. But Dr. Steve Rowland and I took that mammoth tooth up in a miner's plan to the legislature and passed it around to the committee and asked if we could have a state paleontologist. Some of the committeemen said, a state paleontologist? What is that? Okay, it's the one who studies fossil bones. The beautiful thing about this was they were so excited because they were able to touch a 13,500-year-old fossil, the mammoth tooth. And they said, yes, we want a paleontologist, but how do we pay for it? I went to Gene Hattori, our state archaeologist. I said, Gene, would you be our paleontologist? He said, yes. And if my boss says, okay, without a cent spent, paleontologist was stamped on his forehead. We have a long way to go. We have to raise funds. I deeply appreciate this honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have just had Class 101 on this wonderful national monument. Helen, this is for you.
Oh, my goodness.
And I hope you all remember everything. We are so proud. We're going to have a... Okay, no, wait.
Right. Here's a fossil speaking from the... Well, I have to all... That's me. I wanted to say something, too, about Helen's efforts. They really were incessant. She even hired a man. She married him. His name was Harry Mortensen, and really all Harry was good for was becoming your proxy up there in the legislature.
He did do that.
He was a wonderful legislator, one of my best friends, and we mourned his passing just recently. Harry Mortensen will always be remembered, and remembered for bringing an infiltrator into our midst to talk to us about things we did not understand in the legislature. Really, what would you use a state paleontologist for? And so that meant that the state was neglecting its duties and really being ignorant, stupidly ignorant, because there is a wealth of treasure in our sands. And it also is a great illustration of those of you who look at those old chalky gray, putty-colored, light sand-colored ruins out there, you wonder, what is that all about? You know, that's just north of Las Vegas. You drive out there and you see that to the right, it's toward the mountains, okay, from the Highway 95. And you say, well, what is good about that? If you only knew. And we didn't know. And it took Helen's persistence and Harry's persistence to convince the legislature and then the local governments that we needed to support this. And it's also a good reminder, we always talk about young people. Joe Neal supported all this too, the senators here. We had, the climate changed. Think about this. The climate changed and these animals could not leave. They didn't adapt. They didn't adapt in time. You think about that. That's only 10,000 years old, the most recent parts of it. And that is a blink. It's not even, it's a microsecond in history. So it's very instructive. And I just can't, I'm almost as bad as you. I can't stop talking about it. So thank you for all you've done. Thank you for waking my mind to this. It's up to you.
The brochures for the Ice Age part, the Las Vegas Ice Age.
Don't go anywhere right now. I'd like to turn this back to Mr. Stoldal.
Thank you very much. One of the things is, as you look at we should be doing it because these are the right things with the monument, but there's also another positive side. You look at what's going on with the Neon Museum, you look at what's going on with the Mob Museum, you look at what's going to start going on with the Natural History Museum. These all bring visitors from around the world. And this site, this is a world-class site. Will bring international visitors to Las Vegas and really help boost the economy. So many very positive things that this will bring. I do want to say one last couple of things. Colleen Beck, another member of the city's Historic Preservation Commission. Welcome. Who else do we want to recognize Courtney Mooney for all of her efforts? Please. And I will say with Courtney, money is always hard to find for historic preservation. Education, public safety, medical things really come at the top of the list. But when Courtney goes before the state of Nevada, asks for money, she gets it. She's very passionate about it and makes a great case. So great job, Courtney. And while I have the microphone, I'd like to also recognize an old friend of ours, State Senator Joe Neal. Senator Neal made so many differences to this state that that we are largely here because of his work that he has done. Mayor, thank you very much. Councilman, thank you.
Let's get everybody for a photo. Let's all come down this way if we can. We'll all go over this way. So I'll come around over here behind you. You're nice and small. There. All right, here we go.
In the pool back there, I took the long time for how long we would do ceremonial today.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on an hour and 45. So everything we can do to stretch it out, I'm all for it.
If everybody can see the camera, then you're good.
Ricky said he was going to start playing that music. They tell the Academy Award winners to. It's wonderful.
Thank you all. And I want to remind everybody that there are those of us who drink from wells they didn't dig, sit under trees, and get the shade from trees they didn't plant. And history is wonderful. I am shaking your hand. Congratulations. Congratulations
Thank you
again.
very
We're
much.
so proud of everything you've done. Thank you all. Just thrilled. Okay, Councilman Beers, you have our next two items, I understand.
I think if I could get Mrs. Mortensen and Bob Coffin's signature, I'd get an hour of continuing professional education credits for my CPA license for that. Actually, I have two presentations this morning. The first is to recognize Planning Commissioner Richard Bonar. Richard was appointed to the Planning Commission in April 2012, 3 years ago, and he brought a lifetime of education and knowledge of design, land use, codes, entitlements, how cities work. He graduated from Kent State University in Ohio with a degree in architecture and then went on to additional training at the University of Virginia, and worked really around the country. I think he had a hand in the inception of the first major master plan communities, mostly back in the East Coast, Reston, Virginia, and Lake Las Vegas here, and then got hired on in Summerlin and helped design the entire Summerlin layout that we live with today in the Valley. He served as a Clark County Planning Commissioner from 1998 till 2002. Among his many contributions to our community is the Meadows School, Sun City Summerlin, Tournament Players Club Golf Course. He also worked with Howard Hughes Heirs to donate 7 miles of right-of-way to construct the 215 Beltway through Summerlin in the city of Las Vegas and Clark County. He retired from the Planning Commission last month, and I would like to honor him for his service not only on the Planning Commission but for his years of service to our entire Las Vegas Valley. Accordingly, his son Carl Bonar has come down to City Hall today to accept a certificate of appreciation on Richard's behalf. Thank you for your dad, and thank him for us. The next group we're going to talk about is the Sig Rogich Middle School Rough Rider cheerleaders. Girls, if you would all come down here. They brought with them their 4 coaches, or perhaps their 4 coaches brought them. We're not quite sure. They participated in the USA National Junior Cheer Competition in Disneyland a couple of months ago. They competed in 5 events at the local level, 1 at the national level. They won a slew of small group and individual awards and won the overall Grand National Championship. Wow, how about that? Which is pretty awesome. Through their hard work and commitment, and I'm sure that of their parents as well, the cheerleaders and coaches have always placed their scholastics first and have a collective grade point average of 3.78. That is the highest of those that were competing at this level. And looking at these young champions, it's clear that they understand the gift of any art is nothing without work, and has our community watching and pondering their potential and their importance to Las Vegas and perhaps even the world. So thank you all very much, girls. We, the mayor and city council of the city of Las Vegas, proudly proclaim today as Rogich Middle School Rough Riders Cheer Squad Day. And ask all citizens to join us in recognizing their hard work, dedication, and well-deserved success of these impressive youngsters and their coaches. We need a cheer. Well, let's get a head coach to say a few words. And then maybe a chair.
Good morning. My name is Danette Lambeth. I'm one of the 4 coaches that it takes to run this team. We'd like to thank the council for this honor. This is a very special honor for us. I just want to thank the parents for all of their support this year. We couldn't do it without them. And a special thank you goes out to Susie Harrison, our administrator, who's here with us today. She really has supported us. And we've been very creative with what we've been able to do with these girls this year. And so we've had just a remarkable year. They're very special girls, and it's just been a great year. I don't know what to say. Everything is just, the stars aligned this year. And we have no regrets, and that's been one of our themes this year, is that when we leave each floor at every competition that we participated in this year, we didn't want to have any regrets. We didn't want to go back and wish we would have done it this way, or we would have done something a little bit better, kicked a little harder, or smiled a little brighter. And we have no regrets. Just a fantastic year. So thank you so much again for this honor.
Thank you. Now could we? All right. How many? How many sixth graders? Raise your hands, please. And seventh graders. Eighth graders. All right, where are you zoned for going to high school? All of you going on to Palo Verde? Everybody going on to Palo Verde for ninth, raise your hand, please. Wonderful. You'll get a great chance at this. So is there a possibility, at least vocally, they could do a cheer?
All right, girls.
While they're getting ready, I would like to thank these amazing coaches. You know, behind every cheer squad, you have to have amazing coaches. They volunteer their time, they put in countless hours, and we appreciate them and love them. And I love these girls, the way they represent Sig Rogich Middle School, but I just wanted to add this representation, they share an average GPA of 3.8. You can't beat that and do the things that they've done without dedication and commitment. So as their principal, I'm very proud of that 3.8, as well as their cheer accomplishments.
And I want everybody that sits not in the first row to know the sneakers are all the same, and they are really, they've been used. Wow.
R-O-G-I-C-H, let's hear it for the Riders. R-O-G-I-C-H, let's hear it for the Riders. Last time, R-O-G-I-C-H, let's hear it for the Riders.
Excellent. Wonderful. That's it? Okay, now, all right, which are the ones that were thrown up in the air? Raise your hand if you've been thrown up in the air. Oh, my. Don't eat. Don't eat. Congratulations. Thank you all. We will keep an eye on you and wish you the best going forward. Great. Yes, please.
I just wanted to say that I was on the Board of Trustees and was able to pick out the site, go through the plans, make sure the building was built right, and I've always felt very proud of Sig Rogich School, and seeing this today makes all that hard work very much worthwhile. Congratulations, girls.
Thank you. Oh, Jennifer, you're still here. Social media. Got a little girl to come to Rogich in the future there. Yeah, be a cheerleader. Okay, for our next item, Councilman Coffin. You have something very exciting to do.
Thank you very much. That was really thrilling. Sig Rogich and I go back to grammar school today, and I want to tell you that he'd be very proud if he was here. He couldn't make it here. So ladies, just let you know that the namesake of your school knows what you're doing. This morning I'd like to call to the podium Patrick Bowen. He's the director of the Las Vegas Academy World Jazz Studies program. Come on up, Patrick. We're going to honor the Las Vegas Academy Jazz Band today for a few things. Hello, Patrick. And the reason is they've done something remarkable. Okay, everybody knows the Academy. It's a former Las Vegas High School campus, which was saved from destruction by the legislature 30 years ago, and now has become really the best school in the state of Nevada, bar none, because it is a magnet school that everyone goes to college from, everyone. And it is a talent scout's paradise because people come and look at what is there, and they're never surprised because they get what they expect. But we're here to honor just this year's achievements because they're really stacking up, Patrick. In 2015, Jazz Education Network Invitation. The 2015 Best in State at the Reno Jazz Festival. And I know Bob Beers was going to know this one because he's been in the music business and he's a musician himself. In April, last month, the Academy received Downbeat Magazine's Outstanding High School Jazz Band Award. And Downbeat, for all of us we go way back, some of us 50s, 60s, and so on. We know Downbeat has been the gold standard. That has been the recognition, the preeminent journal of music and what's going on in popular music and jazz especially. And to receive their award, Patrick, is an achievement that, you know, your students are going to go and remember all their lives. It'll be right on their Vita for sure. You were created in 1994, and you've also won 12 Grammy Awards. So why haven't we awarded something to you every year, every day? All of that's written into this proclamation, which I will shortcut, truly. It is with great pride that the city of Las Vegas proclaims today Academy Jazz Band Day in the city of Las Vegas. Now, I know you have some students. Where are they?
No, we couldn't bring any kids today.
You couldn't? Okay.
Final exams.
All right. Academics before fun. They're all in school taking their finals right now. But we have certificates for everyone. We thought we might have 6, I think. We're going to send those with you, and we will create new ones for those who we might have missed, Patrick. I'm sorry. It's such a busy day. I would have wanted them to come in and perform for us, but I'm thrilled that you could be here. So please, please accept that on our behalf, on the school's behalf.
Yes.
Truly, we're proud of you. Can you please say a couple of words?
Sure. Thank you on behalf of our school, our administration, our scholastic teachers, and our fine arts department. It's truly an honor to accept this on behalf of the kids and the parents, which is truly a blessing to teach at such a great school. And we're right in the heart of Las Vegas, which is cool. So come down and check out some jazz music anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I'm glad you used that word cool. Cool was in before. Now it's back.
I mean, there's such honors. Our young people are so strong and doing such wonderful things, finding themselves, and certainly at the Las Vegas Academy, wonderful, wonderful faculty that really inspire young people just to reach for greater heights, and they do so well. And I know that there's a little moment of pride that I want to ask Councilman Barlow, because I think there's a reason he might be affectionate towards Las Vegas Academy. Yes? Yes?
Well, I drop my son off there every morning.
And he goes out the back door. Yeah. No, I just that is doing so very well. Only at lunchtime. All right, so I think our last 2 items are Councilman Barlow's.
Thank you, Mayor. June 6th. June 6th is graduation. All right. Ladies, congratulations again. And it was the Riders, Sig Roger's Riders, Rough Riders. All right, go Rough Riders. Back to school. All right. Make sure you stop by the mayor's office on your way out. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the distinct honor of recognizing a wonderful, wonderful sorority. And before I announce all of the accolades, I would ask that their president, Miss Celeste Hunter, please come and stand with me. Miss Celeste, let's give her a round of applause as she comes. Thank you for being here. And thank you for, well, of course, we could do that as well. And how about this? Why don't the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated please come stand with us. Let's give them all a round of applause as they come. Thank you. Come on down. And as they come, I would like to recognize, as I mentioned, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Theta Theta Omega chapter, as they celebrate 50 years of service to all mankind, not only in the Las Vegas community, but worldwide. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority was conceived by Ethel Hedgeman Lyle in 1908 at Howard University in Washington, D.C. as the first Greek letter organization established by the black college women. It was incorporated as a perpetual body in 1913 and has become a channel through which college-trained women improve the social economic conditions in their cities, state, nation, and the world. Their purpose is to enrich the social and intellectual aspects of its members through the friendship and association while simultaneously giving back to the community by impacting 5 focus areas. Number 1, education. Number 2, health. Number 3, family strengthening. Number 4, environmental ownership. And number 5, the global impact. The Theta Theta Omega chapter of this noble sisterhood is chartered in Las Vegas. It was chartered in Las Vegas, May 1965, by 12 outstanding women. And those women were Florence White, Lorraine Hall, Jacqueline Hogart, Betty Forshey, Jean Penn, Harriet Robinson, Lois Bolden, Margaret Crawford, Barbara Kirkland, Dorothy Von Fuel, Marilyn Brooks, and Ann Beth Carter. Are any of them still here today? No? Okay, all right. In great recognition of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated's 50th anniversary here in the Las Vegas community, we the people, the mayor, and the members of the entire Las Vegas City Council do hereby proclaim May 20th, 2015 Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Day here in the city of Las Vegas, and we ask that you all please give them a round of applause in recognition for their outstanding leadership. And so before I present you with the proclamation, I would ask that you please share a few words in regards to what you all will be doing as you celebrate 50 years of service here in the Las Vegas community. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, our international sorority, we're celebrating 50 years of service to mankind in the Las Vegas community. That includes continuing a sisterhood that started 107 years ago in Washington, D.C. at Howard University. What are we doing here in Las Vegas? We're continuing that service by educational attainment. Last week, we gave out $19,000 for scholarships to students in Las Vegas. We're continuing that service with an Ascend program where we're working with young boys and girls from high school in Las Vegas. We also are doing health promotion. Next week, we're doing family strengthening by working on a service to make sure that students are safe during the summer. So we're calling it Safe in Schools Cool program. So we're going to make sure that they're safe in school during the summer by having sunscreen, water at Hollingsworth Elementary School. We will be doing 3 assemblies for that particular school. We have a lot of programs. We feed the homeless, and we also have a meter on Fremont Street where we get the most funds than any other meter, where we're feeding the homeless in the city, as you all already know. And so we're just honored that you're recognizing our organization as we continue to be a vital part of the Las Vegas community. We have a total of 110 members, and we're just representing part of our 110 members today. And thank you so much, Mayor Carolyn Goodman, for all the work that you're doing in helping us to make a difference in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. And on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council, we would like to present you with this proclamation and thank you once again for your many years of service and continued service, not only to the Las Vegas community, but to the entire world as your organization moves forward. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take a photo, a group photo. Jace, did Jace run off? Help us out real quick, please. We'll take a group photo. Can you slide this? Thank you.
Can I borrow your microphone for 1 second? This lady and I go back to 1965 together. I guess it was at the time this came to Las Vegas, because working at the, I was at CEP, but you were at the Economic Opportunity Board, and Verlia Hogard has just been so involved in everything in our community, and we go back, that's 50, it's very impossible because we're only 40.
That's right.
Right? Thank you all. I mean, it's wonderful what you do. Absolutely fabulous. We're so grateful. Oh, I'll give this back to him. Thank you. Thanks. Nice to see you. See you at Smith's. That's where I always see her. We keep up on things. It was a miracle. It's the first time Oscar had been shopping.
I've got something for you, too. Okay. My next presentation I would like to call forward a young lady who I had the pleasure of sitting next to on a Southwest flight into Los Angeles. Had never met her before, but she started sharing with me regarding a program that she had just started, helping young women. And lo and behold, I had no idea that the majority of the young women that she was assisting were Ward 5 residents. And so for that, I've had an opportunity to participate in many of the programs that she's hosted over the years, and she's really doing a wonderful job with this program. And for that, I would like to recognize her and bring her forward, and that's none other than Miss Monique Harris. And let's bring you forward, Monique. I would like to take this time to recognize an outstanding resident and business owner who has made a huge impact in the lives of our youth. I would like to introduce, of course, Miss Monique Harris, who is the founder and executive director of the Southern Nevada Children's First organization. Monique has worked in multiple facets, providing services to underserved and disadvantaged citizens for over 17 years. Monique also holds several professional certifications, youth agency administration, model approaches to partnership and parenting, and parent resources for information development and educational resources. Her experience includes working closely with children and family services. Additionally, her expertise in case management, mentoring, and community outreach to families is highly recognized by her professional colleagues and peers. An academic study was done in Clark County and revealed that on one given day, there are over 300 unaccompanied and homeless youth roaming the streets of Las Vegas. Of that study, a preponderance of those homeless are young girls, women, and pregnant women. These ladies are extremely vulnerable to drugs, alcohol, and prostitution, while above all, struggling to meet their basic needs, which is food, shelter, and clothing. Recognizing the problems that these ladies face, Monique responded by getting involved. She saw the opportunity to change lives, and in the process, she discovered yet a new passion. Now she's making a real life change by contributing to the community she loves. She persuades her colleagues to financially invest in her conviction, and then and she has since acquired 3 homes to provide shelter for the women. Monique is motivated by her faith and belief that her intervention is the mission that God has commissioned her to do. As a single mother of 2 children and coming from a similar background, she is aware of the difficulty in which her clients are facing. Her vision is amazing. Her helping hands work tirelessly as she seeks resources to enrich, touch, and enhance the lives of the members of our community. To date, her program has assisted well over 500 at-risk females in the Las Vegas Valley, and that is very commendable. Monique has met with me over the course of my term in office and has updated me on her needs and progresses, as well as reached into my pocket, which is very similar to what Councilman Ross is very good at doing as well. I'm amazed about what she has accomplished with so little, and I stand proudly beside her as she continues to move forward and change the lives of these young women in our community. And now it gives me great honor and recognition to give her recognition for the wonderful job that she has done for the Southern Nevada Children's First. And so I ask today that you all please stand with me as we recognize Ms. Monique Harris and proclaim May 20th, 2015, Monique Harris Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations. You're so welcome. But I would like for you to share a few words, and then we'll present you with your proclamation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Monique Harris with Southern Nevada Children First. First, I'd like to say thank you to Mayor Goodman and the the councilman for this honor. I'm nervous. I'm scared. I am honored to stand before you all today and accept this on behalf of Southern Nevada Children First, and am honored that God has chosen me to be the face of this organization. But I would be remiss if I did not thank all of the volunteers and all of the staff and all of the people who work so effortlessly to address the needs of homeless youth, specifically pregnant and parenting teens. When I moved into this community, and we were working with homeless youth, and we noticed that there were little to no resources for this particular population, I wanted to do something, but in no way have I ever done it all alone. And so the community has always opened their arms and welcomed us, have always opened their pockets to help pull together resources to address the needs of these young women. I have two members that friends and loved ones that have come with me today who's been here since day one, which is Sybil Jones, who would catch the bus in the middle of the summer to come and babysit while we dropped off girls to school to make sure that they were able to complete their education, and Dr. Tyler, who helped me start the paperwork to get the organization started, and so many other people who sat on the board and worked with us to make this happen. So I am honored, and I'm pleased to report that to date we've worked with over 2,000 homeless, pregnant, and parenting teens and young adults. So the need is there, and we ask that you continue to support us in making this effort happen. Thank you.
So once again, on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council, we would like to present you with this proclamation and congratulate you, and just know that we are here to support you and stand by you every step of the way. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right. We'll take a photo, a group photo. Tanya? Congratulations. All right. Jace, you can leave it there. Thank you. Okay, Jace, you can leave it there. Jace, you can leave it there. And Mayor and Council, you know we're always up for a good bet. And for that, I lost in a major way. And so for that, I have to make good on my bet. So if you all would just, the bet was who would win this municipal election by the most percentage points. And it goes to none other than Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian. So if you'll please come forward. And if you're in her award, if you'll please bring her award, because she won the bet, and so I have to make good on my bet. And she asked for 6 pies.
Oh, no.
So her pies have arrived specifically from Marie Callender. And so I'm not sure if she's going to share them with us. But there are 6 different pies, and I want to say congratulations to you for doing such a wonderful job. And she did share with me, she says, Ricky, I did knock on one door, make one phone call. And I said, you know what, you're the luckiest person in America, because I don't know no elected official that can win a race by that big of a margin and not pick up the phone one day. But we all understand. But congratulations, Councilwoman.
Thank you. For personal reasons, I wasn't very much involved in my election, and I just thank everybody who voted for me. They were very kind, and everybody who helped me in raising funds and everything without my having to become very involved. But I want you to know why we have these pies. You see, I was at James Down Towers, and we were supposed to have pies with the senior citizens there. And I had the pies delivered in the morning, and then I went at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to share the pies with the senior citizens. And so I talk a little, and I turn around where the pies had been, and there wasn't a single pie, not a single pie there. And the senior citizens told me that they saw some people running away with the pies that had on their back Barlow's Bingo. So I said to Ricky, By golly, Ricky, we got to get those pies back. So basically, these are for Jamestown Tower citizens. I will tell them that you kept your word, and I thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman, find out what the flavors are, please.
Okay, how do we tell what the flavors are? They will probably know. Really, I don't need 6. I could use 5. So if you... They bought the pies. I don't know what the pies are. All right, there's a peach pie. There's one there. And I'll tell you what, if anybody, oh my goodness, there's pecan pie. Uh-huh. And good thing I won that election, huh? Pumpkin pie. And a chocolate pie. And his cheesecake pie. And oh, I heard this one was great. A lime, key lime with, you know, whipped cream on top. I don't mind sharing these pies if you want, because I'll go buy the senior citizens some more. But I will tell them you kept your bets. You're a man of honesty and integrity, Ricky Barlow.
And Councilman Beers reminded us that only senior citizens. So this whole side doesn't work. I don't know about, well, he doesn't fit either. Oh. What was it, 82%? 82?
I know it was over 80. I don't know exactly.
Simply so modest. It was, I think it was that high, too. It's incredible. You've worked as a salesperson before, I could tell.
And I just say
Thank
thank
you.
you to all those who helped me in this election so that I can get Ricky Barlow to buy the pies. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to, while they switch over to technology and move the pies, we'll take a 10-minute, we'll be back here. I've got 17 after. 10:30 we'll start the regular city council. Thank you. That's so cute. Mr. Riggleman?
Hello, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That was great.
Mayor, I want to let you know, Steve Ford.
Okay. Great. I love change and variety. Okay, folks, here we go. Agenda item 14. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. At this time, we will set time at 1 minute, please. And
good morning,
Hi
Mayor
there.
Goodman. Good morning, City Council. My name is Paul Casey. I produce Las Vegas Car Stars and other major events. One of the things I have today is that I have with me some of the gentlemen that worked with me, Brent, Jared, and Frank, and they assisted in several things. Recently, in March, we were very honored to produce Ringo Starr Day. The Beatle came here at the Las Vegas sign, proclaimed and whatnot. With me today, I gave to one of the clerks the actual drumstick. That's from Mr. Starr for you. That's his actual playing stick. That's very valuable. He personally gave those to me to hand those to you to thank the city of Las Vegas. 50 years ago, he and 3 other guys came here and they revolutionized entertainment, and that's why we have what we have here today. Here's a photo actually of the event with your smile. And then actually him signing and placing his hands in cement. As you know, last year I created down on Fremont Street, Abbey Road Crossing. It was used at the Grammys. Imagine Dragons were there. This year we're going to do a big celebration. I plan on bringing the handprints there as well as Paul McCartney next year. With me today we have Officer Gordy McGee. He and his team of motorcyclists did such an amazing job for us at the Car Stars this year. We had over 200,000 people watch 80 movie cars led by the cast and crew of Back to the Future. Christopher Lloyd, Leah Thompson, Bob Gale, they were all here, and you were so wonderful to honor them and recognize them. And it was great because Oscar and Christopher got out here and started yodeling my song I wrote, Only Las Vegas. So with that in mind, I want to recognize Officer McGee and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. This is just one plaque. There's several of them for them as well. And then I also want to say to the mayor, thank you very much for all your support. You're always a tremendous help. The people love you. My wife and I, we love you. Thank you for helping us. And with that in mind, here is for you a special plaque thanking you for being at 3rd Street. Okay, so that's for you as well.
You do such wonderful things for the community.
Thank you so much.
and
I look forward to
charities. Unbelievable.
Thank you. Well,
we were all over.
We went viral with Car Stars,
Oh, you did.
and it's just, you know, people like you and the city council and whatnot. We just thank you, and you can play with those drumsticks and whatnot. Anyway, these are for you.
You need to be a
the
partner
photos are
with
for
somebody
you.
else up here.
And I want to thank you as well.
I can't play my drums.
Well, but you only need one to keep the quarter note. Okay? God bless you. Thank you so much. I look forward to
Thank
seeing
you,
you in
Paul.
August.
Thank you all.
Take care.
Thank you very much. What wonderful work he does for our community and special children. I mean, he really has been. Oh, listen to it. Oh, he's now got 2. Go over to the Las Vegas Academy. There you go. Anyone
morning.
else? Good morning. Please
Hi.
state your name for the
Yes,
record.
my name is Susan Johnson, and I'm counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services. I understand that at the time that the agenda is going to be finalized, there may be another request for an abeyance of 30 days. If
For
that
which
occur-
item?
It would be item 25, I'm sorry, it's on your consent agenda. Procedurally, at the appropriate time, I'd like an opportunity to address that motion, whether that be now or at the time the motion is made.
Well, let me see. It's a public hearing?
Yeah,
We'll
it's
have to pull it
item
out of
25.
consent
I
then.
believe it's going to be pulled. Yeah.
That's correct.
We know
Okay.
that it's going to be pulled, and I would just like an opportunity to discuss the pulling, since this is the second time.
Absolutely.
Right, so what would be the appropriate time? Do we wait?
Just stay
till-
here. It will be this morning's agenda. and
It'll
you'll
just go
stay,
on the, right.
And I'll call up for
Perfect.
public comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right. And it's Susan Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Do you need an address for our
Nope, that's it. That's
company?
perfect. I'll be sure to call.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward. We have the Honorable Senator.
Madam Mayor, for the record, my name is Joe Neal, and I'm appearing here on behalf of the Post 10 of the American Legion on item 50. And I was told that I could come up on public comment, and that if you wanted us to come back on item 50, that we could do that. So my statement to you, Madam Mayor, and the council, that this particular item 50 is a reinstatement for a non-operation, nonprofit club general license. And that tells me that the license should not have been taken in the first place, because there was no violation of any law or ordinance. And therefore, anybody having a question on the council can ask the members of the Post, the commander who is here, as to what problems that they had and whether they can be able to answer those particular questions. But I'm here to support the black veterans who established that particular post, and that they be given the recognition that they are due in terms of being able to be identified in the community as a black veterans group and could receive the service and accolades from this community for that particular service, and be able to sit around in a building and talk and jawbone about things of war, nature, and all of that. And if they're given that opportunity to do that, then I think they have indicated that they will have a great service they render to this community already. And we would like to leave with you, Mayor, and the council, a letter from the Post 10, which you passed that to...
right here to our city clerk or someone.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Riggleman.
Yes. And yes. And that's all I have to say. And
Thank you,
if
and
you have
thank
any
you for your
questions of any
service.
the Post members, they can answer you. Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Did you wish to make comments yourselves? If you'll state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Horace Atkinson, Atkinson. I'm a 57-year resident of Las Vegas. I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force for one tour, an American Legion member for 32 years, serving as the adjutant and finance officer. I'm at this moment a retired mailman of 40 years. I come before you this morning in reference to obtaining a liquor license for the American Legion Pentagon Post number 10. First, I would like to give you a brief summary of why we should be granted a liquor license. Number one.
Mr. Atkinson, I think what I'm going to do, with your permission, and if you wouldn't mind, because this is the early preliminary, is to ask you to speak at the time we hear agenda item 50, and that is this morning.
Okay, you want me to do
We'll
that
invite
this
you back
time?
up at that
Okay,
time.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Anyone else wishing to be heard at this time? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item 15. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the April 15th, 2015 regular city council meeting. May I have a motion to approve, please?
A motion to approve, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Thank you. That motion carries. Agenda item, let's see, it's on to 17. My 15, that was 16. I skipped a page, so sorry. Go backwards. For possible action, this is agenda item 15. I need new glasses. Possible action, any items that the council, staff, or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Mayor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the staff has requested that agenda item 21, contract number 150191, be obeyed to the June 1st meeting. I'm sorry, July 1st meeting. And agenda item 33, staff has requested to strike in its entirety. That's my motion to approve the consent agenda minus those two items.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. And
Thank you, Your Honor. I have 4 items I would like to have pulled off the consent agenda. Is this the time when I would
No, this
make
is
that
not-
request? Yeah.
These are just stricken and abated. This time we get to the consent agenda, we'll do
Thank
that
you.
again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the motion is now on 21, abated to July 1, and the other item was
Strike agenda item 33.
33, stricken. So please vote and please post. Motion carries, and we already did 16. So we are now on to the consent agenda. Here we go. Agenda items 17 through 48 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by their departments, may be enacted in one motion. Please note that agenda items 46 to 48 were held in abeyance from the May 6th meeting, and a correction is included in the motion that the dates in the documents related to those 3 items should be amended from May 6th to May 20th. Are there any items now that council wishes to bring forward, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would like to have 25, 46, 47, and 48 pulled off the consent agenda and be considered individually.
Okay. So just to repeat them, 25, 46, 47, 48. Okay. And anyone to my left, items to bring forward? I guess,
Mayor,
let
I
me
would move
just
them.
double check at this one moment,
Okay.
just to make sure. 33 was stricken by staff. Okay, so then the motion would be, please.
The
go
motion would be
ahead.
to approve consent agenda items 17 through 45, minus 25, 46, 47, 48.
Okay, and,
And 25, I said
Right.
25.
all right,
Okay.
there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Okay, that carries. Now we'll go to agenda item 25 at the request of Councilman Beers, and so, Councilman, please. And this is where Susan Johnson has her opportunity. Would you wish to hear from her first?
At her discretion.
Why don't you go ahead then,
Sure,
please?
let me start.
And restate your name, would you please?
Yes, Susan Johnson, General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services.
Okay.
We had no problem 30 days ago with the abeyance, but now that this is a second request for another abeyance, and I believe, was I correct, Councilman, was it 30 days that you wanted it obeyed? Yes, it was another 30-day abeyance. So the question that we have now is, why? Why? The location is opened under all the city approvals. It's been opened for over 2 months. The routine liquor license that you would normally issue was held up last month and is now being held up again, a second time. And
Excuse me, there's no liquor being served right now? There is liquor being served.
Yes, it's completely open and operating since March 9th, I
Okay.
believe, so under the preliminary temporary license. And as you know, the permanent license is just a formality. In fact, I noticed we're still on the consent agenda even today, so staff clearly has felt that we've met all the criteria, and we have. We've met all the state and the local criteria. What this boils down to is that this particular location is unfortunately about a mile from Red Rock Station. And so suddenly an additional level of scrutiny is being asked of you to take this already open project in which we've, invested $750,000 to $1 million to open under all of the auspices and approvals of the city, your building department, your business license department, everyone, and now to suddenly say, well, we're just going to dangle out here your permanent license while we check out and see if we can assist stations in getting rid of your competition. And you're not that kind of a board, and I believe that you will do the fair thing. You know that there's nothing in your criteria that would require the type of scrutiny that's being done. It's a new level of scrutiny. The board, or your staff now with us, is going into Gaming Control Board records and analyzing Gaming Control Board records. We've got no problem with that, and I believe Councilman Beers has requested information from the Gaming Control Board, which is fine. And as I spoke with him earlier today, when you get your response, and I believe you're going to get a response from the Gaming Control Board to his letter, at that time, we should be ready to get this permanent license done. And then whatever else you may want to do down in the future, you know, if you want a different method of operation, if you want to adopt different ordinances, you know, that's fine. That's within your right. But right now, we've got a project, and you're pulling the rug right out from under it, and it's already operational. And it's operational under approvals granted by every department in the city. And there's something just inherently wrong and arbitrary about doing that.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're
With your
welcome.
consent, I'm going to go ahead and ask to hear from Ms. Duddleston. Or did you want to comment first? Or should we hear from Ms. Duddleston?
It's a tie. I think I can help shed some light on Ms. Johnson's
Please, go
questions. A month ago, I asked that this item be held in abeyance. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first application for a gaming license at Adati's since I was elected in Ward 2, and so the issue's never come to my attention. Both state law and our city ordinances require that gaming be an incidental use to a primary purpose. And it is trying to determine whether or not this facility would be in compliance with that led us to this juncture. And I have requested essentially a re-review by the State Gaming Control Board and the State Gaming Commission, because the Form 27, which this location filed with state gaming regulators, has some serious errors in it. For example, one of the 7 criteria that regulators are to use in determining whether this would be a incidental amount of gaming to a primary business is what's the percentage of your total investment that is gaming versus the total investment. And in the total investment, they've included the 10-year value of their operating lease under current accounting standards for private sector businesses in America. That's not correct. And so the percentage would be significantly different from what they reported in their form. They suggested that 67% of revenue would come from gaming. And in fact, since the store is open, 92% of the revenue has come from gaming. So the question becomes, what is the primary purpose, and whether or not there is a primary purpose besides gaming, and whether or not the gaming is incidental to the primary purpose. I personally find it hard to find moral rocks in gambling debates upon which to stand solidly, but the law and our ordinance is pretty clear. Gaming needs to be incidental to a primary business. So I have asked the Gaming Commission and the Gaming Control Board, given the corrected information that we now know on the Form 27, to take another look at this in their determination of whether it would be incidental, and frankly, what is the primary business that they see if 92% of the revenue is coming from gaming? I don't know when or if we'll get a response from gaming regulators on this issue. I've simply asked. I guess they can ignore us or they can send us a response back. That's their discretion, and I just don't know the answer. So one of the things I'd like to get done at this juncture is to obey this item for another 30 days, hoping that we hear from gaming by then. But there's a second underlying issue that we need to deal with. It's my understanding that if we do not approve another temporary license for this location, then their existing temporary license is going to expire very shortly. And gaming activity at that Dottie's would cease, apparently, within a week. So in addition to obeying this item, and Brad needs to make sure I do it in conformance with the open meeting law, I would also like to move to grant Nevada Restaurant Services DB Dottie's number 110 another temporary gaming license not to exceed 3 months, in order that I can hopefully get this guidance from the state of Nevada and our city attorney's office.
And I have no objection to that if we're waiting for the state. And it's my understanding that the state is going to respond. That's the last, rumor we heard, that you will be getting a response. Just two other quick comments. Notwithstanding our lease payments, we have out of pocket spent $750,000, $1,000 on this location, not even taking into account leases. That's just the improvements and all the tenant improvements and everything. So that's clear. And the other thing is they went in after the first 3 weeks and took some numbers, and you can't judge the revenues of a company by just a couple of weeks. Had we had a big jackpot that week, or one of those weeks, our gaming numbers would have been down to 0 or 10%. That's why you have to look at it over a period of time. You can't just take a week, because it's up and down depending upon wins and losses, and that's why in the Gaming Commission, the way they do it is they allow you to take a year's look at the location with your jackpots and your highs and your lows, and then take an average of that. So a couple of weeks is not indicative, nor should it be, of our of whether we have our gaming and our food. And in a new place, people like to come in, test it out. They don't get settled in there the way our other customers. But also, revenue in the state is only one of 7 criteria that they look at. And what I see happening here that I think is dangerous, this is just my opinion to you, but we've got like 300 full-time gaming control board members or staff with 3 full-time members who've spent the last 40 years interpreting all of their forms and their analyses and their calculations, and this is what they do full-time. And suddenly, we've been pulled out, and one of our filings with the state has been pulled out and is being analyzed by a city staff person. And that's a huge undertaking when you've got the whole state gaming control board, who are by far the preeminent experts in the world here in Nevada. So if you're going to do that, then my question would be, the other taverns that you approved today and the taverns that you approved last month when we were obeyed, have you applied the same standard to them? Have you taken their state gaming filings, and are you picking them apart? And are you finding flaw with them? Because if you're not, you're just taking our company and trying to find a way to pull the rug out from an already open facility.
Thank you.
And that's my concern.
Thank you. If we could, Ms. Duddleston, could you give us some other background and how the city on its restricted licenses, gaming in particular, and just tell us what some more information is, please?
Certainly. The first correction I wanted to make was to make it clear that this was just the restricted gaming. This is not their tavern license. This is not their alcohol license. That's already been processed. That was a change of location for this company. So we're not at this time
So
talking
that's
about...
not a temporary license. They have their liquor license.
Correct.
Okay.
So it can continue to operate it as a tavern regardless of what the city does. On our privilege licenses, the city council can grant 2 temporary licenses, each up to 6 months, that are beyond the 90-day approval that the director can give for an applicant. This restricted gaming is currently on that 90-day administrative temporary that can be issued by the director. It expires on May 25th. So on Monday.
The current temporary.
The current administrative authorization, current, yes.
And if, in fact, Councilman Beers, which is what I think I heard, moves to obey another 30 days, it still protects.
Correct.
What would that date be?
30 days from today. I would let the clerk's office answer that. That would be for the city council to discuss, again, a permanent license. What I understood was that the direction, if this motion passed, would be for staff to issue one of those temporary licenses that's in our code for up to 90 days, I believe is what I heard. And we would immediately do that.
So the council can do 2 council-originated temporary permits for the gaming. The director can do the first one and has done the first one. That is about to expire within 6 days, 7 days. What I've asked is for the council to grant the first of its 2 under ordinance temporary licenses for the gaming activity to continue, but that we obey item 25, which is the granting of the permanent license for the gaming for 30 days in anticipation that we'll hear from Gaming Control and Gaming Commission on this issue within that 30 days. If we don't, it would be my intention to continue it for another 30 days, all inside the first 3-month-long gaming permit that we're going to grant today. And then we'll get on the horn with
So at this point,
gaming
you're
regulators
at
and
this
ask them
point,
why.
but before Ms. Duddleston finishes, this is for 30 days at this point.
This is obeying our consideration of a permanent license for 30 days, but also to grant the first of the 2 city council originated temporary licenses for 90 days.
Okay.
Which we certainly agree to and would want that additional. What I would like to know is that if you were to receive your letter from the Gaming Control Board in the near future, which I have some reason to believe may occur, that be the reason, that's the reason we're all on hold on this issuing of this permanent license, and that once you've reviewed that, we're not being held up again for some other reason, and, you know, that is not being, a criteria not being applied to any other tavern. And that's kind of where we are right now. We have no problem
Well, that's
waiting
why I
for the
wanted to hear
state.
from Ms. Duddleston, because I had
Yeah.
always thought everything was equitable as the city treats its licensed applicants for,
Mayor, I have a question. Well, if I may interject, Ms. Delson. I'm just slightly confused as to what we're waiting for from the Gaming Control Board. Is there an issue with the application? Because I'm kind of perplexed in relation to what I'm seeing here. Help me understand what is it
and
that
let's
we're
do
waiting
this
for?
all through Ms. Duddleston, if you would
Right.
please respond.
Your Honor, if I might, we process this application as we process every other application. We get the approval and a copy of the minutes from the Gaming Control Board that they've met their expectations and that they've gotten their approvals from the state. They process a privilege license, which is their background and suitability, In order to be eligible for restricted gaming, they have to have a tavern license, which this place does. We have processed this as we have every other tavern that's on your agenda today or any place else. On this particular one, we were requested to provide some research for one of the councilmen. We did that research just as we would do for anyone else that asked. It was provided to the councilman, and he has made an inquiry of the Gaming Control Board.
So what was the request? Because traditionally when requests are made by the council, we all receive it. So did we receive that?
I need to weigh in, Betsy Fretwell, City Manager. I received a copy of the inquiry to the Gaming Control Board and to the Gaming Commission. I transmitted that to council late last week, or sometime last week. So, Councilman, you may have missed it because you were traveling during that period of time, but it should be in your inbox.
So what was the request to the Gaming Control Board?
Well, we could enter the letter on the record if you'd like. I can pull it up and see if I can.
And I do have mine as well.
Yes.
There were 2 letters, one to each, with the data that was collected during the period
Yes.
of the
Mayor,
investigation.
they require us to answer 7 questions regarding how the tavern is going to be run, how many public square feet, you know, what the projected
Well, I think we have the
revenues.
letter, so if, well, let's
Yeah.
enter it into the record, and then
That would be
Councilman Barlow could have.
I'm happy to just provide this to the clerk, or if you need me to read it, I'm happy to do
If
whatever
you
you
will,
need.
just go ahead and read it into the record. That's fine.
Okay. This letter is from Councilman Bob Beer's office, May 5th, 2015, to Tony Alamo, the chairman of the Gaming Commission. And there's also a letter to the Gaming Control Board that I don't have in my hands, but I think they're pretty similar. It says, Dear Chairman, during recent discussions with Dottie's and examination of their Form 27, see attachment, which they provided to the City of Las Vegas, some concerns have arisen to the evidence of incidental use as outlined in Regulation 3.015, parenthetical sub 2. Dottie's reported 3 weeks' revenues to us from the location 110 located in the City of Las Vegas, which has revealed that when comp expense is applied against revenue, 91% of the location's revenue comes from gaming, 8% comes from tobacco sales. Food, beverage, alcohol, and other retail combined represent 1%. The following sections are of concern. Regulation 3.015, sub 2. The applicant stated that 18.6% of their floor space is for the operation of slot machines based on a measurement of 685 square feet in comparison to 3,685 square feet. The document submitted to the City of Las Vegas stated that only 2,691 were available for patron use. Additionally, the total square footage does not make allowance for foot traffic or indicate what usage is for the bar, restaurant, table areas. Bar and restaurant sales comprise less than 1% of sales. The applicant, sub B, applicant states that 7.92% of the total investment in the operation is slot machines. The applicant includes as a part of their total amount of investment in the present value of the 10-year lease, which is 68% of the total. The Statement of Financial Accounting Standards 13 SFAS issued by the Financial Accounting Standard Boards has several measures that must be met in order for a lease to be accounted for as an asset. The details of this lease do not appear to meet the standard, and therefore we question the inclusion of this in the denominator or the total investment. The investment of time to manage and operate the slot machines is estimated at 26.86% based on an average of restricted location guest checks per day. The count is not based on the actual guest check for each patron or group of patrons, but by the number of individual transactions on the guest check. For example, 3 drinks by the same guest are not counted as 1 guest check, but 3 transactions. More than 93% of alcohol sales are comped. Sub D, the predetermined revenue generation by slot machines was estimated at 67.2%. However, the actual revenue generated from March 9th to March 31st is 91% after comp sales of food and beverage were subtracted from gross sales. Under state law, the city and state have concurrent jurisdiction in determining that an applicant has a primary business other than gaming. Given the foregoing information, I'm requesting that you revisit this applicant. What is the applicant's primary business activity? I can be reached respectfully, Councilman Bob Beers.
So what occurred is that our state filing that had been analyzed and used the calculations that the state has traditionally done, and I disagree with the results reached by the city because they're not the results reached by the state when they're looking at these same numbers. And of course, they have, like I said, 40 years of history and 300 people going through these things. You're looking at them for the first time. And when Ms. Huddleston says the same approach was done, you've not done that for any other company. You have not taken this state form and tried to recalculate it differently than the state has already done.
Okay, and if I may here, because I know Councilman Barlow, Ms. Duddleston was in the process of responding with wherever we were. We'll come back to
And I
you after.
apologize.
Quite all right. No, you picked up on Councilman Barlow, who wanted clarification because he didn't have the time or get the opportunity to see the inquiries from Councilman Beers. So if you'll finish up on it and your presentation of what has occurred and et cetera.
As I was stating, on the processing the license, we process it exactly like we had any other tavern license and restricted gaming license. We get the reports back from all of the agencies, including Metro. This applicant had already met suitability both for liquor and for gaming in the past, and we placed it on your consent agenda. We were requested to do some research and provide a councilman with some information, which we did and provided to him, as we would for any council person that asked us questions.
Mayor, my follow-up question, because I'm not 100% familiar with the current location, how long has it been in operation?
The location, if I may answer, is at Sahara and Wallapai.
Okay.
And it's been open now for over 2 months.
So it's a new.
It's a new restricted location. The last new restricted we did in the city was over a year and a half ago. We're focusing more now on non-restricteds, but it is a new one in an upscale center at Wallapai and Sahara.
Okay.
And so it's open and running and operating and has been since March when your department gave us the temporary approvals.
Yeah, I remember the temporary
Yeah.
approval.
Yeah,
But it was
pending.
pending the Metro report, right?
No.
What was it pending?
If I may, Your Honor, administrative 90-day licenses are issued when an applicant has everything in order. They've requested a temporary license of the director. The director reviews the package and determines if a 90-day temporary is appropriate to be issued. In this case, all of the applicants had already been through their Metro background investigations. There were no areas of concern.
Okay.
They had all of their state approvals, and just like every other item that's before you on your consent agenda, they were issued a 90-day temporary license. They opened, that 90-day temporary expires on May 25th, which is coming up quickly. They were put on a regular city council agenda for consideration of their regular license, which can only be granted by the city council.
Right.
So the city council has to review what staff has provided you in our backup report, and the applicant has to prove to you that they meet all of your criteria before you grant them that license. Right. You may grant a temporary, 2 temporaries up to 6 months, which we often do when we're waiting for a Metro investigation to come back for suitability, or you may grant a permanent. It is the choice of the council.
Right, and I understand that, and I'll support the maker of the motion, but I'm just still confused on
Right.
what we're waiting for, even with the question being asked to the Gaming Control Board, Betsy.
It's unprecedented.
So, well, I'm just slightly still confused in regards to that, because this hasn't happened before in relation to that. So I'm just at a pause right now as to no issues of concern specifically coming from your office. So
We have not registered any concerns on this application versus any other application that has come for you that is similar to it. We conducted our review. We placed it on your consent agenda for your consideration.
thank you.
Okay, Councilman Beers, back to you. Unless, Mr. Jerbick, anything to put in for any clarification here?
No, I just wanted to clarify that the motion, from what I understand, will be to grant a not to exceed 90-day temporary license from this council. There's the ability 90 days from now to grant another temporary if necessary. It's also to bring this item back in 30 days for a status check, so to speak, as to whether or not there's been a response from Gaming Control. If there has been a response, the council could, if this item is brought back, act on the permanent prior to the temporary expiring. That's
Right.
my understanding.
And that would be our preference, that it be back on for the possible approval of the permanent license, not just another status check, but, you know, we'll see where we are in 30 days. So,
That's correct. It would be re-agendized just as agended right now.
yes, I understand.
Councilman Coffin, and then Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a little while ago, we approved item 36, which was the same thing, new restricted gaming license for a bar in my ward, and there was no question raised about that. Maybe there should have been. I don't know, because I am concerned about council's comment about the fact that are we treating everybody the same? So let me ask you, how many more apps are in for restricted now that are maybe operating under a temporary? Do we have a problem if we single out one and then just go move on that one and we leave the others alone? How are we going to do that?
Your Honor, when these come through, when they have their state gaming approval, I believe for the 3 years I've been here, they've always been placed on your consent agenda, as this one was, with a recommendation for approval from staff. This one we've treated no different than we have treated any others. How many we have in process, I would have to go back and see what's going through the temporary license stage at this point in time, but we see 1 or 2 on every one of your agendas.
Okay, well, I guess that's the answer I probably would expect. I think we haven't singled out anybody before, but we've all known this day was coming. I guess I would like to say that I will go along with the requester's motion to do this. That'll give us time to think about what it is, the issues that have been raised by council, as also the other issues that we know exist but just aren't on the agenda today. Because it's a big deal around here to treat everybody fairly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman?
I really don't think we're treating these the same way. And I think your comment, Mr. Coffin, about item number 36 is accurate. I don't think we are treating them the same way. However, with respect to the maker of the motion, the councilman, I would go with that because you seem to agree that that would be all right. You nodded your head and seemed to agree for the 3, but then make a determination, which is what you need at the end of that.
Right.
But I don't think we're being honest if we don't say we're treating it differently.
All right, our approach and our presentation in 30 days will be substantially more aggressive if we are continued to be treated differently than every other tavern. So
that's all I wanted to say.
Anything more, Ms. Donaldson? Okay. Councilman Beers, do you want to then go ahead and make your motion in a formal manner?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move that we obey item 25 until the second meeting in June.
Which is the 17th?
June 17th.
June 17.
And also that the council grant a temporary restricted gaming license, correct terminology, for 90 days to Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., DBA at Dottie's number 110 at 10,000 West Sahara Avenue, suite number 100.
Okay, that is your motion? All right, there's a motion, please.
Question on the motion.
Yes, please, Councilman Barlow.
So on the 27th of June or July?
17th of June
17th
comes
of June.
back.
It comes back. And when it comes back before us, which, is it both items or one item?
Liquor's fine, it's just the gaming,
The gaming.
as I understand it.
Would you clarify so I'll know what we're voting on
Yes.
the 17th of June?
Your Honor, the liquor license was a change of location. It's already been approved. As
Okay.
far as licensing concerns, they have a license, active permanent license for a tavern at this location. That's finished. We have a permanent license request before the city council. That's being asked to be obeyed.
That's
The
gaming-
permanent license
the gaming
for 30
piece.
days. The gaming license
Right.
only. Then, my understanding is the direction would be for staff to issue a temporary restricted gaming license for 90 days, at which point in time we would put it back on the city council agenda if the permanent one hadn't been dealt with for either an extension
By the
or a
17th
decision.
of June.
Yes.
If we don't address it by the 17th of June.
June, it will come back to you in 90 days,
In-
because there will be one additional temporary
90 days
available.
from June?
From May 22nd.
Okay, from May 22nd.
Which puts us at, please, Ms. Clerk?
So to put us where in July?
No,
Or
August.
August, probably the first meeting of September. Their temporary would be available.
Expired by that point.
Yes, and either the council would have to have addressed a permanent license at that time, or issued another temporary, or chosen not to
I
issue another
thought
temporary.
I'm no lawyer, but I thought it dies at the end of 90 days because of the ordinance or law that's in existence, that come back, if we haven't addressed it on the 17th of June, and it's extended its full 90 days, if in fact there is no more opportunity for extension, it is either approved or it dies.
By granting the 90-day temporary today, you give them until August. The meeting in June may result in no vote at all. It may result in a vote to give them a permanent. It may result in another abeyance. But they will continue to legally operate restricted gaming until August. If in August you haven't granted another temporary or granted a permanent, it would cease.
It would cease. So that is the 90 days, or the
Yes.
drop, that, at that point, unless
Yes.
there is a move to approve.
And one additional point of clarification, Councilman Barlow, is
Well,
that
yes,
the tavern would continue. The tavern isn't the issue. The issue is the restricted gaming license. That's specifically what we're dealing with here.
But specifically, on the 17th of June, we can make a decision which could possibly and potentially cure the entire item,
Correct.
right?
That's
And
correct.
he's waiting to hear back from
Okay.
Gaming Commission, Gaming Control.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion. Did we vote? No. Okay, or we have a motion. There it is. Please cast your vote for the 30-day extension to June 17th. We may or may not, but we're giving them 30 days. And that motion passes. So now, before you leave, the letters from Gaming Control and Gaming Commission come to councilman, to legal, or to, where's the response coming to?
Councilman Beers requested the advice, and so the response will come to him. I expect that the councilman will share it as he has his original letters when it arrives.
Okay.
That would be my plan, Your Honor, is to get it post haste down to Brad.
Okay. So you heard that down at the other end? My two young men at the left.
I'm sorry, man, what was that?
When the direction was for the response to come from the Gaming Commission, Gaming Control, directly to Councilman Beers, who has responded, it is his intention to give it then to our legal counsel, who then, if we will have it, we'll have information, because he sent these two letters out, which is why we're having this abeyance at this time. So he will make it known if he hears anything by the 17th of June, we will get that information. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duddleston. Okay, agenda item 46. And, okay, Councilman Beers on agenda item 46. Let me read it, though, because I didn't since we had it. Okay, 46, 47, 48. Agenda item 46, R23-2015 is an abeyance item for possible action to approve a resolution regarding the reimbursement agreement between the City of Las Vegas City and City Parkway 5, Inc., CPV, a Nevada nonprofit corporation, authorizing the execution of the reimbursement agreement and providing for other matters relating thereto regarding the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Tourism Improvement District, identified as Symphony Park within the area bounded by parcels on the southwest corner of Bonneville Avenue, Grand Central Parkway, as well as the area bounded by Grand Central Parkway on the west and north, Union Pacific Railroad tracks on the east, and Bonneville on the south. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. And I'm going to read them all with your permission.
I was going to suggest, Your Honor, that since they were all on the consent agenda, we can take all three as one item.
Okay.
If you'd like.
That'll be good. And since they have been, I'm going to read 47 and 48. Might as well do them all then. Our 2415 abeyance item for possible action to approve a resolution approving the form of a cooperative agreement between the City of Las Vegas, State of Nevada Department of Taxation, providing repealer and severability clauses for the City of Las Vegas, Nevada Tourism Improvement District, identified as Symphony Park within the area bounded by parcels in the southwest corner of Bonneville Avenue, Grand Central Parkway, as well as the area bounded by Grand Central Parkway on the west and north, Union Pacific Railroad tracks on the east, and Bonneville Avenue on the south, also Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. And agenda item 48, resolutions R25, 2015 abeyance item, for possible action to approve a resolution regarding reimbursement to the City of Las Vegas from proceeds of obligations not to exceed $45 million to be issued for the purpose of financing certain costs pertaining to acquiring, constructing, improving, or equipping projects, parentheses, the project, close parentheses, located in Symphony Park Tourism Improvement District, TID, and other matters relating thereto, identified as within the area bounded by parcels on the southwest corner of Bonneville and Grand Central Parkway, as well as the area bounded by Grand Central Parkway on the east and north, Union Pacific Railroad tracks on the east, and Bonneville Avenue on the south, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. There you are. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. For reasons I've previously discussed rather ad nauseum at the council, I have opposed the TID and the parking garage to be consistent with those prior statements and votes. I would like to vote against this.
Thank you very much, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Same comments from me. I've been on the record as opposing this TID, so I'll be voting no again.
Okay, thank you very much. And if I may, all right, comments first, and then we'll hear from Ms. Applegate if there are questions. Stu? Yes, please, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I want to commend the city manager for an excellent letter to the editor that was published this morning in the Review Journal on this issue. In fact, I'd like to thank the RJ for running it because it clearly spells out the differences between what has the opinion that's been stated, fact from fiction. I think it really, we find that last editorial was not very bad. It wasn't very far off the mark, but it's like anything else, you have to address all these areas of concern where there's a difference of opinion as well as fact, because if you don't, then it stays forever. And I felt that the letter you sent, manager, was excellent, on point, and in essence, it explained why you go for a bond, how we're financing it, how it's not a general obligation at any time, why the approach is businesslike and customary, all of the reasons, which these could be remarks on all the three items here, but it really boils down to that we're not going to borrow $45 million for the fun of it. We're going to borrow what we need, and at that time, and this is a good time to act for a smaller amount anyway, because we're committed to the garage. So other reasons for people, it's obviously based on opinion, and we are built up here to disagree on opinions. That's what we do. And in fact, we do our business in the public eye. We make sausage for everybody to watch. So really, it's not like some other municipalities in town. You know, we disagree openly, and I'm looking for another argument with Councilman Beers. I want something changed. We need to put this on the bed so we can fight about something new. So in the meantime, I will be supporting these items, but I wanted to make sure that my reasons were on the record. And again, the explanation to the Review Journal should be satisfactory for anybody to read, and understand that it's not quite as complicated and it is not quite as earth-shaking or shattering as has been portrayed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
I was not one who supported the stadium for soccer, but I have always supported the parking garage, even before we ever heard of soccer coming here. We talked about the need for a parking garage long before the soccer thing, and the need for the garage, I believe, should not be tainted by the soccer problem, because I go yesterday to the premium outlets. I talked to my family, my oldest daughter who loves to shop, and she's telling me she doesn't like to go there because she can't find a place to park. I have to walk all the way down there, she'll say, to another place. And I talked to other people like that. I've talked to people with the Ruvo Center, and we know the Ruvo Center is going to expand. It's a matter of time, but it is going to expand. We are going to need a parking garage. We knew that before soccer was ever mentioned or any of that other stuff came up, and we know it now. And so I continue to back the need for the garage.
Councilman?
Mayor, I move to approve agenda item 46.
Okay. There's a motion on agenda item 46. Question
wait a
from
second.
Councilman Barlow.
We need to amend the dates as well on the
Okay.
motion.
Councilman Barlow has a comment, question?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry.
You hijacking my items?
No. Sorry.
I move to follow Mayor Pro Tem's
All right. Okay.
recommendation.
All right, but
Forgive
we
me,
have to do
Councilman.
something first. We have to amend the dates.
Correct. Change all May 6 dates to May 20th.
Okay, you'll do that.
That would be accurate. Thank you.
Therefore, do you want to restate the motion, please?
At least didn't throw this at me.
Look, and Coffee gave me his too, so. Drum roll, please.
Okay.
Go ahead. Move for approval,
Okay.
as amended.
Okay, here it comes. Please vote. And please post. That's right. Motion carries. On agenda item 47, please.
Move for approval as amended.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve as amended. 47, please vote. Please post. And then on agenda item 48,
Move for approval as amended.
48 moved as amended. Please vote and please post. Okay, consent agenda's over. Now we're on to administrative. Okay, agenda item 49, discussion for possible action regarding a market rate adjustment for the position of city manager for the city of Las Vegas, estimated at $38,509, general fund. Councilwoman.
I wanted to give a little background to this and have us consider a few things that have come up and where we are now as far as what our city manager has done for us. First of all, consider that our city is a large organization with $1.2 million budget and with over 3,000 full and part-time employees. Many businesses that are considered big businesses don't have that much. And Betsy Fetwell has been our manager for over the last 6 years. I think we should consider that even with an adjustment last year, she still makes nearly $30,000 less than her predecessor would have made had he received the exact same changes in compensation that she has received. And that was 6 years ago that he was here. We have had a remarkable recovery over the past few years, a remarkable recovery from where we've had to been. Have we all enjoyed it? Have we always agreed with Betsy? I haven't always. I'm sure we all haven't. But we finished the last 3 budget years in the black. We approved a budget yesterday that had more revenues than expenses, and it was balanced financially. We improved over that time our bond ratings. We restored most pay and hours for our employees. and restored most services for our citizens. And we lead large cities in the nation with service quality, according to a citizen survey that was compared nationally. We stabilized our city during a very tough session. The salary may seem a lot as an increase for many people. I, for one, as a school board member and also as a council person, I've never been one who's been lightly voting for administrative increases. But when we compare the salary that she's making now with others and the other comparable entities within our state, it falls near the bottom. No matter what we think, it falls near the bottom, while her accomplishments are at the top. She's considered by many throughout the state and the country as one of the best CMOs there is available. And we don't want to lose her. And that's what happens if you don't keep comparatively on the same level with administrative salaries. I would also like to say that as a woman, I wanted to make this additional comment. In addition to the accomplishments I mentioned that she has done, whether she's male or female, I think we need to recognize that women should be compensated commensurately with men in their same employment category, and I don't think she is. I personally, through my professional career, went through similar challenges as a female professional, and it isn't easy. And this adjustment that we make doesn't put her way above anybody, doesn't even put her much above anybody or anybody else. What it does is it makes it fair to her. It brings her into the range of her peers nationally and locally, and I move for approval on this.
Thank you very much. I must say, well, I'll keep my mouth shut for this moment. Any other comments before I do that?
Mayor, I would like to hear from Mr. Tarwater, though, about some...
Hi there.
With your permission.
Please.
Dan Tarwater, Human Resources Director. I was before the mayor and council back in July of 14, and we presented what I considered a fairly thorough city manager salary comparison. At that time, the council did adopt a new pay range for the city manager, the minimum $200,000 and the maximum up to $320,000, which we appreciate. At the same council meeting, you approved a 10% raise for this city manager, and we had discussed bringing back additional information within about a 6-month period. That's what my staff does, not just for executive salaries, but for all of our labor salaries too. And so we did provide 2 slides for you to look at. The one that is on the screen right now simply shows the local comparisons that we believe are relevant, that are CEOs of like size that would compare to the city manager position here. The next to the last one, City of Henderson, I have an asterisk there for a purpose. I just want to disclose to you that that range you see on the right-hand side, 250,000 to 280, is an estimate of what we believe, our executive recruiters believe it'll take to hire in their new city manager. Their pay range is not estimated at that. They have a contract, and right now their current city manager's at $225,000. So I wanted to make sure you saw that. If you take the high and the low and even the City of Henderson out of that mix, that average comes out to about $280,000 for this group. The second slide that I've provided is the one that we provided to you back in July. And we simply, on the 5th column, updated it if there was an update. And I would just draw your attention, if you go all the way down to the bottom and look at the average, out of these regional salaries that we've conducted with what we believe are the cities of similar size and complexity, you're looking at about a $277,000 average of base salaries. So with that, we would still, our staff would still recommend that the city manager's salary here at the City of Las Vegas would be placed at $260,000.
When, excuse me, but what was the date of that presentation to us? Was that last July?
It was July, yes, ma'am.
So I thought. Thank you.
Your recommendation again, Mr. Tarwater, please, through the mayor, of course, with your permission, Mayor.
Excuse me?
Your recommendation again?
Our recommendation, as it was back in July, would be to place the current city manager salary at our current midpoint, which would be $260,000.
I think Councilwoman did a great job in describing your performance, Ms. Fretwell. And Councilwoman, I really like the equal pay comment as well. That resonates very strongly with me. I can support the motion, certainly, but Mayor and Council, I'd like to make this retroactive to a date, possibly January of this year, for your hard work and your efforts, Ms. Fretwell.
And that was, then you were saying that is an amendment?
Well, if the Councilwoman would.
What was that?
I'd like to amend the motion to make it retroactive to January of this year.
I believe there was some concern about that, and some others on the council wanted to speak on it.
Okay.
Yes, the last I spoke, it was April.
Was it April?
Yeah. Unless something has changed. I mean, that's what was shared with me. I mean, I most definitely will support the April date. That's not a problem for me.
Your Honor. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. It sounds like the maker of the motion is not going to accept the amended as proposed by the Mayor Pro Tem. So I'll speak to the original motion, which is to award it effective now. And I wanted to say that I've been an observer of managers and of political figures, and I haven't seen anything quite as extraordinary as this before. It's a well-deserved increase, and that's why I'm going to support it. But I also want to say why. If I just did it based upon the fact that she's a female competing with men, I wouldn't be doing her a service, because that would imply that she deserves it because she's a woman. And I don't think that's to be read into this at all. I've seen men quake in their shoes under the pressure that this city manager has been through. Nothing is more horrible for a manager in a nonpartisan, essentially theoretically non-political organization to be able to go down the middle and provide the information totally unbiased, without favor toward anyone on a council. So we had a difficult time. I know the 4 years I've served here, and the recession to me is still going on, by the way. We are not out of it yet. But the 4 budgets I've seen and voted for indicate that we're really on the path toward continuing what started, and we're very much on the edge. That we're in balance now, but we're very much on the edge, and it is only because of the very, very conservative management of our dollars by this manager and her team that we are in this position. Because it'd be very simple for me. I mean, I'm a believer in government, and I could spend a lot more money. I mean, I know we have a lot of services, and I could be making a lot of hell here about why we need to do more, because we do need to do more. But she has held me back, and she served as a good governor for me in my actions. And so when someone can do that, I have a lot of respect for that person. And at the same time, she's been straight with all of us on our requests maybe to cut. She's pointed out, well, this isn't right because there's a reason we have this, and it is in our charter to provide a service, and therefore we will do that, so we should spend the money. But she's always presented it to us in a fair fashion. So the last 7 or 8 months, maybe almost a year now, on the issue of the stadium, the Symphony Park issue, have shown me how much she really deserves to continue to be our leader at a compensation that matches her talents. And granted, you know, that could be arguable. Maybe some people think it should be more, but I think it's fair. And she has managed to operate and keep her team operating right down the middle, despite a divided council. 4-3-3-4, 4-3-3-4, and then finally 5-2. Well, that is tough for anybody to face that sort of direction. How do you go? What do you do? And she manages to have done that without one person, and I think outside of this body as well as inside, saying that she's playing favorites. So that to me is the true test. That is, deliver the product. You can't make everybody happy, but you can do your very best to avoid playing favorites, and she's done that. So for that reason, she's provided a service for us that we couldn't get outside or anywhere else. So I will be supporting the councilwoman's motion.
Mr. Coffin? Yes, Mr. Coffin. You had said without, just starting today, would it be all right if my motion is to pass the pay increase beginning April? Because it's just April 1, it would just retroactive to April 1.
And that doesn't mean it's April Fool's.
No, it's not an April Fool joke. So my motion is that to support the motion for the salary increase beginning April 1. I also wanted to say one last thing. 2015. For the record. I also want to say sometimes we get credit for a lot of things. We get credit for this being built and that being built and something else, and the council and council members and so forth get credit for it. And lots of times, the majority of the credit, I think, goes to our CMO because she's thinking all the time and she's the one who's helping to lead us. I just wanted to say that right now.
Thank you. And before I call for the question on this, there is a motion and amended that really and truly, I think salary, while we talked about this last July, and I hold fast with that, being paid equitably is a sign of your inner feeling of appreciation that you think you are appreciated for what you do. And to me, regardless of what that salary is, that you really now know that your council is really appreciative of everything you've done. You shepherded us through the most incredible recession. You are lauded by every governmental body. Everybody says, it's Ms. Fretwell, you need some answer on something. But I know as much as you love the job and love the people that work with you and for you, and you do so equitably with all of us, treating us each fairly on us and giving us the information, I know the true measure is if you are not compensated for the work that you're doing and feel supported. It's a very depressing thing to know how hard you're working, you're giving 100%, and the people for whom you work aren't compensating you equitably when you look at these numbers that have been there. So there's no question in my mind that I fully support it. I would support more because I think that's who you are. I want you to get up every morning and thinking, not only do I love what I do and the people I work with, but they know how hard I'm working. And that's what this vote is today, telling you that we know what you do. And I say it on behalf of everybody that works in this entire organization, this city government, that we appreciate everything you've done to shepherd us through the most difficult of times and give us direction and give focus to the city of Las Vegas. I hear it everywhere I go. I hear it at the Conference of Mayors. I hear it at Nevada League of Cities. Look at Las Vegas. We are the shining star. And it's because of your leadership and that of the council. And God bless everybody that works for you, because I know they're going to appreciate that you finally have what you are due. So thank you. There's a motion.
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said about Betsy's competence and leadership, and it's much appreciated. But the study that was presented here that our HR department did comparing other jurisdictions around the nation with us, I believe is significantly flawed. It does not attempt to take into value the extraordinary retirement benefit that the city of Las Vegas and in fact all Nevada public employers offer their employees. Some of the people that we saw on that comparability list in fact are in Social Security and have 7.5% of their compensation withheld and sent to Uncle Sam for immediate spending. That's not the case here for our public employees, including the city manager. I think if you take that retirement benefit into consideration, the difference is not nearly as extreme as it seems.
Could I ask you which ones? Could you throw that list back up?
You can ask Dan which ones.
Could you throw up? I just wanted to see it, having worked in the private sector and knowing how incredibly poor my Social Security is. Where? Go back one. That one.
Some government employers actually have their employees participating in Social Security. instead of a separate fund. And in fact, in addition, as Mr. Vincent, who's not down here, would be quick to tell you, and I agree, our PERS is in fact one of the best funded public employee retirement systems, or any retirement system in the country, because it's been exceptionally well managed.
But could I just ask, doesn't the city of Henderson?
No, all of these are local government folks,
Well,
except
these
for
are-
UNLV, which does not, executives don't.
Yeah,
participate.
UNLV, I understand that, but the rest of them, where she still comes at the bottom of the group, is they have PERS.
Henderson's actually below 221, 491, I believe.
Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that was the chart I wanted. Thank you.
It was the other slide that's more significant, which compares compensation from other places around the country, not all of which have a separate retirement system from Social Security, but all of whom, if they do have a separate retirement system from Social Security, have one that is funded worse than PERS.
Well, you know, I understood that, and my comments, quite honestly, were made more based on the salaries within Nevada than the national salaries, because some people, believe it or not, get something like PERS, and they also get Social Security. For example, Texas got that for a long time. It was just recently that they stopped that. So I can't go on that. I can only go on what I see and what I've seen accomplished, and what I see as a salary schedule with people getting PERS. So I just want you to know that my comments were based more on that than on the one you introduced.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nevertheless, you almost had me, colleagues. You guys almost had me. 15, 20% is certainly a much larger raise than we're providing our rank and file employees, coming on top of a 10% raise a year ago. And then you lost me on retroactive to April 1st. So although I hold Betsy's abilities in the utmost respect out of fairness to everybody else, I just can't do it.
Okay. Thank you. There is a motion, so. And please post. Thank you. That motion carries. And,
Mayor,
yes.
may I wish Betsy a happy birthday today?
Yes, on May 16th, this young lady, or is it today? Are we continuing it on?
It was Saturday.
No, I'm a big one. Do it for a month.
We do that in my family too, so I'd just like to say thank you for all that you said. I appreciate all the comments, and I appreciate your continued support. This job's been a gift, and I really appreciate all your support, and I love serving this community, so thank you for the continuing opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Betsy. Okay, moving on to agenda item 50, and our gentlemen, please come on back. This is discussion for possible action to review and reinstate the non-operational, non-profit Club General License, American Legion Post 10, Inc., DBA American Legion Post number 10, at 1905 H Street. This is Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. And let's start off with good afternoon, no, good morning still, Senator Neal, but let's hear from Ms. Duddleston and then Councilman Barlow. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston for business licensing today. This license was before you in December of 2014 when the City Council allowed the transfer for non-operational purposes only of this nonprofit license to the current applicant before you. Licensing has concerns. We just want to make it clear it's not with the individuals that are requesting before you. It is with the operations that they are proposing to conduct at this location. If you will remember, right, this location was previously administered by another nonprofit organization. During 2 years of time, there were 188 calls for Metro service, and this board had this organization before you for disciplinary action. That was eventually closed by the organization, and a new group has come forward to operate the same type of operation at the same location. The City Council in the past had required and limited hours at this location from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The American Legion Post that is before you today has come forward without any restrictions on their operations. They have the concerns that we've noted in their proposed operation is that they had proposed to rent out facilities. That is one of the issues that was at this location before, where the facility was being opened basically, or appeared to be opened to the public, or folks wanting to come in and rent this facility and use liquor at that facility, that were generating those calls for service. 3 of the operators are the same individuals that ran this facility unsuccessfully in the past. And we have not received a security plan or an operational proposal that would sufficiently differ this proposed operation from the operation in the past. And there has been no proposal to limit any of those hours. So with that, we just want to make it clear that it is not the individuals, it is the proposed operations that licensing has concerns about, that we would have the same type of operation in the past, where we're using a nonprofit liquor license for revenue generating purposes, which is not the purpose of this license. It is, however, under your code, the applicant's duty to explain to the City Council their suitability and the reasons to grant this license.
Thank you very much. Senator, please, and if you'll say your name again for the record, and this on this agenda item 50, please. And we do have your printed material, and if, gentlemen, you would like to come up and make comment too, I certainly would welcome you to the podium.
Yes, Madam Mayor, for the record, my name is Joe Neal. If it pleases the Mayor and Council, the issue that I understand here is one that has been said that the license, the general license, is inoperable at that location. That means that at 1905 H Street. Now and I'm here just to speak on behalf of Post 7 because I have some historical knowledge about the operation of that particular building. That building has been there for over 50 years. And when it was first built, I think we had a group of Chinese individuals who operated gaming, total gaming there. And then it was taken over by a lady by the name of Sarah Hughes and her husband, who operated that place as it was previously operated as the El Rio Club. Since then, we've had the building has changed into the hands of becoming a church and sat dormant. And then for the last 30 years or so, the Post has taken over that particular building. And being a part of the American Legion, these are former veterans of foreign wars. They have done an excellent job in terms of their participation in the community and keeping that property viable. I may also say, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, to you and the council, that the people here today are here representing the Post, and they're here because they were told that members of the community objected to them getting a general license, business license to operate, which meant that they would have liquor in the place. Well, we have no one here opposing that now. Only the people that are here are the people who is associated with the Post, and these are veterans of foreign wars. We got Vietnam veterans, World War II veterans, and Korean veterans, and some of it. I'm a retired veteran myself, and you just heard from one of the veterans who came here was also a retired Air Force veteran. We are not here to open a club where we entertain the general population. That is not why we're here. The license would be for those members who are part of the Legion, the American Legion, Post 10. That's what it's for. You've already issued a license and have a license for the Elks, in which I'm also a part of that particular organization too. But what you require the Elks to do is when they have individuals who come in as guests to sign a list. This, I believe, that the Post 10 will have no problem in doing that. Now, going back to the history of the property, you've had gaming there, you've had a church there, you've had the American Legion there, and what I see now is individuals who's trying to get together and show some camaraderie in terms of their service and be granted a license which they can participate and drink within that particular place. Now, to show you a description, to tell you about a description of the place, they have a 6-foot chain link fence around the place, and they have egress to the place from about 3 points, from 8th Street and from the street just south of that and from the back of the building. It's very well controlled. You just can't walk into the place. You have to go in through one of the portals that are available there. Now, the only outside activities that this lodge would have would be that they would have a barbecue or something like that, a fundraiser, in which they would cook outside of the building. All of the other activities are found within the building. Now, since I've been watching this situation and represented that particular area for quite some time, the question have been about the liquor license, whether or not there were too many in that particular area. We had some lawsuits down the street from us, in which was brought by my good friend Callister at one time, in which the city wanted to take a lawsuit from that area because they had too many in the area. I believe that this is one of those particular situations. If it is, we would like to know that, then we can deal with that. But hopefully that is not the case, because we have veterans here who have served this country and served them well. World War II veterans who fought the Nazis, veterans of Vietnam, veterans of the Korean War, all served very honestly and honorably in their service. And if you know about veterans, particularly white veterans, let me just say this. I happen to know that, being reared in the South up until I was about 16 or 18, that once you left there, you had about a 4 years in which you could develop yourself and do things and try to get on your feet. Then after that, the draft board will send you a notice that you come into service. I had that happen to me, and some of the gentlemen who were sitting here in this audience had that same experience. They wait until you get out of school, start making a career for yourself, then they draft you. One fellow told me that the same thing happened to him. He got out of school and had gone to Bible college, and he didn't acknowledge the draft notice, so they sent the FBI after him. But I only bring this up because when those individuals go in and serve under those circumstances and serve honorably to this country, then they should be given the respect that they are due when they come before a body such as this, asking for a license to sit down and enjoy their service and tell tales to others who have served in the same capacity that they have served, and sit down and enjoy that. You have granted more than 1 or 2 licenses in this city to the Veterans of Foreign Wars, to the American Legion. We're only asking that you do the same for black veterans in the community in which they serve in. And if you have any questions relative to whether or not we have security there. They have honored that and got a gentleman by the name of Albert Richards, who's a managing partner of a security firm, and that they have ordered to be grant security, see that that place is secure, whatever those people do in that security operation. But these are veterans. These are veterans. They have experience of handling situations. They know what to do. So you don't have the same requirement for the Veterans of Foreign Wars. You don't have the same requirement for the American Legion, other than this particular group in which you have not shown that they have any significant problems that involve this community. Now, if it's a question about the license and that you don't want any more license in that particular area, then say that. Then we can deal with that. But that seems not to be the case. I don't hear anyone saying that. But that seems to be what we're up against here. So, Madam President, Madam Mayor, excuse me.
I don't take anything from me.
Madam Mayor, for the life of me, I could not see why this license would be inoperable at that location.
Okay. Thank you
Because
very
we
much,
have,
Senator.
yes, because we have had, as I indicated, casinos, bar, liquor serving there, in and outside of the building. We did not have a 6-foot fence around the place at that particular time, and we called that the El Rio Club. So that is what I have to say. And if you have any question, we have people here who can answer that question. The post commander, who is sitting here, gave me permission to come up and try to make this case for them. And I hope that I have done them well.
Thank you.
And
And
letting you
gentlemen,
know what is actually
As-
happening. Thank you.
As we go forward into Memorial Day, thank you all for your service to this country. Wouldn't be here if it weren't for you
Yes.
and others who serve. so
Could I just have them to stand up for it? Who
We would
supporting
be
these,
honored
all
if
of
you
that
would announce
supporting
their
this,
names,
please stand up.
Senator, will you announce each one?
Yes, I noticed you got the fire chief there too, as part
Yes.
of that group there, former fire chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Councilman.
Thank you. And it's always great to hear from Senator Neal. I have to digress a little bit and go back to a number of issues that the senator brought forward in relation to this location, and some of the statements that were made. And my interpretation in regards to the word picture that has been painted as relates to veterans and as it relates to race. So I just want to put on the table that this is not an assault on veterans. This is not an assault on a race. This is a matter of what's good for community. That's what this item is all about. As we move forward with these discussions, one thing that I would like to point out is the fact that I salute all veterans, because my entire family has been a part of many wars. My uncles fought in World War I, World War II, the Korean War. My father fought in the Vietnam War. He's now since retired. And my brother fought in the Desert Storm, who's since retired from the Army. So when it comes to military personnel and those men and women who have fought deliberately on behalf of the freedoms in which we all share today, my hat goes off to them, and I pay homage to each and every one of those men and women in our armed services, those who have gone on and those who are still with us, to include those who continue to represent us out on the battlefield. What this is about is the protection of community. The senator mentioned that there's no one here to oppose this item, but Senator, let me share with you and the rest of the party that we have before us here in the audience today. There are a lot of opposition, and there is a lot of opposition, I should say, in regards to this, because my office has a list of calls that have come in, not just yesterday, but over the course of every time this item comes before us, as far as asking that there be no liquor at this location. And it's not an assault against the veterans. They support the American Legion being at this location. I support the American Legion being at this location. Okay? I've had 7 meetings with the members of the American Legion. The last meeting was at their location. And what I shared with them was the concerns of what the residents, what Metro had shared, and also my concerns as it relates to what I consider and what the city consider, and we'll speak to that in just a moment, as far as oversaturation in the area. So for me, it's a very difficult position to be in because I support the group. However, I also have a responsibility to support the constituents whom in which have selected me to represent on their behalf. So I hope no one takes this personal. I'm for sure not taking it personal because I have a job to do as a representative of Ward 5. If you draw a half-mile radius from the point in which this applicant or this application is coming before us, within a half-mile radius, we have 7 liquor establishments within a half-mile radius. I've had my staff to blow the city up on a map and show me, with the exception of Fremont Street, where in the city are there 7 liquor establishments within a half-mile radius, and there's only one location, and that location is in Ward 5. I asked where, outside of downtown, Fremont Street in particular, where are the liquor establishments in the city? And there's a conglomerate number of liquor establishments all throughout Ward 5 in comparison to the other wards. And then you want to look at disparity studies. We talk about education, health, economics, unemployment. They all center around this very intricate area where liquor is oversaturated. We have the highest number of dropouts. We have the highest number of unemployment. We have the highest number of health issues. And we have the highest number of arrests. We have the highest number of alcohol establishments. And that's not good for any community. So when I look at this from a data and a statistical standpoint, there's issues that we have to address, even amongst ourselves. And we have to be open and honest with this conversation. Our Director of Business Licensing, Karen Duddleson, will be bringing before this body this year, in short order, what is the terminology?
Packaged liquor.
A packaged liquor, where you're holding them off, where they're temporary.
A moratorium.
Moratorium, thank you. She'll be bringing before this body a moratorium citywide as it relates to liquor because of the issues that we're having in regards to churches closing down, liquor stores opening up, right? Barbershop closes, liquor store opens up. Just within the last 30 to 60 days, we've had more liquor licenses applications come before this body than we ever have before. So we have to not only address this as a city, but I, as a representative of Ward 5, have to address this as a ward because I have major issues taking place throughout my ward. And in particular, right here on a street where we have 7Cs, which is approximately 700 feet away from this location. We have the VFW, Elks, or the VFW, which is approximately 1,200 feet from this location. We have the Elks, which is approximately 2,200 feet away. We have the Family Food Market that sells liquor, which is 900 feet away. And we have Bell's Market, which is approximately 1,000 feet. And then we have Bilo Market, which is approximately 1,200 feet away from this location. So it's not a matter of veterans having an opportunity to meet with each other. It's a matter of saturation of an item that the community has asked me to protect them against. I'll share this again with the American Legion number 10. I will assist in finding you an appropriate location within the ward outside of this half-mile radius. I will do that. I've shared that with you at your meeting, and I still stand behind that. In addition to that, when I was at your meeting with my chief of staff, I shared with you all, if you want support for this, go talk to the neighbors, host a neighborhood meeting. And you all didn't do that. You didn't host a neighborhood meeting. You didn't talk to the neighbors. And so therefore, you know, I'm left with the same position that I was when I left you the last time. So as staff mentioned, for their own reasonings, which I had absolutely nothing to do with, it was their own observation and research that they did on their own as to the recommendation of denial. Metro does not support it. The neighbors emphatically shared with me as of early as yesterday that they didn't support it. When I campaigned and knocked on doors throughout Berkeley Square and the other neighborhoods adjacent to it, and I asked them when I was on the campaign trail just approximately 45 days ago, I said, oh, by the way, this application is coming back before us. What are your thoughts? And their response was that our neighborhood has not been this quiet outside of the gang activity that has been going on in a very long time. And we would like to keep it that way, Councilman. And so that's resonating to me as the representative of this area. So I don't want you all to take it as though Ricky Barlow is against the American Legion. No, I'm not. I'm not against the American Legion. I'm not against the VFW. I have to represent areas of concern, which are real concerns for the community. We have a resident that has been living across the street from the American Legion, Post 10, for over 60 years. And I spoke to her. And she says, I don't want anything that close to me anymore. She says, my neighborhood is just fine if we can just get these little black boys a job and we can cut down on all this gang activity coming up and down the street. That's resounding. And that's from a lady that well into her probably late 80s, 90s. And so when I hear that from the ground level, I have to pay attention and I must respond accordingly. So for that, Mayor and Council, I just wanted you all just to get a backdrop of what I'm dealing with here as it relates to the number of liquor and beer and wine establishments within less than a half-mile radius of this application. And so I'll hold off any motions from this point to hear any further comments from the council or from the public at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. If you'd please make sure we have your name again.
Yes.
Make your comments.
To the mayor and all the council members, this is Robert Swift, American Legion member for 30 years. I'm here to respond to what Councilman Barlow said about relocation that was brought up in our previous meeting. But he failed to understand that we are stricken for money. We don't have any kind of money to relocate it because that building is paid for. And I don't know how we could be relocated unless we could borrow some extra amount of money from the city or someone to relocate that's an impossible task. And on to the constituents, we have put out several petitions in that area, at least 25 or 30 petitions in that general location, and we didn't have nobody have no opposition in us having liquor in that particular location. And back to other statements were made about what happened in the previous.
If I just may interrupt, would you present the
Pardon me?
signatures? Would you present the signatures? The petitions?
I can rank them at another meeting. I have 25 or 30, yes, petitions. I don't have them with me at this particular time. Yes. So what I'm saying to you is we've talked to several people in the community, and we didn't have no opposition from anyone, you know. So if you need petitions, we can establish that probably the next meeting or whenever you need those, we can bring those petitions. Would that be possible?
That's fine with me. If you want to present that, I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay. All right.
So in that case, you would obey this item?
I'm not obeying it, no.
Okay. Was anyone else wanting to speak on this particular issue? I think we have someone also that would like to, and make sure you give us your name, please. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, my name is William McCurdy. I live in the 89106 area. I'd like to ask the question, what is the city ordinance on liquor being close to school, or to a church?
Ms. Duddleston? Or Mr. Perigo, or whomever?
I'll give Mr. Perigo a chance to get here. For the record, Karen Duddleston. From most protected uses is 400 feet.
Correct.
However, a nonprofit license does not require land use, so I would have to check to see if there's a distance separation for a nonprofit license.
As far as the liquor, to answer this question, is 300 feet from a child care facility, park, and school.
Okay. Thank you. Wherever Mr. McCurdy.
But as far as the nonprofit, I don't know the status of the nonprofit. That's for a for-profit. But I would like to know the answer
Correct.
as it relates
I'll
to
see if we can
a
get
nonprofit.
the nonprofit.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this, please come forward and state your name. Appreciate hearing from you.
Again, my name is Horace Atkinson, A-T-K-I-N-S-O-N. I think I spoke briefly before, out of order.
No, you were
But,
not. It's just you had a
I'd like
presentation.
to ask a few questions here. I think Councilman Barlow.
And if you'll pull your microphone closer
Yes,
to you a little bit, you could bend it, it moves.
To the statement that Councilman Barlow made about the area that we have our home in. I think he mentioned something like 7 places that has license, but understandable, these are different type of license in this location. He also mentioned that the VFW were located down past the Southern Seas, which is no longer there. I would just like to mention that our organization represents the 89106 zip code and the 89108 zip code.
Oh.
We are the only veteran organization in those 2 zip code areas. We are there to serve the veteran, to assist them in need, and so forth. I like to mention also that we are the only veteran organization, to my knowledge, in the state of Nevada who has a home and no canteen. So, like I say, we have a motto in the state for the community, state, and nation. We do not only serve veterans, we serve all parts of this community. Like I said, we purchased this home at this location, which is 1905 8th Street, some 5 years ago. We have worked diligent to get this post up and running to serve the individual. I know that this is our home, and without liquor license, we cannot maintain this home. It's like having a home without furniture in it. So I thank you all for listening to me this morning. Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to find out, Councilman, if you would know which piece of, because both Councilwoman Tarkanian and Councilman Anthony each also have part of 89108. And I'm wondering which part, Mr. Atkinson said it is 106 and a piece of 108.
108 starts on Jones.
Well, I'm trying to figure out if it's Councilwoman's or Councilman Anthony's 108, because with the redistribution.
I'm not familiar with when he made the statement as to they represent the 89106 and 108 zip codes. I don't know what he meant by that representation.
Do you have anything, Ms. Duddleston, that would show what part of 8? I know, but I'm not sure in whose ward that is.
I know that a portion of it is Councilwoman. The further you go west from Jones,
Yes.
The Councilwoman represents the 108 towards the 95, and the Councilman represents the 108 on the west side of the 95 by Mountain View, up in that area.
Okay. Thank you. It's just a point of
Your
information.
Your
for
Honor,
me.
we're going to see if we can pull up a zip code map that we can lay down. I did get clarification with fraternal organizations. There is no distance separations currently in your code from schools or any other protected uses.
Thank you. And Ms. Duddleston, allow me to ask you this question. What is the premise behind the moratorium that you're proposing to bring before the council?
The moratorium that we've been discussing and a new ordinance proposal for the council's consideration is specifically on packaged liquor, so it's on off-sale liquor.
Okay, so it's the off-sale?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Could I ask one more question, too? Special use permits, I mean, not a consistent permanent liquor license, but for events, how often can one have, so you can have a gathering, who cares? Are you limited? You can't have more than 2 a week or 2 a month or something? If you wanted to have a special use permit to have liquor, what is that?
It depends on the type. If they're doing a special event where they're inviting the public, even with this type of license, should it be granted, they would have to have a special event permit and get a 1-day liquor license or hire a liquor caterer. If they are having private events and they want to hire a liquor caterer, that liquor caterer can perform up to 16 events per month. So the location could have more than that if they had different liquor caterers. Those are private events. They are closed. They are not open. But the liquor caterer is responsible both for the liquor, for the serving personnel, and to make sure that there is then a security at that location.
Okay, so they can do up to 16 events on a special, and that holds also for a not-for-profit, Ms. Duddleston?
That is under a liquor caterer license. We have licensed liquor caterers that have events. They might have one in someone's home. They might have one at a banquet hall. They're private events. They cater weddings, a variety.
Okay, what I'm thinking of is, as at least a way to try out, does this work? One could go ahead, under these circumstances that you've mentioned, holding up to 16 in a month. You could hold, but not a big event. I'm thinking of more the intimate thing that they're discussing for events, to give it at least the trial time for you to make the assessment on behalf of everything in the neighborhood, and that it's not granting a permanent license or temporary license, but they could have liquor 16 times in a month. That's a lot.
And just to clarify, that would depend on that liquor caterer can pull that many permits a month. So if they already have other events going on, that's all they do. But yes, we look at those permits individually. Each one, they apply for an event for a specified period of time, specified date, at a specified location for a specified private purpose.
But just as an argument right here, is it possible they could come forward and say, every single Tuesday and Thursday, we would like to have this event held. It'll be small. It'll be for 50 men and women at this location for a month or 2 months, the same caterer, the same service, everything from these hours every single Tuesday and Thursday for a month. Could they do that?
A licensed liquor caterer could request those permits of business licensing, yes.
So and then you can assess it. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just to answer your question relative to 89106 and 89108, that is a charter that was granted by the American Legion, and to include those zip codes. That's what that represent, yes.
Okay, no, I was just curious where, okay. So which piece of the 8, can you, Senator, when you look at the map here that's up there, it would include all of 8 with 6 or just those 2?
It's my understanding when they get a charter based on those 2 zip codes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So you're green?
Yes, just to reiterate what he said, it's maybe a little confusion, but we recruit most of our members from 89106 and 89108 from the Department of Nevada.
No,
those
I mean,
are 2
that's
zip
fine.
codes that,
Yeah, I
that
was
they
just
designate to
curious
us.
because then with the redistricting that we've had, the different council people become part of responsibility to different areas, and I couldn't visualize it, so now I see
I
it.
also like to mention that we do have the license, like you said, but they're in non-operational
Thank
status
you.
at this moment.
Thanks so much. Okay, Councilman.
Okay. So, Mayor, I like your recommendation in regards to the catering. So how would that work as it relates to this application, should they choose to operate in that fashion as far as special events? Do they need approval of this application, or is that a subsequent application, or can they do that currently under what they have?
They can do that currently.
Okay,
So you could take no action on this item today,
right.
and no action is taken. They have their non-operational liquor license. They would have to come back to you at a future time. Or you could deny the license today, and they would not be able to come back before you for 1 year for consideration of a liquor license, of a nonprofit liquor license if it's denied today.
So let me ask you this question, because there was commentary in relation to veterans getting together to have a drink, right? What's to stop them today from going into this facility and having a drink if one of them chooses to bring in a bottle of whiskey and sit around at a table and share that amongst their peers and talk about, old war stories, right? What would stop them from doing that today? Is there any?
Let me answer 2 things. This license actually allows them to sell to their members.
I understand what this license does, but this license aside, I'm asking a subsequent question, and that is, what would stop one today, under the current situation, from going in and bringing in a bottle of whiskey and just sitting around the table and sharing it amongst their peers?
It would depend on what licenses they have. You cannot have alcohol on a licensed business. So if they got a banquet hall license or something like that, if they are a revenue producing organization, they cannot have liquor there unless they have a liquor license or a liquor caterer performing that. If it's a private facility, someone's home, a homeowners association, those sorts of things, they can do that as long as they are not selling. The license they requested from you was so that they could open inside their facility a bar to sell drinks to their members.
And how many members on record do we have?
We have received 2 lists. We received an initial list, which we found inadequate, and they have supplemented that list. They must have 100 bona fide members to be eligible for this license. We're reviewing that second list at this time to find out if they are bona fide members for that supplemental list, but they could not be issued the license until we had verified that.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to honor the residents' wishes in regards to opposing the request of liquor while working with the American Legion to do one of several things: finding an alternate location, two, working out some future opportunity for the special event request. So at this time, a motion would be for denial of the application.
And therefore, if I may question you and question our staff, they cannot come back for a year, correct, with this motion?
Correct. If they are denied a liquor license, it would be 1 year before they could request a new license from the City Council.
So the follow-up question is, Councilman, it's not challengingly you or anything. There's no way to look at this to let them to try to have liquor through some private way, not selling it, but among maybe their members, to try it under this self-catering or whatever it's called for a couple of months and see how it works in the neighborhood, then readdress it, and based on how that goes, which gives time as well to see how the neighbors feel with it, because the year's a long way off. So that's only my question, is just trying, while you look for another site, but hearing that they have no money, but they do want to sit around, the easiest way that they could do 16 for a month, so you can't see anything in a month, so 2 months' time of having 16 a month, those 32 events quietly with a caterer, having liquor but not selling it to anybody, gives you time to readdress it, and then you'll say absolutely not at that time. But right now, what you're saying, and if I'm correct, you are saying I'm denying this for a full year while you're going to work. So that's your motion that's going to stand? Okay. Okay. So there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Okay, the motion carries, and you're going to continue to work, as you said, with them to find new location. So thank you. The motion's been denied, which means for a year, you can come back in a year, but meanwhile, Councilman Barlow's going to work with you to try to find a new location. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 51. Okay, public hearing and discussion for possible action regarding the Clark County Regional Flood Control District CCR FCD Master Plan Amendment MPA, which provides the most cost-effective structural and regulatory means of protecting structures from floodwaters of the district, and to address recent revisions to the roadway network of Kyle Canyon Master Plan Community KCMPC, bounded by Grand Teton Drive to the south, Pulley Road to the west, Fort Apache to the east, Moccasin Avenue to the north. This is in Ward 6, and here he comes with Councilman Steve Ross, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
and
Mayor.
please state your name for the record.
Yeah. For the record, I'm Alan Pavelka, City Engineer with the City of Las Vegas, and with me I have Osan Kwan. He's our Flood Control Manager, also with the City of Las Vegas.
Okay. And everybody, if you come in, could you please keep your voices to a bare minimum, because it's hard to hear. Thank you.
The agenda item that we have here to discuss is revisions to the Clark County Regional Flood Control District's 2008 Master Plan update for Kyle Canyon Master Planned Community, recently renamed the Sky Canyon Master Plan Community. To satisfy the requirements of NRAS, a public hearing must be held prior to possible action for adoption to the proposed master plan amendment. The proposed master plan amendment addresses drainage revisions due to the revisions to the Kyle Canyon Master Plan Communities Road Network, which was adopted into the new city master plan for streets and highways. We brought some exhibits here to show you the differences in the plan. In the 2008 master plan update, the drainage facilities intercepting drainage flows on the east border of the Red Rock Canyon National Conservation Area. Then they followed the future Sheep's Mountain Parkway alignment up to Moccasin Road. With the new revisions to the master plan, it adapts the roadways in the Sky Canyon development. It intercepts the drainage coming out of the Red Rock Canyon National Conservation Area into detention basins, shown here in yellow. And those reduced flows then are conveyed through the new street network.
Is there any way to make that map a little brighter? Is there any, that's it? Okay.
I'm not sure.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So it diverts those flows from the detention bases along the new street alignment through natural arroyal swales and then later on downstream by channels and storm drains. The amended facilities are estimated to cost $94 million. The existing 2008 MPU facilities are estimated at $123.5 million, which is approximately $29.5 million more than the proposed amended facilities. The proposed amendment to the MPU is consistent with the general principles set forth in subsection 3 of NRS. This MPA represents the most cost-effective structural and regulatory means of protecting structures from floodwaters within the district. These facilities do not adversely affect the continued implementation of the MPU, and Public Works is recommending approval of this item, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Anything you would like to add, sir? Okay, any questions from up here? This is a public hearing, and I declare it open. If anybody on agenda item 51 would like to come up and speak, please do state your name for the record, and we'll set the timer for 3 minutes. Okay, hearing none. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out through you, Mayor, to the rest of the council and to our audience this afternoon, that detention basin that you see in that lower left-hand corner of the screen there is the Kyle Canyon Detention Basin, and how significant that basin was due to the Carpenter 1 fires in Kyle Canyon and that flood from last year, actually almost 2 years now. It was a tremendous save, as all of those homes to the east of that existing facility would have been in peril. Thanks, Osang. Appreciate that. It would have been a mess, an absolute mess. We would have lost lives. We would have lost buildings, businesses. I mean, it would have been very ugly. So I appreciate the hard work you guys have put into all this. I know it's been challenging going through another developer agreement again for this location.
Question?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is our new national monument there?
It is
near the
right
flood.
there. There it is.
Also, as those channels are set off there, what does that do to the preserve?
Well, the preserve will always have natural flow on it. I'm not a hydrologist, but it'll always have natural flow anyway. But this is going to be picking up systems down the road here, and this will all be underground eventually one day. So,
okay, thank you.
You want to add to that?
I was just going to say, and it's my understanding there is, that is being looked at with this whole transfer of land. So.
Yeah, and just to highlight too, the project under construction today out on that side of town, Grand Teton is getting wrapped up. It sounds like, I believe they're on schedule with that facility. So the people that have been dealing with all that construction, it's soon going to go away. He did mention Sky Canyon, which is a fabulous development. Mary, you were there at the grand opening, I think, with me, and spoke of the Sky Canyon development. Osang, you want to point where that is on that map, where the Sky Canyon development is going to be? So that's that whole area right there. And we're real excited about that. 9,000 homes, some businesses, a gaming overlay district. And 4 neighborhoods are already in construction, and schools. And so,
and parks.
And parks, and a wonderful, wonderful project. So, gentlemen, I appreciate your efforts. And with that, Mayor, I would move to approve the agenda item 51.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Question, comments?
Yeah,
Councilman?
I'm going to support the motion, but I just wanted to answer on this issue. Have all the drainage areas been dredged and ready to go, scraped as deep as they can be for this monsoon season coming?
I'm not sure positively, but I think so. I mean, I'll verify with our operations.
Mayor, City Council, Orlando Sanchez. Yes, Jerry Walker and his team are on top of that, and I believe they've all been dredged and they're ready for the monsoonal season.
Okay. I know we're going to have maybe a bad year for water, apparently, since the forecasts have changed to now a super El Nino coming, so I don't know what that means. It depends on your little area, but I'm glad we're where we are. If Councilman Ross hadn't started working on this early, we'd be in deep trouble. And we ducked a bullet once and then again, and boy, another one, we're in trouble. So keep digging.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I can comment to Councilman Coffin's comments, Jerry Walker saved the city millions of dollars in this effort to clean that whole Kyle Canyon detention basin had debris in it up to 21 feet high. It was an absolute mess. So kudos to him and his team for saving the money and getting it ready. So we're ready for monsoon season again, and we're going to kick off monsoon season next month, I believe. So.
Okay, so your motion?
My motion is to approve agenda item 51.
Please, there's a motion. Please vote on agenda item 51 to approve. You don't have a what? Okay.
Thank you.
Please vote, please post. Thank you. The motion carries. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Agenda item 52, boards and commissions. For possible action, Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, Marco Rauda, term expiration September 7th, 2015, has resigned. Procedure for this board requires appointment by the City Council. Any member of the City Council may make a recommendation to replace Marco Rauda. Councilman Barlow, I understand you have a recommendation.
I do, Mayor, and I thank you so very much. And want to thank Mr. Rauda for a wonderful job as far as representing on behalf of the city for the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority. He unfortunately took employment, which would limit his ability to continue to move forward on the Housing Authority.
So that's a good reason.
So I do want to thank him. In replace, I would like to recommend William McCurdy. And the reason I would like to recommend him is because, one, he served as an employee for over 15 years. And in addition to that, he, for approximately a decade, hosted the senior events on behalf of the Housing Authority. I believe it was called Aging. Celebration of Aging for many years, for close to a decade at the Housing Authority. And so to fulfill the unexpired term of Mr. Rauda, the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority really needs someone of his caliber, his education, and institutional knowledge to continue to move the issues as it relates to seniors forward. And so for that, my recommendation will be to appoint Mr. William McCurdy as Mr. Rauda's replacement at this time. That'll be my motion.
And that's a wonderful recommendation. I know Mr. McCurdy well for too many years to mention. Very reliable, always on target, always making his meetings, and you don't need a second, but I seconded it anyway. So this would be till the 7th of September, at which point this would come back for a reassignment or whatever. So, all right, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. McCurdy. Could you stand up so everybody can see you in case they have issues they'd like to call you or text you or do something? Bill McCurdy, longtime Las Vegas. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, agenda item 53 for possible action, Planning Commission. Richard Bonar, term expiration June of 2017, has resigned. Procedure for this board is recommendation by appropriate member of council with approval of the council. Councilman Beers, as Ward 2 council person, is appointing a new recommendation, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. With a sincere thank you to Mr. Bonar, I would like to appoint Glenn Trowbridge to the Planning Commission.
Okay. There's a motion to appoint Glenn Trowbridge. Pardon? Yes, he is. He's an assembly person, a fill-in. He's an appointment as an assembly person. But
My question, Your Honor, if I could ask to make a motion, have you researched to make sure that a sitting legislator can serve on a appointed board?
I've been not asked to research that, but I'm not aware of any conflict that would prevent it.
Okay, well, if it does, we could always talk about it later, then if that's a fact.
And again, this is a term fill-in to 2017 June, but I know I speak on this behalf of the entire community and this council to Planning Commissioner Bonar. We wish you the best, and we thank you for your service. You've been stellar for this entire community for as long as I can remember. And we wish you well.
Mayor,
Yes, please.
Question before the motion. I support it. Did Trowbridge serve before? He was the planning commission before, the same Trowbridge, right? Yeah, he did a wonderful job. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we're talking about the same person. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you. And Councilman Coffin,
I
comment?
suppose it's appropriate now, at the same time, since we didn't get a chance to honor Dick Bonar beforehand, maybe because he's ill, and that's the reason he's resigning. And it's really sad, because I've known Dick since he came to Las Vegas. I think he went to work for SUMA, something like that, very early. Oh, he just gave us everything. His energy to serve on Blue Ribbon commissions and his participation in all the local governments as well as the state government. It makes me sad that he has to resign. So we'll all remember his service, not just on the Planning Commission, but everything else Dick accomplished over the years. Thank you, Dick Bonar.
Absolutely. I mean, what he has done through Howard Hughes Corporation and the formation of the entire Summerlin area has been unequaled. I think he's been phenomenal. So there was a motion made by Councilman Beers to fill us with Assemblyman Trowbridge, and that motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to Agenda Item 54, discussion for possible action on appointments of council members to various City of Las Vegas and other jurisdictional boards, commissions, and authority. My recommendations are, shall I just read down the list one by one? Okay, we're going to do it by ward. These are appointments for 2015 through 2019. Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian to serve on the Las Vegas Springs Preserve, the Regional Flood Control District, the Regional Transportation, the Southern Nevada Health District, the Debt Management Commission, the Las Vegas, no, she's not an alternative because we don't do that anymore. The Southern Nevada Regional, no, we took her off that. We just did that. Isn't that what I just mentioned? Oh, we did put her on that. Thank you. The Southern Nevada Regional Planning, she's accepted that reassignment. For Councilman Beers, Ward 2, Chief Local Elected Officials Consortium, Oversight Panel for School Facilities, Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition, Yucca Mountain Nuclear Repository Commission, Southern Nevada Health District, and the City of Las Vegas Audit Oversight Committee. For Councilman Coffin, Ward 3, City of Las Vegas Oversight Committee, Audit Oversight, Recommending Committee, Las Vegas Centennial Commission, Southern Nevada Water Authority, Yucca Mountain Nuclear Repository Commission. For Councilman Stavros Anthony, Ward 4, the Recommending Committee, the Metropolitan Police Fiscal Affairs, the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition alternate, the Southern Nevada Water Authority alternate, and the Local Law Enforcement Advisory Commissions. For Ward 5, Councilman Ricky Barlow, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, the Recommending Committee, the Las Vegas Centennial Commission, the Nevada League of Cities, and the National League of Cities, the Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Board, the Metro Fiscal Affairs. And for Ward 6, Councilman Steve Ross, Mayor Pro Tem, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, and he sits on the Building Committee, the Nellis Civilian Military Council alternate, the Ice Age When It Comes to Be, he is being recommended for the Ice Age National Monument, Tule Springs. He's not old enough. And which leaves, and I know there's one more piece, for my assignments, the Commission for the Las Vegas Centennial, the Nellis Civilian Military Council Executive Board, the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance, the Regional Flood Control District, the Regional Rapid Transport, and the Regional Transportation Commission, and then the Southern Nevada Health District alternate. And therefore, that is my motion. And if you will all please vote on that slate. And will you please post? And that motion carries, and you will advise Councilwoman that she has picked up a new committee. Okay, and then I have a note here. It says, okay, it's after the vote. I already did it during the vote, but after the vote, I'm making a record, an oral record, to have Mayor Pro Tem Steve Ross assigned to the National Ice Age National Monument Board when that time comes, and Tule Springs Board when it's notified to appoint a member. So that's number 54, and on we go. 55. Thank you all. Recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2015-21. Councilman Ross, would you like the bill read?
Please, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-21, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas Nevada Special Improvement District 1485, Alta Drive Landscape Maintenance for FY 2016, providing for the payment of the cost of expenses, maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details of connection here.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make a motion?
Move to approve, Mayor.
There's a motion to approve on agenda item 5.5. Please vote, please post. That motion carries. On agenda item 56, bill number 2015-22, would you care to have the bill read?
Please, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-22, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas Nevada Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District FY 2016, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the cost and expenses of the commercial area vitalization project, assessing the cost of the project against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying and approving, confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Motion to approve, Mayor.
There's a motion here. And just to explain, please vote and please post. Councilman Barlow, I believe, was out of town during the last meeting, and I'd ask Mayor Pro Tem to fill in, but as you heard me mention, the standing recommending committee is Councilman Anthony, Barlow, and Coffin. So going on to agenda item, now where are we, 57, bill number 2015-25. Councilman, would you like to have the bill read?
I would, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2015-25, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the land to be annexed, because they have subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
Move for approval, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on bill number 57. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 58, recommending committee, bill eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 58 and 59, bills 2015-23 and 2015-24 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. Bill 60, new bills. Items 60 and 61, bills 2015-26 and 2015-27 will be heard at the recommending committee Monday, June 1st, 2015. Would you please read these new bills?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. If I could, before I read them, verify with the clerk that on items number 46, 47, and 48, those are the three resolutions that were pulled off the consent agenda for discussion and were passed by the council today. They had an incorrect date in each of them of May 6th and it was to be changed to May 20th. I just wanted to verify that that's part of the record.
Correct. We did note it.
Very good. Thank you. With that, Your Honor, I'll be happy to read Bill number 2015-26 in order to include a federal fingerprint check and suitability approval investigations pertaining to smoke shops and private-related matters, and Bill number 2015-27 in order to repeal and replace LVMC Chapter 12.02 pertaining to special events, making corresponding adjustments to Title VI alcohol beverage regulations, and provide for related matters.
Okay, these new bills, 2015-26, thank you, Mr. Jervik, 2015-27, are assigned to Councilmen Anthony, Barlow, and Coffin. Thank you. And the morning session of City Council now is in recess.
Mayor, Tarkanian will be sitting in for Councilman Anthony.
Okay, Councilwoman Tarkanian will be sitting for Councilman Anthony on
And
this
Mayor, before
one.
you recess this, if I may,
Yes.
those folks that are here from Los Prados, welcome to City Council. It's going to be a while, so don't get too antsy and don't go anywhere. We'd like to hear what you have to say, so just wanted to point that out.
What do we figure a break for, recess for?
Luann, how much time do you guys need?
How much to switch over and do? It's 1 o'clock? 1:30? Okay. So 1:30, which means you're allowed to go around. The restrooms are somewhere out there. Where are they? Out there, that way? Yeah. I'm sorry, I wish we had a cafeteria that was open. We do have, we have Jimmy John's outside downstairs. Those are sandwiches and salads outside. And then we have what? MTO. MTO directly across Okay, everyone, if you'll take your seats, we will proceed on. Reconvene. Okay. Okay, well, starting off with agenda item 62. For possible action, any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
There are none, Mayor.
Thank you. We will then move on to agenda item 63. Okay. EOT 58598, extension of time, variance. Applicant, Touchstone Living, Inc., owner THM Enterprises, Inc., for possible action on a request for an extension of time and approved variance, VAR 47607, to allow 6-foot perimeter retaining walls where 3.5 feet is the maximum allowed on 55 gross acres at the southeast corner of Lone Mountain and Pooley Roads, APNs 13701-101-001, 009, 010, and 011, excuse me. Also 137-01201-001, 002, 003, and 011 and 012, and 137-01301-001 and 002. PD Planned Development Zone L for Low Density Residential, ML Medium Low Density Residential, Lone Mountain West Special Land Use Designation. This is in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony. Staff recommends approval. And
Consent agenda items.
okay.
Two for the consent agenda. You just read it.
Okay, and items 63 and 64 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and recommended for approval by Planning Department. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda. May I have that? But let me read now. Oh, since I did 63, I'll do 64.
And that would be my motion too, Mayor.
Okay. EOT 58601, extension of time variance, applicant Touchstone Living, Inc., owner THM Enterprises, Inc., for possible action request for an extension of time of an approved variance, VAR 47609, to allow 40-foot wide private streets with no sidewalks where 47-foot wide streets with sidewalks and amenity zones on both sides are required on 55 gross acres, southeast corner, Lone Mountain Road, Pooley Road, APMs 1 through 7, 01, 101, 001, 009, 010, and 011. 13701, 201-001, 002, 003, 011, 012, and 13701, 301, 001, and 002, PD Plan Development Zone, L, Low Density Residential, ML, Medium Low Density Residential, Lone Mountain West Special Land Use Designation, Ward 4. Councilman Anthony, staff recommends approval. So, here we go, Councilman.
Move to approve the consent agenda, Mayor.
Thank you. The motion to approve, please vote and please
Guess I better sign
post. Those were items 6.3 and 6.4. And please post. Motion carries. Agenda items 65, 66, and 67 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no conditional changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the City Council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 65 is RQR 57925, applicant owner Fisher Brothers, Las Vegas, LLC, for possible action or request for a required review of an approved variance V-0058-94 to allow a 40-foot tall 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign, 600 feet from another off-premise sign, where 750 feet is the minimum separation required at 2900 Sirius Avenue M, which is industrial zone with Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Agenda item 66, RQR 57931, applicant out front media owner Michelle Acciardi for possible action on a request for a required review of the special use permit U0025-96 for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign adjacent to the west side of Rancho Drive, approximately 250 feet south of Alexander, C-2 General Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. And agenda item 67, SUP 57969, applicant AMC Theaters, Inc., owner 2199 North Rainbow Boulevard Holdings, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 49,827 square foot beer, wine cooler on sale establishment use within an existing commercial recreational amusement indoor movie theater at 2321 North Rainbow Boulevard, C-1 Limited Commercial Zone, also in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Items 65 and 66 are recommended for approval by staff. And
Madam
item
Mayor.
67, I'll be right with you, is recommended for approval by staff and the Planning Commission. All items are public hearings, which I declare open. Anybody wishes to be heard on any of these before I ask council? Okay, hearing none, we will start off with agenda item 65.
Well, since this was one motion, one vote, I just wanted to indicate that I'm fine with 65 with the 3-year review.
Three-year review. So let's take them one at a time. Let's have a motion on the agenda. Even though it's one, you can't do it. I'd rather, since they're different council people in different wards. We'll take councilmen's together.
So then I move to approve item 65 with a 3-year review.
Thank you. There's a motion on item 65. Please vote with a 3-year review. And please post. Motion carries. Now on agenda item 66 and 67. These are both in Councilman Barlow's ward, and how say you so?
Move for approval.
Thank
on
you.
item 66 and 67.
Fine. Thank you. There's a motion on 66, 67 to approve. Please.
And Mayor, just as a caveat, if you don't mind, on item 67, I'm only voting on this because my wife has told me to. So, just for
Wow.
point of clarification.
Power she has.
Power to the women. I love it. Motion carries.
Do you go to this theater?
Okay, we're now on to agenda item 68, 69. GPA, I hate these acronyms. GPA, what does that stand for?
General Plan Amendment.
General Plan Amendment. We'll do them with all. 57590, a request for a general plan amendment from R Rural Density Residential and RNP Rural Neighborhood Preservation to L Low Density Residential, and 69ZON 57591, a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residential. The applicant is D.R. Horton. The owner is 303 Cotton LLC et al. on 20 acres at the northeast corner of Elkhorn Road, Wallapai Way. Staff and planning both recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross of public hearings, which I declare open. Is the representative or applicant present?
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Gronauer. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in this matter. And if you may, I can give the presentation, or I don't know if you need to hear from staff.
I will always hear from staff, so go ahead, please.
Okay. Madam Mayor, staff finds that this request will act as a buffer between the larger residential properties on the east and the more dense residential properties on the west, and recommends approval.
Thank you very much.
Again, Bob Gronauer, I'm here representing D.R. Horton. With respect, if I could get your attention to the overhead. We have approximately 20 acres of property, which is located here, which is along Wallapai and Severance, and you have Elkhorn, which runs east and west here. This is located in the northwest area of the city of Las Vegas. This property was just recently annexed into the city. It's, as I said, it's 20 acres in the county. It was approved to be developed up to 3.5 units to the acre, which would be about 70 homes on the property itself. What we have done, we've been working with the neighbors in this area. We've been working with your staff. We have received approval from Pinnacle Homes, from Frank Wyatt, with respect to the proposed development that we're proposing here for the R1 zoning and the low-density general plan amendment. We've been working with the two neighbors in this area here. Just recently, we just was meeting with Miss Bruce and her husband on Monday to talk about the development itself. What we have before you today is just a general plan amendment and the zone change. What we will be coming back with a site plan, which is a proposed tentative map here today that you're not going to approve, but I just need to put it on the record in good faith and working with the neighbors out here so they can understand what we're proposing. We have 60 lots here that is being proposed. This will be on the tentative map when I come back to you again within the next 60 days or so. One of the things with the neighbors, the two neighbors that live here, they're interested in vacating Eula, which runs north and south. One of the things that we're going to need to do is work with the county and the city about potentially vacating Eula in this area. As I said, in this here, we have approximately 60 homes that we're going to be proposing. So you'll be seeing this as we come along. And one of the conditions that we've agreed to is that we're going to be conditioning along the eastern property line to ensure that we're doing single-story homes, such as what I am showing you here. That being said, we'd ask you to follow the recommendation from your staff on the two matters and the recommendation from the Planning Commission. And I'll be back to report to you on the tentative map of where we are and working with the neighbors on the finite details of the map when we're ready to move forward.
Lovely homes.
Yes.
Anyone wishing to be heard from the public, please come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Mark Simon, 9780 Whittick. I'm one of the neighbors. I oppose this. This area is not, it's overloaded with people as it is now. There's nowhere to drive. I guess closing off Eula is not going to be much better either. There's other parcels that are in that. This is a 4-block by 4-block circumference, basically, okay? We held Toll Brothers to 2 homes per acre, okay? And we expect everybody else to abide by that. I disapprove of it. That area is not conducive to all of these homes. There's nowhere to drive. You have Severance on one side and Wallapai, which is half a street basically, because it's not finished yet. And we were told that you would never do that on the buffer zone. That was the object of a buffer zone, was to step it down before you got to my house.
Where do you live, Mr. Simon? On this map, can you point? Or is this one that's coming from back there?
If I could find Whittick Avenue.
I hope you're seeing what we're seeing.
Excuse me. This is Whittick right here.
Okay, I'm on the corner of Whittick and Conquistador.
So you'd be this corner?
Mm-hmm.
Right here.
Okay.
Right there, yeah.
All right, and where, Mr. Granauer, the streets, can you just, again, show us where Wallapai is?
Yeah, Wallapai is located here, runs north and south.
Okay.
You have Eula, which is located here, which runs north and south. And the next street here is Conquistador, which runs north and south. Then you have Whittick, which goes east and west. You have Elkhorn, which is a major arterial street, east and west. You have Solar, which actually dead ends right here, or there's an elbow. And then you have a Severance, which is located to the northern part of this project.
And your subject property would be fenced in its entirety?
Yes, yeah, we're going to be blocked in and actually ingress, because working with the neighbors that are adjacent in this area, wanted to have access, ingress and egress out onto Wallapai, not on Severance or Elkhorn.
Okay, and which was, what was going to be vacated you were talking about?
We have to sit down with both the county and the city. This here is Eula, as I'm showing you. In this area, this Eula runs from Elkhorn and turns into Solar here. And you have one property owner and a second property owner here that we've been working with respect to the buffering, separation distances, whether or not to vacate EULA. Because there's pros and cons to everything that we're discussing. The whole key is keep the development out on Wallapai, because you have Providence across the street, which is, these are lots that are 8 units to the acre, more high density. So part of the reason of what we're doing with the 60 units is to give the relief on the back here, to give a good transitional buffer, and that's what we're doing with the larger lots that we're proposing, and to work with the neighbors who are actually adjacent to here and the owners in this area. And as I said, we received the approval letter, should have been submitted for these 4 lots located here with the owner, and we're working hand in hand with the 2 owners here, because we want to make sure we address their issues. And it can't officially be on paper until we get a tentative map with those list of conditions.
Okay.
And please understand, this is horse property. My neighbors have horses, I have horses, so it was a rural area, and now it's trying to turn into the city, and I don't want it to turn into the city. I'd like to leave the area the way it is. Not that it ruins my view or anything, but, you know, my house was the first one out there. The CC&Rs were written off of my home, okay? And I have done my best to try to keep everybody to that, because there's not enough road. Every road up there is tore up. Deer Springs is tore up, the freeway's tore up, Grand Canyon's tore up, my street is closed, which is Wittig Avenue. The Elkhorn is torn up and has been that way for 2 years. There is just way too much construction going on there to begin with in that area. It's a dangerous place now because of all the construction. And there's no lighting out there at all in this area. It's a rural area. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have street lights. We have horses. You know, it's a different, okay? So we were hoping the city would buffer up to us and not just, because once you get that going, they're going to go all the way down. They'll all come in here and say, oh, well, you let him do it, so why not us? And I asked everybody 15 years ago when I moved in that if you were going to do this, please let me know so I could move or sell my property and get out of there. Since 15 years, I've dumped over $200,000 onto that property. So I don't want to lose what I have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this? Okay, I'll close the public hearings. And let's start with agenda item 68, please, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Simon, I understand your plight. Be mindful that that entire area is changing, and it will change over the next 20 years. But if you sell, you're going to sell probably to a home builder who's going to want to build other homes on there. This is the buffer. Mr. Groenauer, thank you very much for working with the folks out there. I don't believe you've met Mr. Simon yet.
No, but I'm willing to take his his contact information from here, because we will be coming back. And as I said, with the other neighbors we've been working with, no problem working with him.
Well, and I sense, I'm certainly fully aware of the construction issues on our streets out there, Mr. Simon. We're all dealing with it everywhere throughout the valley right now, which is a good sign for our economy because it has created a lot of jobs. That being said, if you would work with him, I'd appreciate that. And there's a reason some of those streets are being blocked off, Mr. Simon. That's because of your neighbors have requested it, because of the traffic and cut-through traffic. We don't want that to occur. This applicant's done a great job of trying to, as he works with his site plan in my office, to make this work. So all the congestion and all the densities out on Hualapai. I've only required this home builder to do the same as the other home builders along Hualapai, and that's stay to that same density. So they're not going to have 8 units per acre on that location on Hualapai. There is a commercial piece, however, Mr. Simon. I'm letting you know right now. I just met with a prospective developer yesterday for commercial on Hualapai. That is going to happen. So just be mindful of that. And what you should probably do is get your information to my office so I can connect you with them as well, so you know everything that's going on out there. Christine will come up and get your information from you right now, and we'll go from there. With that, Your Honor and council members, I'm going to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 68.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
And likewise,
motion carries.
on agenda
we'll
item 69, I'm going to follow staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval as well.
And on 69, please vote and please post.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Groenauer. Agenda items 70 through 73. GPA 58134, a request for a general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial to ML Medium Low Density Residential. Agenda item 71, ZON 58138, a request for a rezoning from NS Neighborhood Service to R2 Medium Low Density Residential. Agenda item 72, SUP 58139, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 80-bed convalescent care facility, nursing home. And number 73, SDR 58140, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 36,333 square foot convalescent care facility nursing home with a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the northern perimeter of the property where 8 feet is required. The applicant owner is Summerlin Memory Care, LLP, on 2.63 acres at 7395 Smoke Ranch Road, N-8 Neighborhood Service Zone. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on all items. These are in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony, and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good afternoon. Landon Christopherson, 2885 East Quail Avenue, here representing the owner. This was previously put forth earlier at the end of the last year. We worked with Councilman Anthony's office, we appreciate that, and planning to present you this plan that's before you today. We concur with staff's approval and recommendations, and also that of the Planning Commission.
Thank you. And Mr. Perigo.
Madam Mayor, Doug Rankin for the record. Yeah, the applicant is requesting to downzone the property at this location and has made efforts to do a special use permit request in order to keep the property residential. Staff finds that the use is appropriate at this location on this infill project. The waiver is between the church and the new building, and staff recommends approval of that as that's minor in nature.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, 70, 71, 72, 73, please come forward and just state your name. We don't need an address. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony, do you have a motion on number 70?
Thank you, Mayor. As you can see on the map, this is a really tough piece of property. I don't have much vacant land in my ward left, but this was one of them. And you can see there's the Mormon church is on the north, and Betty Wilson Park is on the south, and Cimarron Memorial on the right, and some residential on the left. And I've had a few people come in and want to rezone it commercial. And I told them no. I mean, we're not going to have commercial there. So when you came in with your project, this is just absolutely a perfect spot for it. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're going to build on it. It's had no opposition from anyone in that area. So I'm looking forward to having you there and doing the grand opening with you. So with that, let's start with item number 70. I will follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. And could I ask, if you go back one slide, Councilman, what's CV just south of it?
Yeah, it's the practice field for Betty Wilson Park.
Oh.
If you go farther south, you'll run into...
So this is an old...
Yeah,
that's
that's where they practice soccer, and it's a big park, but they use it for practice.
But it'll stay as a park.
Yep, it will.
Great, okay. All right, there's a motion on agenda item 70. Please vote and please post. That carries and unanimously, and on to 71, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 71, I will follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on item 71. Please vote and please post. Thank you. That also carries unanimously. And on agenda item 72.
Thank you. I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. There's motion on agenda item 72. Please cast your votes and please post. Also unanimous, please, on 73.
Thank you. And item 73, the same, follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
There's a motion, please vote and please post. Also unanimously approved. Good luck, good luck. Okay, agenda items 74 through 76. 74, GPA 58144, request for a general plan amendment from R Rural Density Residential to SC Service Commercial. Number 75, ZON 58146, a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial. And agenda item 76, SDR 58147, a request for site development plan review for proposed 3,680 square foot restaurant with drive-through and general retail development. Applicant owner Thomas Losey and Valerie Adair on .82 acres located 5620 North Rainbow Boulevard, RE Residence Estate Zone. Staff and planning recommend approval on all items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the representative or applicant present?
Mayor, members of the council, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you. If we can go to the overhead. As you may or may not recall, but back around December, we brought this property into the city through annexation, and we're now here basically with the changes in the land use and zoning, basically to bring this into as a commercial piece of property. And I think it's perfectly well suited, as you can see here, and I'll show you in a minute, at the intersection of Ann and Rainbow on the northeast corner. It was previously part of the county rural kind of area, and as you know, this area has changed dramatically, and I want to show you just how dramatically it's changed. So this is what it looks like if we look at the aerial today. I'm going from basically US 95 to Rainbow, and this property here, the home was built basically in the 70s. So in 1990, which is, let's say, more than 10 years after the home was built, this is the way the area looked in 1990. So I think you can see the dramatic change that has occurred, you know, in that period of time. To look at the development that has occurred there, the character of the area has changed dramatically, and I think that's why my client and as owner of this property, the development of Ann and Rainbow and the development around there, and the changes and everything that you can see in this picture just begin to suggest how extensive it is. But the reality is, when we met with the neighbors, we actually found quite a bit of support that they need commercial services. And so that's what we're seeking to do here, is bring some commercial services to the neighborhood. And what we've depicted here is a typical site plan at this point, indicating some retail with a fast food and drive-through, fronting with the drive-through out on Rainbow away from the residential, substantial buffer to the east and to the north, not requesting any waivers or variances, and staff and Planning Commission have both recommended this for approval. And I think in your backup, I don't know what's changed lately, but that we had 12 in support and 5 in opposition. And those at our neighborhood meeting were coming from the rural area. And obviously, as you know, nobody likes to see change. But as you saw over the past period of time, change has been dramatic and continuing to occur. And with that, I conclude my remarks. Be happy to answer any questions. Appreciate your support.
Mayor?
Okay, yes, please.
If I may, if we may go back to the overhead. I'm just looking at it from an aerial standpoint. If you go back, yeah, that one there. I'm looking at the street. You said US 95, so that'll be to the west?
To the west, Rainbow here.
Use the other map for me.
And then here's the other one.
Yeah. Pull that one up a little bit more, George. You can disregard the black and white. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so US 95, and this is Ann?
Here's Ann Road, and there's Rainbow.
So just for geographic purposes, this is the Chevy dealership out here?
I can't see where pointing, but
By the
yes.
95, by the 95.
Oh, yes, on the 95, correct.
Okay, so this is the Ann off-ramp by the Chevy dealership.
That's correct.
And okay, so this is actually the northeast corner.
The northeast corner.
Okay, now go to the other map, the rendering.
Oh, the rendering.
Okay, now just point out, you said this is the Rainbow side. Which side are you referencing?
Okay, here, let me basically orient this. So this is Ann Road, here's Rainbow here. So the property faces this portion of it, orienting it back to here. This is the corner here that you can see. So this is the narrow part facing Rainbow, the long length of it facing Rainbow, or facing Ann,
Okay.
with our drive-through basically pushing up against the major arterial. The residential that you see here to the north and to the east are here and here.
Okay.
And there's a drainage easement base, or not a drainage easement, an easement for a well that runs along the backside here with the access for like an access road around the backside.
So the ingress egress driveway to the east of the property, right?
Correct.
Is only a hard right-hand turn going west.
Correct. You can see on the aerial that there's medians in there, so it's right in, right out only.
Okay, and it will be the same for the access on the west side of the property as well?
Correct. Again, you can see the access configuration here. At the intersections, typically anymore with directional medians, you're pretty much limited to right in and right out.
Okay.
At this close proximity.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Parago, Mr. Rankin.
Madam Mayor, Ann and Rainbow are both 100-foot arterials, and there is a commercial located directly to the west of this project, and the project is designed to buffer the residential properties to the north and to the east, and staff does recommend approval.
Thank you very much. It's a public hearing. Anyone here wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward and state your name. We have that in our neighborhood.
Show this right here.
Afternoon.
Hi, my name is Judith Donahue. I live at 5715 Gilbert Lane, and we've lived out there since the 70s. We watched these houses being built. We all have horses, and does anybody want a fast food restaurant with horses in the neighborhood? And I think it's wrong when he says that there's commercial. There isn't any commercial. We had Walgreens shoved down our throat by Mary Kincaid. Now Walgreens is going to close 200 and some stores. And they built a new one right across the highway. So how do we know we're not going to be ending up with one empty store that is never going to be filled again? And I'm really, really opposed. And I collected all the cards and sent them in from the neighbors. So I know there's more than 8 people that oppose this.
And can you show us on the, no, again, this is an overhead, right? So where your property is an adjacent to, do you have your map there that we could put on the table so they could point?
Okay.
Here it comes. There you are. So you can point to where your property is on the...
No, point on here. If you want to point on here.
Here. Ms. Donahue?
It's still got to be on the overhead. See, this is on the camera. So
This
point
one.
on this.
Okay.
So there's the project. You could point to where you are.
Where's Gilbert Lane? I don't see Gilbert Lane.
And that's Ann Road, and then as you see going perpendicular on the west side is Rainbow.
Yeah, I'm down Gilbert. I'm not on Ann. I'm on Gilbert.
Gilbert's here. That's Gilbert.
Gilbert, and I'm down, right down here.
Okay.
And where are you?
I'm right here.
And she's right there.
Okay. And ma'am, if you'll state your name also, please.
My name is Jacqueline Tapp. I own the property at 5653 Gilbert Lane, although I do live in Sacramento, California. I inherited this property from my cousin, who inherited it from our aunt and uncle. And our aunt and uncle spent 2 to 3 years looking for a house in an area in Las Vegas to live. And they found this property, they found this house, which they loved. They watched the growth, and they were okay with the growth, but they would not be okay with a fast food restaurant in a residential area. The only commercial that is there is the Walgreens. If you walk down Ann Road on that side, it goes to a 2-lane road, not a 4-lane road like on the other side. Go to Del Campo Grande, it's all acreage, and you see the side streets. You see Rebecca and Fanny, and all the way up to Torrey Pines, and beyond that, it's all acreage. There's very little housing that is not acreage. It's okay that the area has grown, but not for commercial. It is not a commercial area and for a fast food to go in there, whereas there have been so many problems with fast food. With the in Las Vegas and in Sacramento, there have been two highly profile cases of police officers getting killed. And if this happens, I would feel guilty if I approved it.
So your cousins are living in the house you pointed to?
I am living in the house.
Oh, you are?
My
Okay.
cousin is deceased. I inherited from him.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming, appreciate it. And
I-
ma'am? Yes?
Strongly opposed, strongly opposed.
Okay, thank you for
Thank
coming,
you.
appreciate it. Ma'am, your name,
Carol
please.
LeDuc, Carol LeDuc, 7575 Rome Boulevard. I lived in the county, and this was a county property, and like she said, Mary Kincaid kind of rammed it through the Planning Commission and rammed it through the City Council, the County Council, County Commission, and she thought that because she got commercial in that corner, that her son would get commercial, and her son bought the house across the street, which is the subject property. At that time, there was no commercial out there, and they couldn't even get sewer. That's just a little background information. However, along that street, the most dense uses or up uses is a daycare center, which is down a couple doors from the Walgreens on the left-hand side, the same side as the Walgreens going down Rainbow. The other property, subject property, the lady says she lives there, but it's just been remodeled very nicely. It was an eyesore for years and years and years. However, Mary didn't get what she wanted, and she didn't get commercial or professional across Rainbow because it was all residential. So even now to say that that is a commercial area is not true to the general plan amendment, in no way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, I'll close public hearing, and you've already commented on these, Mr. Rankin? Yes. So, Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. And ladies, I understand how you feel, but no one's going to live in a house on this corner. It's just not going to happen. So what do I tell this property owner? He can't develop his property. He has to build a house on this property. It's not going to happen. Something's going to get built there. And what it is, right now, we're looking at this fast food thing. And Mr. Garcia, you've done a fabulous job trying to meet with the neighbors out there and trying to deal with these issues. I appreciate the buffering, and I think that's very important that you highlighted the buffering portion from the houses behind. That being said, this was approved at Planning Commission, and staff recommends it as well, so I move for approval of agenda item 74.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post.
May I say something?
I did close it, but
There.
yes.
There is a house there. People are living in that house. The property owner bought the eyesore, fixed it up, did beautiful landscaping, rented it out, and now somebody is going to be evicted
Okay.
from their home just to put in commercial.
Okay, thank you. I did close the public hearing. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope.
Okay, we've
I
already
hope
heard.
you
That's
do
good.
the right thing.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, if I might,
yes.
please, could you, did we all vote? Yeah, we voted already. I voted no because I didn't quite understand what's going to happen to the property across the street. Is that in county, and is that going to go commercial then also, probably?
Through the mayor, Councilwoman, that is in Councilman Anthony's ward, and
That is what?
it's in Councilman Anthony's ward, and it's in the city.
So that is in the city, so that'll depend on Councilman Anthony. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, move on to 75.
And
please.
on agenda item 75, Your Honor, I would move to follow staff's and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval as well.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 75. Please vote and please post. Bless you. Councilwoman? Vote? 75? Okay. Okay, and that carries an agenda item 76.
I would also move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 76.
And on agenda item 76, please vote and please post. Councilwoman?
I should have had a nay on the last one and a nay on this one. I'm sorry, I was thinking.
So for the record, just say
I voted nay on the first one. I should have voted nay on the second, and I now just voted.
thank you.
All right, motion 76 carries. Thank you very much.
Mayor and Council, thank you.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 77, ZON 58154, public hearing, applicant Ryland Homes, owner SIC Nevada 1 LLC et al. Possible action or request for rezoning from PD plan development to R-CL, single-family compact lot on 10.42 acres at south side of Deer Springs Way, approximately 285 feet east of Wallapai. Ward 6, Councilman Raw, Planning Commission staff recommend approval. To public hearing, I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor. Members of the council, Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing the property owner in this matter.
Okay, and anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Mr. Rankin, Mr. Parago, comments?
Madam Mayor, this is a continuation of a previously approved project, the Bristol Falls development, and this would just continue it to the west with the same zoning designation, and staff does recommend approval.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to comment on this? Okay, hearing seen none, I'll close public comment, and Councilman Ross.
Thank you, and I'll just point out that this is zoning only, Mr.
Yes.
Gronauer, because that site plan needs a little more work. With that, I will follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval. Mayor and council members.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. Agenda items 78 through 81. 78, VAR 570110, request for variance to allow no sidewalk on Hickam Avenue and Helen Avenue and no gate on a private street where such are required. Agenda item 79, WVR 57009, a request for a waiver to allow no sidewalks where 5-foot wide sidewalks on both sides of the street are required on the proposed private 47-foot residential street. Agenda item 80, VWR 57212, request for a waiver to allow no street lights where such are required and a 198-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required. And agenda item 81, TMP 57007, a request for a tentative map for a 6-lot residential subdivision. Applicant owner is Vegas Homes LLC on 3.47 acres at the northwest corner of Hickam and Helen Avenues, RE Residence Estate Zone. Staff recommends denial on all items and Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are public hearing items which I declare open. And is the applicant or representative present? Good afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor, and Council. Ron Portero, 3425 Cliff Shadows Parkway, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Vegas Homes, LLC. And we did have extensive meetings with neighbors, and several of them are here today, including a couple of the representatives from NARA and Councilman Barlow's staff. We worked well together and with planning staff, and we received, again, unanimous approval from Planning Commission. We're attempting to do what is the nature of the culture of the neighborhood, half-acre lots, pretty much just a little bit under. And so we are seeking your approval, consistent with the approval of Planning Commission, for what would be a very similar project with one-story homes. That was one of our agreements that we told the neighbors, because the character of the neighborhood is all one story. So we said, yep, we should do that. We don't want people from a 2-story home peering into the backyard of people with 1-story homes. So what you see is a 6 lots on this particular piece. We have a companion piece that you're going to hear about very shortly. And we did also ask the waivers and the variances related to no street lights and no sidewalks, which also is consistent with what's going on with horses in the area. So we would appreciate your approval.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rankin, or Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. Tom Perigo for the record. Yeah, the applications do request a series of variances and waivers on sidewalks, streetlights, and private gates, and this sort of thing. And because of the number of waivers and variances being sought for this project, staff is recommending denial on all of the items. Planning Commission did recommend approval.
Okay, that was a big help. Okay, anyone wanting to be heard, please come forward. Do state your name. We don't need your address, although we may ask for where you live.
It's Rick Burney on 5701 Patricia Avenue, representing, I'm the Vice President of NARA Group Association, and we have worked extensively with Councilman Barlow and his staff and with the developers. Everything was pretty much our understanding as what was in front of the Planning Commission. The only question still lingering was with the crash gate that was going to be up on Leon to cut Leon off there, and that's, I think, been addressed. I'm not sure, Councilman Barlow, if that's been addressed or not, but my understanding there was letters sent.
That's on the second, that's on the next
The
application.
next one, okay. It's all, these properties are all together, so, or separated right here.
Okay.
So, but as far as this one, yes, we've agreed to these conditions with the members and the board.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public? I'll close, oh, sorry.
Hi, Lex Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm the historian for NARA. Real quick, I just want to say that we not only like this project, we love these guys, okay? Back in 2002, that's back we were the Wild Wild West, right, Mayor? There was a developer that came in, he wanted to put in high-density housing. The city council said no high-density housing. This is a rural preservation area. No apartments, none of that stuff, no condos. We've been waiting for our developer to come along, just like we waited for a developer for the Gowan Business Park. We think we have a good rapport with these guys. We like them. Single-story homes are going to sell like hotcakes. There was an article in the RJ about that 2 months ago about how they're selling like hotcakes and why. If they do what they say they're going to do, they hire a good builder. You got houses with RV parking. You got, and if they make them handicap accessible or handicap accessible option, they sell like crazy. We have a committee with 12 people on it for the Gowan project. There's 33 residents that are directly associated with it. Everybody's happy. Anything that the city council can do to expedite this, we love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. And Councilman Coffin, I hear you.
Thank you. Well, I'm sorry, but the question is simple. This, in some of the pictures, I couldn't tell for sure what was part of the subject property we were talking about. There's a lot of accumulation of brush, which is a fire hazard, and I'm just wondering if anybody, as you're moving along here, are you clearing it off? Or if that was even your responsibility?
Yes. We have been in touch with the Southern Nevada Health District, and we've gone through one iteration of cleaning the entire property. We hired a landscaper, and they came in at the cost of the property owner and cleaned off the property. We are now talking with Jonna in Neighborhood Services, again, about the very same issue, because there's no fencing to prevent dumping. We have no trespass signs and no dumping signs coming in about a week or so. They're at the printer right now. And so, yes, we have had numerous discussions with the city and the health district, and we have mitigated those concerns, and we're continuing to do it, Councilman, as that happens.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, we'd like to thank Ron and your team, the applicant, for working with my office as well as the NARA Neighborhood Association on this project. It's an exciting project, as I shared with you before. Depending on how the developer lays these homes out, I may be one of the ones to purchase one of the lots. My wife is looking for a bigger home. Go figure. And all the ladies laugh. But thank you so very much for working with us on this. I think it's most definitely going to be an added attraction to the neighborhood, and also eliminate a lot of the issues that we've been facing, such as the dumping and the high vegetation, because it is a desert area right now. And so moving forward, I think this is going to be something that will be really attractive. And so with that, I'm going to move for approval of this item, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 78. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on to agenda item 79, please.
And on agenda item 79, I would like to have some additional information read into the record that we have discussed as it relates to the crash gate, which was a major conversation and a very concerning piece for the residents through our neighborhood meetings. And so for that, Tom, if you'll read those additional conditions on the record, and then we'll go from there to see if the applicant is in agreement with what's laid out.
Yes, thank you. That will actually be on item 85 on 85? The next set.
Where are we at?
We're on 79.
Okay,
We had several variances
79.
and a waiver.
Oh, these are all the
It's
variances.
on the next page.
I got it. Okay, so I'll move for approval, subject to all conditions on item 79.
Okay, we'll get to the cash gates with the next group. Please vote and please post.
Okay. So we can just run through these, Mayor.
Okay, motion carries. 80, please.
On 80, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 80. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On 81, please.
Move for approval, subject to all conditions.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. We'll go on now from 82 through 85. 82, VAR 57017, a request for variance to allow no sidewalk on Hicken Avenue and Leon Avenue, no gate on a private street where such is required. 83, WVR 57018, a request for a waiver to allow no sidewalks where 5-foot wide sidewalks on both sides of the street are required on the proposed private 47-foot residential street. Agenda item 84, WVR 57213, on a request for a waiver to allow no street lights where such are required and to allow a 194-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required. Number 85, TMP 57025, on a request for a tentative map for an 8-lot residential subdivision. Applicant owners Vegas Homes LLC on 4.69 acres, northwest corner of Hickam Avenue and Leon Avenue, R-E residential estate zone. Staff recommends denial on all items. Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 5 of Councilman Barlow. Public hearing items which I declare open. And let's continue on. Applicant, if you'll do that one more time, state your name for the record.
Yes, Your Honor, members of council, Ron Portero, 3425 Cliff Shadows Parkway, Suite 110. And I should have, and I didn't, and I'm sorry. This is Doug Bergstrom. Doug is with the engineering firm of Slater Hannafin, and they've done just a marvelous job of working with us and the residents and staff in getting us to this point, and I want to recognize Doug and his team.
Congratulations, Doug. Thank you for your participation. Okay.
Your Honor, this is basically a companion piece on the other side of a house that's in the middle of these two lots. This would have been one larger configuration, but for that house in the middle and the opportunity to acquire it just didn't work. It would have been demoed. And so if you look on your map, you'll see the subject property to the east. There is a house, and then the parcel we just had approved is the larger parcel on the east. So this is basically a companion piece, and the only real difference that we're asking and have agreed to, we've worked with staff, we've worked with Councilman Barlow's office, and we are agreeing as the applicant, the owner, to a crash gate that would exist at the rear north east of the property, where you're seeing Leon there. And the residents were basically concerned about through traffic. And so it is something that we listened to, we heard, we've worked with Councilman Barlow and his staff, and we are in agreement with the fact that if a crash gate prevented that pass-through It would be in the neighbors' best interest. And so, again, we think we have agreement with the neighbors, and I've discussed this with Mr. Perigo, and we have some language to that effect, which would be a condition for final mapping, and he'll probably read that into the record.
Okay, here we go. Mr. Perigo, would you read this in, please?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. As regards item 85, a condition was placed at Planning Commission that would require a variance prior to recordation of a final map to allow a public street, two public streets to terminate in something other than a circular cul-de-sac. So that's already a condition. We would recommend that we add a condition to make sure that the applicant or any future owner of this property would be required to install that crash gate. We would add the following condition. The applicant shall install an emergency crash gate across the full width of Leon Avenue as close as reasonably possible to the existing roadway improvements to the north.
Thank you. Would that change the staff's recommendation for denial then?
If approved, we would like that condition added, but on all items, staff, because of the variances for sidewalks and street lights, we understand working with the neighbors and the applicant, and they've done all that to try to maintain that rural character, but as it is in the city and as we have continuing to grow and develop out there, staff does recommend denial of waivers and variances from sidewalks and streetlights.
Thank you very much. No, understood. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward, state your name. Excuse me.
Rick Burney, 5701 Patricia Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. Again, Vice President Nara. I just wanted to say that we totally have everything, Ron said everything that we had and we've done with a lot of meetings. Wanted to really commend Mr. Barlow and his staff for working with us on this, and they took a lot of time with this and did a lot of work for us on this that takes away from a very busy schedule. We had 4 months, 5 months worth of dealing on this, so just appreciate everybody's input on it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And anyone else? Lex Anderson, not coming up? You've had it? That's it. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearings then, and Councilman, let's go with 82.
82, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 82. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On 83, please.
83, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
So motion on 83. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. 84.
84, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on 84. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on agenda item 85, please.
And on agenda item 85, I would like to thank the neighbors from Nara. Once again, the developer and their representative for a wonderful job and very meaningful neighborhood meetings, several, to get to this point. And so I appreciate your work and the efforts, of course, from our planning department as well to craft the language necessary to create this happy medium. Everyone had to take a haircut. I think I took the largest haircut.
And we feel very much the same. Staff did an
You still
outstanding
have hair and a beard.
Well, yeah, but, I'll ask my wife about it. And, if she wants me to change it, Councilman, I'll have her do that.
Right.
But we would like to let you know your staff has done an excellent job.
Thank you.
They always have, and we love these
They're
guys too.
hardworking.
So, since the last, appreciate your comments. But thank you.
Okay, a motion then, please,
Move for approval, subject to all conditions.
on 85. Please vote and please post. And what's your date of start?
I'm sorry.
When are you going to get moving on it?
Well, tomorrow.
Good.
If that's your desire.
Date
we're
of
gonna-
completion, when?
Oh, that I couldn't tell you.
How many people are you going to put to work, and thank you for your engineering?
Dozens.
Dozens, good.
Yes.
We like that, don't you?
Yeah.
We like that.
Thank you,
Thank you
Ron.
very
Thank you,
much.
members of council.
Congratulations. Go forward. Thank you, staff. Okay, agenda item 86. Okay, where am I? VAR 57690, public hearing. This is applicant owner Zarbad Zanganeh for possible action on request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 15 feet is required 0-foot distance separation from a main dwelling where 6 feet is required for an existing accessory structure, Class 2, Shed 1, and a 0-foot side yard setback for an existing carport where 15 feet is required at 520 Campbell Drive, RE, Residence Estate Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Okay. Can we hear from Mr. Perigo or Mr. Rankin, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Tom Perigo for the record. When this item came to Planning Commission, there were three illegal accessory structures, 2 of which were sheds, and the third was attached or is attached to the house, as well as a carport that doesn't meet setbacks, but that is built into the roof line of the house. At Planning Commission, the applicant agreed to remove 2 of the sheds, and therefore it comes forward to you for consideration with still 1 accessory structure that's attached to the house and part of the physical structure, as well as a carport, which is, again, attached to the house and part of the roof line for the house. Neither of these meet setbacks, but they are part of the house, and that's why Planning Commission is recommending approval on these 2 with the agreement to take out the other 2 sheds. Staff is recommending denial because at the beginning of this, we had all those illegal structures, which has
Thank you.
changed.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? Thank you. Please come forward and just state your name. That would be great.
My name is Gregory Price. I live at 516 Campbell Drive, the neighbor to this property. And which way to turn this? My property has an extension wall rising up to the.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Sorry?
His picture's
Turn it?
upside down on the, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, I
All right.
could not figure out what that was. Now you have
So-
to light it again.
There we go.
You have
Oh,
to turn
yeah.
on your phone.
There you go. Good.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. That's the gutter that was originally on the carport, or the shed. That's the shed. And that gutter did function to the extent that it put water back onto their property and not into my wall, which I'll show you. Incidentally, those are, I believe, 6 bays for dogs, which I don't think are allowed in that, but they do have them. They have several dogs. I can't count them because I don't see it, but I just noticed that that was there. And this is how they care for them. We have flies. I live right next door, so we have flies that come directly from what you see on the ground. Okay, that's irrelevant, but I mention it. Now, this is what is below that gutter. Hold on. Get back. This is what is below that gutter. This is an attachment which they put on. I'll show you the long run of it. It just has a bead of some type of silicone at the base there. Okay. You can see the bead down at the bottom there. Let's go to the next. There. So that's the bead I'm talking about. Now that's directly, at first they nailed it into the top of my wall. That's my extension wall. As you can see, the difference in shade of the wall. And then, next one. No, next one. Here. This is the shoddy work that was done. This is supposed to be a gutter, or rather a pipe that extends down out of this drainage, which should lead it back onto their property, but doesn't. I'm wondering what the extent of this shield is to deflect water that may be dripping from the gutter onto the top of my wall. As you can see, I guess that's right. Can you see that right? That's what I get on top of my wall, which pretty much undermines the wall. So as you can see here, this is fresh rain, and that's where the pipe is. It's supposed to be in that gutter there, leading off into, it should be into their property, but I don't think they care about that. There it is again. Okay. It looks very nice, the pictures that you just saw of this. When you think about approval, how could someone just start nailing nails into your wall? This is my wall. It's not theirs. And then pretty much say nothing to you about it. This is the way that they would, that's my mom. This is the way that they would.
Happy Mother's Day.
Well, you can see she wasn't happy with it. But anyhow, I'm not happy with it. I don't think that should be approved. I think they should honor that, what is that, 15, well, okay, it's part of the structure now, but 15 foot is required, right? And 6 foot is required also in terms of another part of that structure.
How long have you lived in the home, or your mom?
Sorry?
How long ago did you move into the home, your home?
I've been there since 11, November 11.
And was that up when you moved in?
That part was up, but it was a gutter. It wasn't, there was no sheet metal nailed into the top of the wall.
Okay. Well,
That they
and all
put
the
there
other things.
regardless of me,
Yeah.
who they could have asked. They could have said something too, but they
But
disregarded that.
it's beyond code anyway, so thank you
Right.
for coming down, appreciate
Right.
it.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this particular item? I'll close the public hearing, and
I just wonder, could you stay here, sir? Could you just stay here in case
Mr.
I need to
Price.
ask, Mr. Price, in case we need to ask some more questions? First of all, this is a mess. Well, you all know that. My understanding is the person who owns the house next to you purchased that house, and the carport and the other side, to the opposite side of your house, were already up before he purchased
That's
it.
true.
So he
It was
didn't know
already-
if it had received approval or not. The 2 or 3 loose sheds that are there in the back came afterwards. And all of this other thing, the nailing and everything, that came afterwards.
Yes.
I don't know why, when we looked at this, we didn't see this, all this problem of all this water and everything coming onto his yard. Is that related to those 2 pieces that we are saying could stay?
Well, the first step is to make a decision as to whether or not to grant a variance to allow them not to meet the setback. Then the next step would be for building to go out there, because, I don't believe these have, any of this stuff has been permitted. So, but building, there's no need for them to go out there if they're not even allowed to have a variance for not meeting that setback.
But the recommendation was to keep the carport, let the carport stay, and let the other side that went to 0 stay. They look nice in the front, they look nice for the neighborhood. But to take care of the others in the back that are not something that are permanent to the house.
That was a recommendation from Planning Commission, that's correct.
All right. And, but we didn't hear anything about this. Is this connected with the carport? Is it connected with the part that's been added that shouldn't have been added?
I believe the pictures he was showing are connected with the shed and the carport.
Okay, which shed? I've been there, I looked through the back gate, through and I see, I know it. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the addition, not the shed, but the addition, the accessory structure. But code enforcement, this all started with code enforcement, with a call to them, so I think code enforcement has some additional insight.
Okay, we can hear code enforcement then.
Karen Duddleston, Deputy Director of Planning. I'm speaking for Vicki because she has no voice today. We did notice these items. The property owner was noticed in their notifications for correction from code enforcement to address these issues. However, their first step is to find out if they can have this structure, as Mr. Perigo stated, and then they would have to either correct these issues or remove the structure depending on this body's determination.
Well, could you tell me, again, I'm asking, is this that he showed us part of the carport? So it's part of that carport that shows in the front, it's white? It's that.
From looking at the pictures, yes, we believe it is part of the carport.
All right, and that was built before he bought it. But he evidently has put the nails in recently. Did you know he put the nails in when he put them in and everything?
That was a contractor.
But was it recently?
Not,
Year or so?
wasn't a year,
Okay, it wasn't a whole year.
but it was last year.
Was
But it wasn't a
last
year.
year. But then, I think he was the owner at the time then. What I would like to
Yes.
do is keep the carport if we could keep it, but make sure it has nothing that hinders his property. It's not the carport so much that's bothering you,
No,
is
the
it? It's
carport was there with the previous owner. I had no problem with that. They had a gutter that ran the water off
Yeah.
into their property. But what happened is they're treating that wall like it belongs to
What?
public property.
Okay.
Or not even public property, but they're just negligent of the whole
Well,
idea
then-
that they have a neighbor.
So
In the
this
first
does not
place, they
bother
could
you,
ask
which
them.
I thought it didn't. Could we keep the carport and disconnect everything from the wall so the water has to go to them?
According to code enforcement, under our building codes, this structure would not be able to be attached to this wall at all. They would have to remove those items in
Right.
order to get through the building process.
Okay, now the only thing is that Planning Commission felt very strongly we should let the carport stay. Are you saying get rid of the whole entire carport?
No, agreeing with what you're saying.
The attachment to the wall, they would not be able to
Absolutely,
have the
then.
carport attached to this wall at all.
Okay.
So they'd have to remove anything that's been added in order
All
to
right.
attach it to this wall would have to be removed. But the rest of the carport, if this body approved it, building department would then begin to work with them on how to bring it into compliance.
So if I made a motion that they could keep the carport, but they must detach everything from his wall. They must also remove any of those little structures that are in the back from within the permitted area close to his place.
Are you talking about the dog pens?
No, I wasn't talking about the dog pens. You can't see the dog pens from where I was. I'm talking about those little sheds.
The
Thank you.
sheds.
The sheds. You have a shed right close to his place that shouldn't be there. I'm sure it doesn't look too good from the other side, and that's why we have the rules we have.
There-
Excuse me if I may, on the number of animals that are allowed on a property, our attorney, Scott, oh, so sorry, just comment?
Mayor, you were commenting on the number of dogs. I believe it's 3 without a dog fancier's license in order to have more than that on your property.
Well, if it's 3, then Vicki, how come we can't get rid of those dogs across from Wasden?
I don't know that we know.
That's for him when he's in trouble with
Sorry.
the missus.
That's not far from you.
One thing at a time.
One thing at a time, all right. If they, excuse me.
I'm not sure we know how many, if any, dogs are on the property. Those
6.
He says, you've seen 6?
We can have animal control follow up on that.
There were 6 bays for the dogs.
Well, there's 6 bays
For
for the
dog
dogs. We don't know how many dogs
When
are
we
there.
were out there for planning and code enforcement, we didn't see any dogs, but I
Okay.
don't know if they're there or not, but we can certainly have animal control follow up on
Then I
that.
could request we have animal control go out there
What?
Can you
Oh,
see
yeah,
that?
there were 6.
No?
and check on that.
Now, Councilman, now that we know it, I think it's going to be incumbent upon staff to have them check that.
The same species is out there, too.
Whoops.
It sure looks like a business, doesn't it?
Yeah. Something's going on.
But anyway, can we have animal control go out there? That's a separate thing. I want to take care of your problem today. But thank you for letting us know about that. And when they go out there, could animal control please also go out again to our place across from Wasden, that not only do they have more than 6 dogs, they also are training them in operating a business. The problem we have, sir, is that when we go out there, they may not have the dogs there, and they'll tell us they don't have 6 dogs.
true.
That's what
They kick
that
them out
problem
every
is,
day
and we have difficulty here. We've been trying for a long time on that type of problem. But again, getting back to this, I make the motion that they have to remove all connection between the carport and the wall to the neighbor. Every connection whatsoever.
No water should run off into my walls.
Absolutely not. In fact, maybe we would have to, how can you do that, though? If you just connect it, you still might have enough where the water could run down, couldn't you?
Well, it depends how far over that goes,
Okay.
but they could fix that.
So then you will take care of the other part of it.
Yeah, if I might suggest, again, the first step would be to determine whether or not it's appropriate to have the variance for the setback. If you feel that that's okay,
I know there's a 3-foot, but they'd have to.
then building will go out there and make sure that they comply with the building code in order to keep the structure. Anything that's not allowed under the building code will have to be changed or taken down, including attachment to the wall. So that will all be handled through building to make sure that it meets code. So if you're okay with them having a carport that doesn't meet setback, then again, the next step will be for the building department to go out there and make sure that it complies with code, which means they could not connect to that wall.
Okay. All right. And you're okay with it not meeting the full setback as long as it has no attachment to your wall and no water comes in your wall, and your code people would go and check it out to make sure that that would not occur?
Could I ask a question, please? Is the 0-foot setback that's requested here bringing any kind of structure to his wall on the other side? When he says 0-foot setback, that's what this says right here, to allow a 0-foot setback.
Would bring it right up to the property line.
And if we bring it up to the property line, it might go
Yes.
onto his,
Well, that-
it might have damage.
That normally means,
Karen, who are you calling?
I was going to say, Mayor, that normally means that it has to.
No, I was just trying to get him to cycle through the picture so you could see the picture where it
Oh,
was
okay.
next to the
Thank
wall,
you.
so you could get it.
Yeah. Well, I think they're going to have to remove everything that causes any damage whatsoever to his yard. So if that's a half-foot setback or a foot setback, whatever it is, it has to be done. So my motion is that they don't have to tear apart the whole carport, but they have to remove enough of it so that there is no damage done to the other yard, number one, and number two, there's no connections whatsoever from that carport onto any of his property. In addition to that, those 2 sheds in the back should be legalized. They're not hard to move, those they can move. Brought into code. I have my helper here who's trying to improve my language. Brought into code.
And in a reasonable time frame?
What would be a reasonable time frame, do you feel?
You wait all year.
I'd like to say 60 days.
Good.
60 days is okay with them also? 60 days is okay with you? What happens is, and you had someone who built this before, didn't get the permits for it, and I guess nothing was done wrong, and then when a new person came in, they did these other things which caused an additional problem. And then we'll bring it back for review in 6 months. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so that's your motion?
That's my motion. You want me to
Thank
make
you
the
all.
whole thing again, or is enough there that you can get out of it?
I think we're good. I think
Okay.
we're good. So 60 days is to get the thing fixed, Mr. Parago, however you do it, or Karen, thank you very much.
60 days and to do that, and then we have to ensure, we'll have a review in 6 months to make sure everything's proper. And then we'll also have animal control go out and check the dogs.
Okay?
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could clarify
Yes.
the
And
motion.
Boston.
We would add a condition that says remove all connections from the carport to the wall. Amend condition number 4 to read, all necessary building permits shall be obtained and final inspection shall be completed in compliance with Title 19, and all codes are required by the Department of Building and Safety within 60 days. And add a condition, there shall be a required review within 180 days from final action as a public hearing before City Council.
And additionally, you're going to send out animal control to make sure they're not breeding and having
Yeah,
sex.
that's understood. We won't add that as a specific condition,
No,
but Karen's got that one.
You know, and I just want to be sure that even though it's disconnected, it still may be causing a problem with the water runoff and everything, but that would be checked out with you also.
Correct, yes. You can't have nuisance water run onto another person's property from your property.
Okay, so we want to watch that also.
Okay, we all voted except for you.
Oh, fine.
Please post. Look at that, Mr.
What can I
Price.
do? This is Ward 1, guys.
Look at that,
Yeah, you've
Mr.
got
Price.
party houses,
Unanimous.
dog houses.
Thank you.
What are you-
Isn't it
what are you gonna
wonderful
do?
to have a cell phone where you can take pictures and show everything? Wonderful. Thanks for coming, Mr. Price. Appreciate
Campbell,
it.
what is it about Campbell, Mayor? What is it, what's wrong with Campbell? That's a beautiful
There is
neighborhood.
nothing
Party
wrong
houses,
in our neighborhood.
dog houses, what's gone wrong?
There's nothing wrong in our old neighborhood.
What's
man's
gone
got
wrong,
one-
sir, if I might reply, is that you're not giving us an SUP on our party houses. That's what's gone wrong,
Oh, I
too.
see. Okay,
That's
I'll
one
tell
of
you
the
what.
things. If you want me to give you a few others, I can.
That guy-
No, don't blame us.
That guy put more money into his dog enclosures than he did into the, the connection to the wall.
You know, that's absolutely right. His dog enclosures were beautiful.
First
They were
class.
They were beautiful, except he's not allowed to breed and do.
And the roof looked horrible.
Yeah. He loves his dogs, and so be it. Okay. Agenda items 87, 88. 87, SUP 58148, an appeal filed from the approval by the Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit for proposed horse corral or stable, parentheses, commercial. 88, SUP 58149, an appeal filed from the approval by the Planning Commission on a request for a special use permit for a proposed animal keeping and husbandry use to allow 60 domestic animals, horses and cattle, where a maximum of 25 of domestic animals are allowed. The applicant owner is Charlotte Lee at 5771 West Rosada Way, RE Residence Estate Zone. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 6 with Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ross and our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you, in fact, your name, please?
Charlotte Lee.
Thank you. And you are accompanied by a cowboy. Would you mind taking off your hat, sir, because I can't even see you under that wonderful hat. I have the same one that I wore to El Dorado.
Yes, ma'am.
And your name, please?
Tim McDermott.
How are you?
3360 Serene.
Thank you. Okay, let's start first of all with Mr. Perigo, and then I have here on my list, we have 32 cards that are signed, named cards, that are going to be put into the record. We'll give them up to our city clerk here on these items. And then the way I am hearing it, I'm going to check with you. The lead speaker and representative for Los Prados was Jack Wan, and allow him 5 minutes, and then 5 additional speakers, I'll read them, 3 minutes each, for Sandy Ambrose, John Kalish, Anthony Piccolela, Charlie Hansen, Dick Wallace, and Clinton Pope. And so we're going to take them in that order, but first I do want to hear from Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As regards item 87, the applicant is requesting a horse corral or stable, which means they would be allowed to have commercial boarding for recreational or instructional activities. This is, on this property, we find it to be consistent with properties to the north and the south and compatible with what's going on in the neighborhood. And so staff and Planning Commission are recommending approval on that item. As regards item 88, this would allow the applicant to keep or breed animals up to 1 per 7,500 square feet of property area. So given the current land use and zoning, they are by right allowed up to 25 animals as a conditional use. However, they have asked for 60 animals, which is in their letter, they have asked for 40 horses and 20 cattle. And as a result of asking for more than the currently allowed 25, that is why they're required to seek a special use permit. Again, given that this type of use has been there for decades and is consistent with properties to the north and to the south of this property, staff is recommending approval and Planning Commission recommended approval. I would like to point out, however, though, that the request for 60 would allow a density of animals nearly twice what's on either side. With that, again, staff is recommending approval, as is Planning Commission.
Okay, could you have a map? Where is this property in relation to everything else? Okay, so what am I seeing? Jones Boulevard, can you just tell us what's where? You know your maps better. Jones is on the west there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the north is Washburn? And on the east is
Leon.
Leon? And on the south is Verde, correct?
But
No, La
Rosada
Madre.
runs right in front of us.
Oh. Are the Ramseys near you?
Rosada. Ma'am?
Lorna Ramsey and John Ramsey's property?
No, I
Doesn't ring
know
a bell?
them, but I,
Okay.
no.
Okay, thank you. Can we leave this up for a little bit, please? Okay, let me just see. Okay, so let's start off. We'll hear from both of you first, then we will, and you must be Jack Wan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, and then we'll take all of you. See, if you want to sit, I'll remember. Unless you want to stand, you're welcome to. Okay, go.
Go ahead. I was gone all this month. I didn't know they were having this, we had an amendment on it. So I was really unprepared. I would like to be able to have 40 head of cattle and 40 head of horses and 20 cows, because we're not going to put on any rodeos or anything, but we have people that come into town, practice rope with us, we train horses, and that's basically it, but we will board some horses.
Could you answer right here? It said you were requesting, in this document, it says 60 horses. You're saying 40?
No, 60 animals.
40 to
horses.
60 animals, okay.
Yeah, 60 animals, 40 horses.
Total.
And 20 cows.
Okay. Sir?
And that you were approved. You were approved on what, the 21st?
Oh, yeah. This was already, they already know, this was already approved on the 20th or 19th or 20th of April by the planning department. But that's, between now and then, I got my business license, got the taxation, got the SUPs, got everything. I just have to check with animal control.
Okay.
My name's Tim McDermott. I've known Charlotte Lee for probably 1958, 59, something like that. Charlotte has been on this property since the early 70s. She has maintained a constant occupancy on that property since that time, since 50-some years that she's lived there with her and her husband. Her husband died about 15 years ago. She's a single widow now on a fixed income. It has always been a rodeo, cowboy, venued property since its beginning and until today. In fact, the University of Nevada rodeo team in the 1970s were having an awful hard time finding stock and places to practice at. Charlotte Lee and her husband donated that arena, their property, their livestock, everything they had to the rodeo club, who practiced there daily until they got a little better, which took 6 years. Never once was ever a dime asked for from anybody or for any reason, but it has always been there. Since the day that they landed on that property in the early 70s, there has always been a cow or a horse on that property every day. It's never not been there. She's not moving in here from Okefenokee to want to set up something and set up some kind of a business and start all over and wreak havoc for everybody in the world. She's been there for a long, long time. Unfortunately, it was not an understanding of the laws that SUB was required in order to train horses and to board horses, and that's what started this whole thing. She has made her application for the SUP. She wanted 40 horses and 20 cows. I believe that's what it was to start with. And I believe that's what was approved by the planning department. Since then, we got a call from the planning department stating that this meeting was coming up and that it had been the homeowners association that is contiguous to us, to her, on the east side, had various complaints and wanted to have a reconsideration of that zoning, or what, the SUP. I'd like to point out that on the north side of her is a 5-acre parcel also that has an SUP in excess of 50 horses. On the south side, they have an SUP for some 50 horses, is my understanding. They all have barns and they all have 40 to 50 horses on them. And like I say, they're contiguous to her property. On the east of her property is the homeowner association. There is a 10-foot high block wall running for about 1,400 feet down Leon that blocks off the entire Villa del Prado project from her particular place. I understand that some of the complaints are that they feel like it is unsightly to some degree, and to some degree it is unsightly, but like I said, for 16 years she's been a single woman there trying to maintain this thing. John Scolari, who she's got as a manager, has come in, and he is a nationally known saddle bronc rider. He's a professional rodeo cowboy. He's competed in the national finals several times. He's got a lot of backing and a lot of people that come here during the national finals that train and practice and get ready for the national finals. So therefore, it's required that in order for them to completely continue to do this, it's going to have to be able to, at some points in time, have maybe 25, 30, 35 horses, plus that number of cows for them to practice for 10 days and to work it. Not all the cowboys come there, but a lot of them do. And during the year, some will come by. It's not a fixed thing. Now, I do a lot of training, horse training. John trains a lot of horses and for the professionals, not collegiate and amateur. But I understand that they would like to have it reduced down to 25 head of animals, period. Well, it's like telling the 7-Eleven you can have one gas pump and one milk dispenser. That's it. You can't do business. I can't train 4 or 5 or 6 horses with just that much, with 20 horses and 10 cows, or 12 cows and 8 horses. I need the value. I stir a lot. I'm a little nervous.
Okay, no, you've done very well. A couple of questions. That wall you spoke up, the 14-foot wall?
It's a 12-foot, it's a 10-foot wall.
All right, can you show,
exactly.
well, again, we're on the overhead. Okay, you do. Where is that wall? It runs with the arrow?
Runs all the way down to the arrow.
Right where the arrow?
Yes,
Okay.
Down to Lone Mountain.
Okay.
And I might also point out that there's been a lot of, I hear there's complaints about the way it looks, and it may devalue the property owner's property over in this area. But I'd like to point out that the nearest access or exit from the Villa del Prado is to come up Lone Mountain, go down Leon, then you have to go back up Rosada, which is approximately a half a mile, with 3 different turns on a street that doesn't really go anywhere. And
It's only 1 block long.
And where are the entrance to your property from the east? If that's a solid
From the
wall?
east, it's all the way, it's clear to the end of, all the way to the west of where the...
No, your entrance?
The yellow
The
line.
entrance to your property.
The entrance is off Leon.
Rosada.
Rosada, excuse me, it's off of Rosada.
It's clear wait, now go up, come back to the left.
So everything, your horses, when you're moving cows and horses by
They would come in
trailer,
right up here.
they come there,
Yes.
in and out of Rosada?
Nothing comes up or down Leon. It all comes off of Jones.
So you either come down Jones and turn on Rosada, or you go up Leon and turn on
No, you
Rosada?
turn down on Rosada, and the entry is
Just as you get to
maybe
our
50
property.
feet from the end of the property.
And the other properties for which you're not responsible, are there walls also like yours, or no?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
The adjacent property to the south that has horses and animals, and the
Yes.
adjacent property to the north, Do they have walls around their property?
Yes, they do. They have 4-foot-high walls on the north and south side, and they have, I think, it's a 6-foot wall on the east side.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, there it is, okay. The light is so bad on that, or else it's my eyes. But I think that's pretty much the same shot. In fact, the other one's better, the overhead's better. Okay, any questions for council before we move on to the public comment?
I do.
Yes, please. Yeah, that one's better back there.
Yeah,
Thank
they
you.
went back to the overhead. Your name again, sir? I'm sorry.
I
Your
didn't
name?
hear you.
I'm
His
sorry.
name, Tim McDermott.
McDermott?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. And you're doing a pretty good job representing, so don't be nervous. You're doing a good job. I do have questions, though. You mentioned the block wall. So does the block wall, is it from property line to property line on Leon from Rosada?
It runs,
If we can go to the overhead.
Yes.
There it is, there's your
There it is.
arrow.
It runs from there all the way down to Lone
Leon.
Mountain.
It fences Los Prados.
Okay.
It goes
No,
all the way-
I'm saying the north-south
It
wall.
runs north-south from at the end of this circled area right here, all the way down
Go
to,
to the middle overhead.
It's on the east of the property.
They know how to do that?
no, it's all the way down. It
Here we
comes
go.
up here.
No,
Okay.
And it
it's on
goes,
the east side, but it runs all the way down from Washburn to there.
But
They have a-
that's on the
south
east
property-
side of the street,
The
right?
south property, yes.
I'm speaking of the subject property, your property,
yes,
the corner of Rosada
Uh-huh.
and Leon,
yes.
right? Point to it for me, so. No, on the middle. There we go. Okay. Now come down to Leon,
Oh, okay, here's Leon.
right there. Now go, it should be south. There we go, right there. Is that a block wall right there?
Yes,
There is a block wall between these two properties.
No.
There is a block wall between,
But
oh,
you're,
no.
but you're
There
going,
isn't. There's
there we go.
pan-
That's north and
There's
south.
panels,
Right.
horse corral panels.
on her property.
Right, on your property.
On my
I'm
property.
asking
It's
from
just-
the,
It's just horse panels.
from the north to the south of your property line. Yes, from there to Rosada.
Yes,
Yes.
it's panels.
So I'm asking, is there a
Metal
block
panels.
wall?
Gate panels.
There isn't a block
livestock
wall
panels.
on my property,
That's what I'm asking.
no. There are
So-
No block
panels.
walls.
So there's pins? What do you say? Is it pins?
Panels.
Panels.
Yeah,
Panels,
panels.
okay.
Metal panels.
Is there a block, is there a block wall from the eastern line on the south side? Yeah, right there,
This
all the way
here.
across going west?
Solid wall.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
So there's a block wall there?
Yes, sir.
How high is the block wall?
6,
6 feet.
yes, sir.
Are you amenable to a block wall on the east property line?
No, I would like to have one, but I haven't been able to afford it. And I will put one up.
But right across the street is a 10-foot-high block wall.
Steve has a
We're not
block.
talking about across the street, we're just talking about the subject property, so that I can keep my thoughts straight. And so what's on Rosada as far as, is it fence or block?
It's fence.
It's fence.
Okay. Is it the same fence that's on Leon? Or is it a different type of
Yes.
fence?
It's,
the same
yes,
thing.
it is. It's fenced. And the upper part of, I don't have a fence for probably.
It's a driveway.
It's a large driveway comes in here on top.
Okay. So
And the
there's,
arena's
so
here.
there's fence on Rosada, and there's fence on Leon,
Yes, sir.
and then there's block going across,
Yes, sir.
separating the two parcels.
Yes.
Okay. And it's a 6-foot tall block wall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, whoever did that.
I think I know your
Okay.
drift. I like your drift.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for right there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Anthony has a question. What we're going to do is be taking these questions that are germane to these people, then we'll move on and get all your public comments. Yes?
I just want to understand the animals. So how many animals do you have there now?
Right now, on that property, there is 11 horses and 12 cows.
11 horses and 12 cows.
That's because we've removed everything with all this going on. We've removed most of the animals.
So what's the maximum number of animals you can have there?
We have the corral availability for that right now for.
Yeah, but how many, what's the maximum number of animals you're authorized to have on that property?
25 or 29.
20, so you can have a maximum of 25?
Yes.
And you mix and match them, horses or cows?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
So what are you asking for today?
To raise that 20, number one, to get an SUP so we can do business legally. That's number one.
Okay.
The number two then is we'd like to have 40 horses and 12 cows.
20 cows.
40 horses and...
Excuse me, 35 horses and 12 cows at this point.
Okay, so you want to go from 25 to 60?
Yes, sir.
Right? And how long, so you've always been authorized a maximum of 25?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
you're asking the city council to increase the number to 60?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did you say? So you've been operating there as a business for many years?
My husband
Since the
trained
70s.
horses,
Okay.
and at that time, we didn't need an SUP or anything, so I didn't have one. Then he passed, and I didn't do anything. Now I'd like to go, my friends want to train horses, and I've got some horses I need trained. And it would be amicable for me to do
Okay, so
that.
you wanted to do extra things there. How did you find out that you needed an SUP?
Well, we did a
city.
favor. They did a favor for the guy next door to them. That's the unit that's due south of them. They changed hands. It sold and sold to another party, and when he come in there, he removed all the animals that were being boarded there by the previous owners. Some ladies that were keeping some 11 horses over there came over to John and Charlotte and asked if they could move them to their place, because he only had like 9 or 10 horses there at that time, and well, maybe a dozen cows. They had room for them. So he said, sure, no good deed goes undone. So they moved on there. It became a mess. It's a short version of it. And it didn't work out. We had to have them removed from the property too.
Code
But during
enforcement
that
is
time,
who told us
so
code enforcement
code
was in and out of
enforcement
there
came out and
a
told you
million
all.
times because they were doing business.
Was this recently?
Over the past 6, 7 months.
6, 7
This
months?
has been going on, and
Well, they've been gone for,
Okay, and
about 2
Tom,
months.
Tom, so there's property on the north and the south that have animals on them, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are they in the city?
Yes.
Okay, so the north property, how many animals are they authorized to have?
They are authorized currently to have 58 animals. They, under a review of condition approved in 2006, they were authorized to go up to 58.
58 on the north, and how about the south property? How many are they authorized?
They are authorized to have 33.
So the north is 58, the middle's 25, and the south is 33.
Well, that's correct. By right, they have 25. All of them would by right have about 25, because they're about the same size property. But they did get approval on the north and the south to go up to 58 and to 33.
So they are authorized to go from 25 to 58 and 25 to 33?
Roughly from 25, in that area, but yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, so they're asking to go, to increase theirs to 60. Okay, I understand now, thank you.
I have to advise you, the reason for these questions is none of us, except perhaps councilmen, or not perhaps, for sure councilmen and staff, really understand what the issues are, because we are precluded, because of the open meeting law, to gather together and have these questions. So it's very important that each one of us, in hearing from both of you, obviously, and from staff, and ultimately from councilmen, and from all of you, to understand fully what are the issues. Now, the fact that you just asked that, Councilman, that was the first I heard or knew that the property adjacent to you on the north is too shy of the number you want. Question I'd like to ask you, and I'm sure there'll be more questions, are you breeding animals as well?
no, we're not.
Absolutely not.
Are the animals that come to you for this number that you're requesting going to be a permanent number on the property, or they come in and go out as you're training? So at one time, the most that could be on the property are 60, but they're in and out as you're holding a training session or whatever.
The two properties on either side of us have an entirely different function.
Okay, I don't care about them other than their numbers, but you.
It does matter.
Why?
Because it requires a different number of horses and animals to train the type of stuff, the rodeo stuff that we're doing, as opposed to the English. The English only need their horses and their jumps. I do need cattle and I need the horses, both to be able to
Because of
train
rodeo.
those animals.
Okay.
See? That could offset.
But would
why
there
it's
rather
different.
be more coming in for rodeo practice more than the 60 animals?
No, I can't do it. I can't do more.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you boarding these animals?
We would be boarding them while they're in training. If we
Okay.
wanted to call that training and boarding
Okay.
as both things, the price is the same and the people, the contracts and everything stays the same.
And one last question, which I was wondering about, but I think Councilman Barlow just nailed on the same. The wall that goes on Leon, the south wall solid block, and it goes to 6 feet. If you had
Can.
the money, could you build could you, or would you build
Yes.
from that point on the southeast to that point on the northeast?
I would,
You
yes.
would?
Absolutely. That's
Okay.
the purpose of trying to get the business license, because
So we can make
there's a
some
tremendous
more
need for this here in town. There is nobody really working with the professional cowboys, primarily because, one, there's no location, but number two, there aren't very many professional cowboys in this town that live here. The closest ones are the Adams family in Logandale.
Okay. All right. I think we're in pretty good shape here, unless there's some more questions
Yeah,
from us.
I do have a
Councilman
follow-up question.
Barlow, yes?
Based on some information that came out that I wasn't privy to prior to the questions. And this question is for Tom and Doug. If we can go to the overhead, back to the overhead, looking at the property from an aerial. Well, that one, but on our system.
Romeo, if you could go to the aerial as the backup on the PowerPoint.
To back up. There we go, thank you. Okay, so Rosada, the property to the north,
This is Rosada right here on the overhead.
yeah, but just hold on one second, ma'am, if you
It's
will.
only one block long.
Okay, just hold on one second
Oh,
for me, if
beg
you
your
will.
pardon.
Let me just speak to my staff real quick, just to get some technical questions
I'm
answered.
sorry.
The property to the north of Rosada, Tom, is that the property that has the 58 animals?
Yes,
And what are the animals that are there?
horses.
What makes up the 58?
Yeah, they're entitled for 58 horses.
I'm saying the animals that are on the property, what type of animals are they?
Currently, they're horses.
All horses,
Yes.
58.
Well, I don't know that there are 58. We didn't count all.
What did the number 58 come from?
That's what they're allowed to have. They have been approved by city council to have up to 58 horses. When code
Okay.
enforcement was out on this property,
Okay.
they
Not a
guesstimated there
problem. I
were
get it.
40
So
or
they've been
so.
approved for 58 horses by the city
Yes, sir.
council. When was it approved by the city council for this property to have 58 horses?
2006.
2006. And the property to the south of the subject property has 33?
Yes.
And do we know the number of animals that currently exist there? And if so, are they all horses? Are they all cows? Are they a mixture? Do we know?
The property to the south is allowed to have up to 33 animals. They are allowed to have cattle in there for certain exercise, I mean, for the day for practice or whatever, but they do have to be taken away. They cannot remain on property.
But up to 33?
Up to 33 total.
And when was that approved?
2005. In 2005.
In 2005. Okay, so the question that I have for you, ma'am, is, just for a point of clarification, once again, the number of horses that you're requesting?
We're requesting 40 horses.
A total of 40 horses?
Yes, sir.
And a number, in the total number of cows?
20.
12.
20.
12.
12?
12. I can do it on 12.
Okay, so it's 1, 2.
Yes.
Do you all agree? Because she's looking at you like,
Oh,
what are you
that's
talking
fine. I
about?
thought we've already been approved for 40 horses and 20 cows by the Planning Commission.
Well, that's the
That's where
planning
she gets
commission. That's,
confused, she's
the
throwing that
planning
number
commission,
back in.
the planning commission, at this point is non-relevant in relation to.
Yeah, 12
to
is fine.
the number. So you're requesting 40 horses and 12
12 cows.
cows,
Cattle.
right?
Yes, sir.
So that's 52.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Okay, we did meet with some of the people from the homeowner association last Monday morning. And a discussion was made at that time with John Scolari and myself and those people. Now, John's not here today. He had a horse accident this morning and he's in the hospital with an MRI on his back. It doesn't look too good. But anyway, we had a discussion with some parties with the homeowner association, including their attorney, that we agreed that we could probably make it without a problem with 35 horses and 12 cows.
15 cows. We had a total of 50.
All right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go sit down.
I wasn't there, so.
I know it, you were in Oregon. We said 35 cows, or 35 horses and 12 cows. We could make it work with that number.
With 47?
Yes, we could make it
Okay.
work with that number. They agreed with that number at that time. They said, we're going to go back and we're going to write
Okay.
this up. We'll get it to you. You can get it signed. And John is allowed to sign for her. He's got signing privileges while she was out of town. And then we'll get back and we'll take it into the commission and we'll fly with it. Fine, we're doing good. Well, yesterday we got a call and says, no, we decided that we're going to hold you to 25. 25 is all you can have.
Okay.
And we're not going to go.
And one
anymore,
follow-up question. And I know that Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ross is biting at the bit to handle this item. Right. Right. And in relation to the block wall on Leon, would you be amenable, and I believe I asked you this question before, because there has to be some middle ground here for the neighbors in Los
They
Prados. and-
said they would, but they had not the money.
Right. I'm not sure, I may have heard that, I may have not.
I
but-
asked them.
Oh, you
Yeah,
asked them, ma'am?
based
I'm
on
sorry.
you. Right.
Councilman Coffin must have been talking to me again.
He's fired. I'm firing
But, so
Councilman.
you are amenable to building a block wall?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. As soon as she can get enough money to do some of these things, it's
And
in
get a
her
permit.
best interest
Okay.
and our best interest.
But you
to
just
be able
killed
to
some of
improve
our
that.
horses and cows.
Right.
Originally, it said 60.
So-
Now you're going to make less money.
So
I know.
what I'm looking at, and I know that Councilman Ross is going to do what's best for the area, but just from a compromising standpoint, I believe that what your original number of 52 and your compromising number of 57 still lands between the highest approval from the city council in 2006, which is 58 horses, and the smallest number in 2005, which is 33 cows. And you have cows and horses in the middle, so between the 52 and 47, to include a block wall, I think would at least bring some parity into the request here. But I'll wait to hear from Councilman Ross and his decision moving forward. Thank you also very much for answering the
Thank you.
questions.
I'd also like to say, you got to stop me sometimes, I go on all afternoon here, but at the meeting that we had Monday, I talked to John, and I do most of the horse training, John works with the people. I could do it with 35 horses and 12 cows. Now, that I could do, I could make it happen. We wanted to go to the 40 so that if we happen to get a few extra horses in there for some reason, I can't have that many horses there, but we need to have that buffer zone, so to speak. We're not overloading any time and getting in trouble with that. I don't want any more trouble. I don't want to ever be back here. I don't want to see any
Okay.
city
Well,
trucks driving up.
why don't you go ahead? I think we have the information now, and so let's go on to the public
Let's
hearing.
sit
If you are
right
leaving,
behind us.
Councilman Barlow, you're not leaving us. Because now we're going to have the public comment, and you have to hear everything.
I hear everything in the back. Even when I'm using the restroom, I can hear. TMI.
If you ask one question that they've already answered, I'm going to come after you. Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, this is very important. Now, I want to reintroduce Jack Wan, is it pronounced?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Honor,
And-
Councilman.
And if you will, again, announce who you are in relation to.
Sure. I am a counsel to the Los Prados Homeowner Association.
Thank you.
And if I could have the overview, they abut right here, if I can pan out a little bit, if possible. They are the homeowner association here. And this is a community of 1,358 homes, of which approximately 142 are here, and just for the record. For those from the Los Prados Homeowner Association, please stand up.
They can't. Wow. I always said it's a great place to live. Been out there so many times with all of you. It is the greatest, Los Prados is the greatest secret in this community. Now you have made yourselves public and known because you're on TV.
Yeah. Now, every one of them wanted to tell you the reasons why they were against 8788, but we have selected 5 homeowners to tell you why.
Good.
But let me get to the point of the matter is it's not so much as the look, it's so much as we're okay with 25 horses or a combination of horses and cattle on that property. They've been there for all those years for 25. We don't have a problem with that. The problem is when you go from 25 to 60, all right? And I know they mean well, they want to say we're going to be 40, 42, 45, but odds are it's going to be 60, or potentially probably could be sold to get 60, so we have to factor in 60. 25 animals and the manure from 25 animals is a lot different from the manure from 60 animals in the smell and the noise and stuff like that. Now, it's easy for us to say, well, they'll pick it up. It doesn't really mean anything. You know, there's a wall there. But the homeowners there currently still smell the manure from there. They still deal with the horse flies, and they still deal with those from the existing 25. And again, it's easy for us to say here in this hallway, hey, look, going from 25 to 60, we don't want to stop anybody's business. And you're right. We don't ever want to interfere with somebody else's use and enjoyment of their property. But it gets to a point where when your use and enjoying your property interferes with our use and enjoying property, that's why we're here before you now. We think they are good people. There's nothing wrong with that. We want to encourage a rodeo and everything else. The problem is, right now as we speak, there is concerns regarding the property current condition, and you can hear that from the homeowners. Right now, you hear them say, look, we're trying to make money, we're trying to make things meet. Right now, as we speak, and I saw it myself on Monday, there was cattle in a pen that was adjacent the Rosado Road. Now, my understanding is it should be 50 feet away. I myself saw a pile of manure that was 5 feet high, right? I myself saw the conditions of the property where the chain link fence and made up of other fences put together around their border, right? And we've also spoken to the former trainer that was at this property, and she expressed concerns about why she left because of the conditions of the current property where horses were hurt, people were hurt. And again, you'll hear directly from them talking to them. So it's not that we're opposed to the current use and enjoyment thereof. The problem is when we go from 25 to 60 is the problem. There was a question about, well, the property to the north is 58. That is correct. But let me tell you how they got 58. With support from us and with your code enforcement all over them. There is and I wish I would have brought, I apologize, but I'm sure somebody over here has it. The code enforcement and the city council had put the owners on the north through a very rigorous 2-3-year plan. They had to build this, I don't know how you call it, this very nice looking hangar or barn right here. They had to do a lot of conditions. They had to spend to make the property able to handle up to 58. Now, did they have 58 horses? No, I didn't see 58 horses. So that owner there, we spoke to, and I wish he was here to tell you that he met with us on Monday. He expressed to us his objection to Charlotte Lee's application. So isn't that the fact that they had 58? It's the fact that what they had to do to get to 58. They met with us. We worked on an arrangement. They met all the requirements of code. As for the homeowners, the owners to the south, again, we didn't oppose them because of a certain number. But we try to talk to them, and we don't know where they're at. But my understanding is that some of Charlotte Lee's animals and livestock are on their property. My understanding is some of her manure is being put on that property. Does it mean anything for our purposes? No. But what it does show is that there's concern regarding how that property right now is being maintained. So how are we going to be able to comply with up to 60 or 48? Again, we don't want to interfere with anybody else's use and enjoying the property. But when you go from 25 to 60, that's a big jump. They say they want 48, 50, okay, but that's still a jump. Again, it's easy for us to sit in here under air conditioning, but when you're in the backyard of these homes right here, even behind this 6 foot high wall, there's still concern about flies, smell, and everything else. Yes. And not to belittle this, but if you notice across here, this is a golf course. The golf course is a major, major revenue generator for this association. We cannot have anything interfere with that. Now, have there been complaints about the smell? Yes, over time they have, but it's always been nominal, not that frequent. But when you go to 60, and what happens if they sell the property? Yeah. That's the issue. Having said that, I'm going to better allow you to hear directly from the homeowner themselves.
Now, I've asked for 5 minutes for you, for 3 for each of you. And so then I'm going to ask council if they come back in the room. We're still here. For any further questions, and then he's still here too, good. And then we'll give it to Councilman Ross. So what I'd like is just make sure you're not repeating as you bring something new, because you each have 3 minutes. You'll hear the bing when you're getting close to the end of the time. And if you will stay around, because I think as the point guard here, as the attorney for the association, that would help.
Yes, sir. Just I forgot, one more thing.
Yes?
We're willing to have a compromise. So there was never really truly enough time to try to come together, because when we first heard about this was during the time for us to appeal. So I throw that out there because there are other options besides denying and saying yes or saying no. There are other options.
Thank you very much.
Madam
Yes.
Mayor, could we just ask, what compromise are you talking about? What do you have in mind? Just before we get
In all honesty, I don't know what I have in mind, because I think it's important that they all get together and try
You're going to
and try
tell
again.
us, no?
But
Okay.
the reason why the original plan did not proceed was because concerns about the ability to carry it out. That was a concern.
Well, and you've already heard something, at least from them, that they're willing to get to 47 animals rather than the 60 is what we all have on our agenda here, that the request was for 60 animals. And so it's come down to 47, with 58 up the north and 33 at the bottom. So let's get going. You don't need to hear from me either. And please, all you have to do is just state your full name, please. And we don't need an address.
You need my address?
No, just your name,
My
please.
name is Sandy Ambrose. I live in Los Prados. I would like to provide for you some information regarding, if I could have the other overhead put back up that you had.
Yes, right back there. There you are.
Okay. The property, the wall, the block wall that they're talking about that backs between La Madre and Charlotte Lee's
Mayor,
property.
just-
Excuse me
concrete
1
block
second.
wall.
Just
for the
stop
record-
the timer so she can.
Just for the record to be clear, it may be better for her to go with one on the overhead, so when she's pointing to things, you can actually see
Okay.
it.
If you want me, that's fine.
Okay.
This block wall right
Thank you.
here has a very large gate, an opening in that block wall that allows for trucks to be driven back and forth between La Madre and the Rosada property. And the reason for that is Charlotte Lee's managers, Tim and John, who's not here today, manage that property on La Madre. They have horses and cattle on that property right now. So they haven't been forthcoming in telling you what they've been doing with that property. The reason why we met with them on Monday was to work out a compromise with them. But when we visited the property, we found numerous what we consider health issues and fire hazards with stockpiled horse manure. These gentlemen are operating this property on La Madre, which has about a 7-foot-plus high wall and 20-foot across stockpile of manure up against the wall on Charlotte Lee's property. You can see it as you're walking Charlotte Lee's property. There are horses, if I can show you my overhead. Mine's a little closer in, so it's probably going to be a little more appropriate. This is Charlotte Lee's property, the rear of it. This is the La Madre property. This is the stockpile of manure that's been over there for more than a year, that they keep telling the planning commission, they have told us on numerous occasions, it's going to be removed. They've had it for more than a year, and it hasn't been removed. This is the stockpile of manure that is on Charlotte Lee's property right now as we speak, that they told the Planning Commission on April 14th they were going to have removed within 2 days. It's still there today. This is the stockpile taken from a picture from Leon looking west. That's the stockpile that's on La Madre that they haven't removed in over a year. This property on La Madre has been abandoned by the owner, and they are operating it and running it. And they keep telling everybody it's going to be removed. Well, they've had for over a year. I talked to Clark County firefighter Mark Dorsett this morning, who told me that is a serious fire hazard. If that stockpile was to catch on fire, and as you can see from these pictures...
That's a fixable, though. That is a fixable, so that's a good point you've brought out.
But they keep telling everybody this is what they're going to do. They told the Planning Commission on April 14th they were going to have the dump trucks and the trailers moved off the property.
Okay.
As of today, they're still there.
Okay, you've made your points. Good points, and you have that. Very good, thank you very much. I mean, that's important. Excuse me 1 second, don't start the clock again for the next person. I have to speak to the councilman. Okay, next, please.
Your Honor.
Hi.
My name's Charles Hanson. I also live in Los Prados. In addition to odors, flies, people's health, this being horses and cows, cows have a very big tendency when you're roping them, there's going to be a lot more dust floating through the air. We always get westerly wind, and that's going to come right into Los Prados.
So they got a hose.
Another thing, I don't know, it doesn't seem like anybody addresses it. It is a law. You will have 7,500 feet of property per horse or per cow. That's what's on the books. She is allowed 25 for her property size. That's issue number 2. Number 3, I think you, Ms. Mayor, asked how they found out about this. I think they've had an overwhelming number of code violations. They had one in 12/06/2012 for illegal commercial horse boarding. They had one on 5/27/14, which was a little over a year ago. I brought this up to the planning board meeting, and they said they're going to take care of it. That's a year old. I mean, they're not following the law now. What makes anybody think that they're going to, enhance anything you say or follow anything you say? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanson. Next, please.
John Kalish, Los Prados. I'm wondering if she even settled all these violations against her. Nobody's talked about the violations she's had against her.
Okay.
I think we should look into that.
Okay. Yeah. Those will be, the hope is what has been said.
Yeah, and that ranch is a disaster.
Okay.
It's a wonder it's standing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next.
You all look much nicer in person. My name is Anthony Piccolello. I live at Los Prados. This isn't about horses or cows. I love them. It's about our quality of life. It's about dust, horse flies, and manure smell.
Okay.
And it depends on which way the wind blows, what you're going to deal with. I just believe that the property should not be commercial. And a long time ago, we used to ride our horses up the strip, tie them off at the Klondike. All I'm saying is this is the wrong project for the wrong area at the wrong time. And we should allow Los Prados to be the best kept secret in Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Vera McCauley, and I live in Los Prados. Most respected Mayor, Council, I come to you as an 80-year-old mother.
You look good.
Grandmother, great-grandmother, and ask that I belong to you for just a moment. Please do not subject us to the disgusting flies, noise, smell, and effects it has on our breathing based on an applicant that has had 3 code violations in the past and does not comply with the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Dick Wallace. I live in Los Prados, but I also live in Colwood, which is directly across from this proposed project. That community, by the way, is 55 or older senior citizens. Of that, the majority of them, believe it or not, some of them, most of them, have a lot of asthma problems, as well as breathing. We've lost a few over the months here lately. But I'm more concerned to the health issues there. I can't understand how property like that can be brought up before council in a sense without any kind of permits in the sense of the dust, for example, or the health environment or the EPA environment. It's like, well, we don't need any of those. But yet the community right across from it is an elderly community. Now I realize Los Prados as a whole is a mixed community, but there are segments of it that are 55 or older. And this proposed project is right there at the 55 or older group. Do we get more privilege than the other people? No, but I would think that the health consideration would be one of somewhat concern. It doesn't take much to look at the record that we do have an enormous amount of city ambulances coming in there, or the fire department because of respiratory problems or something of this nature. So I'm just saying to the council that give heavy consideration to the fact that that is a 1,300 strong community of voters basically that are very concerned, and I think we have a right to be at this point in time. We've been doing everything that the city has required of us, whereas on the other side of that, that property is still an eyesore. No matter how you look at it, every time you drive by it, it's an eyesore. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Clinton Pope. I live in Los Prados as well. There will be some redundancy maybe in my remarks, but I'm not going to apologize for that. Although I live in Los Prados, I'm here as an individual homeowner. All of us here are here as individual homeowners. I'm affected as an individual by the proposed changes here. In your considerations last month on this issue, a deference was given to Ms. Lee based on, in large measure, the fact that she had existed, her property had been there, and she'd been occupying the property for some decade or so before Los Prados was built. I understand that. I've got no real complaint with that. If I had had any objection to her operation there, I would not have bought property in Los Prados, or if I'd not known about it prior to buying the property, I wouldn't feel justified in complaining about it because she was there first. Now, however, the approval, the proposed approval from 25 to 60 represents a 140% increase in the number of livestock that she'll be allowed to operate there, with the attendant increase in the number of flies, the amount of odor, the noise, and all the dust and dirt that other people have mentioned. This now, I feel like the fact that she was there prior to Los Prados, that point, I believe, is moot at this point. Now, I was there before she was, okay? This increase is going to materially affect the quality of my enjoyment of my own property there. Everything that goes along with, although she says she's not going to do rodeo, if they're doing training for rodeo, an approval of this would essentially amount to me now living next door to some sort of aquarium sports complex Okay, I feel like at this point, I, as an individual homeowner, am allowed a certain amount of deference here, and I hope you folks will reconsider this thing. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Do you want to wrap this up now?
Is there any further questions directly at me?
Well, you know, I would ask you to sit down, if you would, somewhere close, so that if we have a question, we can pull you right on back up.
Thank you.
And that's fine, okay. And I think at this point, do you want to hear from them again, or should we move on? Okay, let's, any questions first from council at this point? Councilman Anthony, and here are my points.
I'm just trying to get my arms around this. I mean, I appreciate all you coming down and representing Los Prados. That's what this government is all about. You're supposed to come down and voice your concern. So, I guess I've heard two things in my mind. Number one is the state of your property. I've heard about code enforcement, and you've been cited, and you're doing stuff on the property that really isn't safe with the manure. That really concerns me, because if the property isn't kept up, if the property is kept up, then they have less things to worry about. So that kind of bothers me a little bit, that you're really not taking care of your property from what I've seen and what I've heard. And the second thing is the number of animals that you should have on that property. So I'm just wondering if, I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm just wondering, this gentleman here said that maybe there's a compromise that him and Los Prados can work with these folks to come back with maybe a different number of animals, but I don't know if I'm ready to do anything until this property can be shown as up to code and there aren't any problems there. So I know this is Councilman Ross's ward, but just something to think about is should we obey this and allow our folks to make sure this property is up to speed, and allow them to work with Los Prados to come back to tell us the property's fine? We have a compromise that maybe everybody agrees to, and we can work on that then. So just something for you to think about, and I'll obviously wait and see what you have to say.
We'll have them sit down for your comment?
Yeah, you guys can sit down for a few minutes, Charlotte. And would you, through the mayor, would you repeat your name again for me, please, sir?
McDermott, Tim.
Mr. McDermott.
Tim McDermott.
Yes, Tim.
And Ms. McCauley, what was your first name? I missed you. Vera?
Okay.
Thank you. It's all right, got it, thank you.
First of all, I concur with Councilman Anthony. This is a great showing of all of you getting together, because yesterday afternoon I heard there were only 17 of you signed up, so this is a good show. Thanks for coming down. I hope you guys have learned something today of how the city operates. It's kind of, so it's good for me to see you guys sitting in here. Ms. Ozuna, you are our code enforcement officer. Would you please address some of the issues with code enforcement?
She can't talk.
She can't talk. Oh, you just look good. You just can't
Karen
talk.
is going to respond.
That's right.
Okay, Karen. With the mayor's permission.
Please.
Please. The notice and order was issued by Code Enforcement November 13th, 2014, which resulted in the action that is before you today. That notice and order had violations which included ensure all fences meet proper setbacks, height limitations, allowed a combination of 25 horses, cattle. All animal must be owned by property owner, must submit to the Department of Planning a site plan indicating the number and types of animals to be kept. Horse corral. Property must have a special use permit for any commercial activity. That's what's before you today. Talisman Inc. is operating on the property with no City of Las Vegas business license issued. Cease all business operations until properly licensed. Remove or obtain proper permits for corrals, fences located on property. Remove or obtain proper permits for tack house, shed on property to include building electrical permits per investigative inspection. And then the refuse and manure would also need to be addressed on the property. That's what we have outstanding at this point in time.
And thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Ozuna and Ozuna's assistant.
Ms. Ozuna has laryngitis, she can't talk.
And folks, I hope you understand too why the mayor only had a handful of you come up. It's because all of you can pretty much say the same thing, so don't discount that. And all of these will be entered into the record for your benefit. For full disclosure, Mrs. Lee and I have known each other for several years. I lived on that street for 10 years in one of those other houses on that street, so I'm fully aware of this property. I'm fully aware of the ranches. I'm fully aware of where Los Prados is. And I must say, because yesterday was the first day, anyone had called me and said, the smells are horrendous. In 10 years of my representation, I'm just telling you, no, I'm just telling you, I have never gotten one phone call from anybody about odor. I'm just putting that on the record. Now, to clear a few other things up, Mrs. Lee is not in the mayor's pocket, which I also heard. Mrs. Lee is not related to the mayor, which I also heard. So there's a lot of misinformation floating around out there, and I'm pretty disappointed with that. Mayor, I'm not sure a block wall, or Councilman Barlow, a block wall is going to, be enough. I honestly don't know if that is going to be enough. That's certainly a concern of mine.
There's some
and I will
simple
let
things
you know,
immediately.
Mr. Juan? Mr. Juan, the notice from the City of Las Vegas to the Los Prados Community Association was sent March 19th, almost a month prior before the Planning Commission hearing. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. So your association did get it, because I heard comments that no one notified us. We're just trying to shove this through. These are all false. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. Now, in 2000, when Steve Weiss's ranch was allowed I think 28 horses. Yeah, here's my notes. And in 2006, this one, you guys had worked with Mr. Weiss, and Charlotte is clearly aware of the investment he's made in that property, as well as the Estacados ranch behind her. She was there to watch it all be built, as was I. Now, Mrs. Lee, times have changed. I mean, you saw some items on our agenda this afternoon where we had the horse people up here concerned about the city's growth. And I've got the city folks here concerned about the growth of the horse people. So it's a bit of not difficult, but certainly a challenge to balance that urban with the rural. And we're going to continue to do the best we can. So I appreciate your involvement and all of you participating in that. In regards to codes, if anything is approved for them to do whatever they want to do out there, Mrs. Lee is going to have to follow those codes. Would you guys roll these are my pictures that my staff took. Christine took for me out at the ranch yesterday. These pallets, Charlotte, I mean,
They were supposed to be.
I'm not going to approve anything today until if you guys want to do this and you're serious about training horses or having some calves out there and letting the kids come out and learn how to rope, that is dying, and I get it, and I want to preserve it to the best of our ability. But this is terrible. Are you looking at the pictures too, Mr. McDermott? Because if you're working out that ranch, you know what's going on out there. Keep going. How long has that flatbed been sitting there with all the trash next to it?
That's not our flatbed.
That's not your flatbed.
No,
Is that
no,
Weiss's flatbed?
It belongs to some hay company.
Then how come nobody's called and complained about that?
I don't
And
know.
how about the garbage
For the same
alongside
reason
of
they
it?
haven't called for the boat and trailer that's parked on the other side of the street for 2 years. I don't know.
Interesting. Okay, good to know. And this is down on the end of the yard. And then, are you responsible for taking care of the grass in the culvert?
I don't know.
That's right away.
Yes.
And how about the pile of manure? Did you want to address that, Mr. McDermott, with the mayor's
Yeah,
permission?
it's gone down considerably from when Sandy was there.
It is gone.
It is
It's
gone.
mostly all gone
Okay.
right
It
now.
is gone.
Can you address then, you guys can stop the photos now, Christine, thank you.
And on the other property, on the other side, I have nothing to do with it. The guy that owns the place.
Let me do
Oh,
this.
okay.
That little smoke and mirrors that's going on here.
Well,
we
that
have
was
to
my next
address.
question, of course, with the mayor's permission. What about the Estacados old ranch? What's going on with it? You're running that over there too, or?
No, sir, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Mr. Anthony is really under the wrong opinion that we're responsible for anything on that property. We don't own that property. We have nothing to do with that property. The only thing we have to do with that property is the owner of the property left to go to I believe it's Idaho, to train some horses for somebody for the summer. He's coming back supposedly in September, October, November, something like that. John agreed to oversee the property for him. If it broken water lines, just take care of the place and keep it from burning down. He asked that there is, I think, 2 people that are boarding horses with him. That'd be the owner that's in Idaho right at this point in time. Would John be willing to feed and water those horses for him? And John says yes, but under the condition that we had 4 horses, 4 horses with 2 girls that do horseback riding for mentally
Autistic
challenged children, and they were on our property. When this whole thing come up about the code violations, the code violations, and 99.9% of them are all doing with the licensing.
With Esther.
No, and Mr. McGurk, I get that. I'm trying to ascertain here.
I've got to get to this point.
Okay. With your permission, Mayor.
Those girls moved their 4 horses over there to this piece of property because they have an SUV. So they can continue to hold their lessons, and they're doing everything that they're doing on that other property, somebody else's property. We have nothing to do with either one of them. We don't own the horses, we don't own the people. They moved from our place over to there. Is John cleaning their stalls and washing their horses and doing it? No. They're feeding the horses. That's it. That pile of manure that's over there, we didn't have nothing to do with that pile of manure. We didn't put it there. We're not responsible for taking it off. We had nothing to do with it.
So there's no manure pile that we saw on your property?
We had a manure pile on our property, absolutely, and we took it off as soon as we found out that it was a problem.
It's very minimal.
When was that taken off?
My understanding from the health
Some
department.
was taken off today. We take it every day.
My understanding from the health department is you're allowed to have a small manure pile. I believe it's 4 foot high by X number of square feet in diameter. That got out of hand. John was allowing some people to come in and take that manure and put it on their property, et cetera, for yards and grass and so forth. Yeah, the pile got big, absolutely. It got pretty big. The pile, for all intents and purposes, is absolutely gone. It's not as big as this podium right here, right now. The trucks and stuff that were there, John made a statement that he'd have it taken off. Well, he was assuming that he was going to be able to get a hold of the owners of the trucks. Can't find them. Done everything in the world, we can't find them. So we now have gotten a hold of a salvage company. Says, what do we do with these things? We don't own them. Do you want them? Can you take them? They said yes. They have come out. They've taken pictures of the engines. Why, I don't know. The VIN numbers and pictures of the vehicles. They said that they'll come back to us in the next 2 or 3 days and tell us whether they legally can obtain those and do it, because they can't find the owners. I said, well, there's got to be some other ways of doing this. I don't know, but they said they can take care of that. Now, do I have a time frame on that? 2 days, 2 weeks, whatever it takes for them to find out, and they'll have that out of there. They'll take it away.
If I may, this seems very solvable. It really does to me. I think the issues that have been brought forward are issues perhaps you knew about, perhaps you didn't know about. There are so many issues that need to be examined. That flatbed, somebody needs to know who it is and get rid of it. There's information. I don't see how possibly I or any other council person can vote on this. I certainly would want to make sure that on a regular basis the dust is watered.
It's watered every time.
Every day.
Fine, every day. Well, I'd want to make sure so that if the dust is coming in, we know it's coming in from south of La Madre or north of your property, and so that you're not pinpointed for it. But the reality, all of these things that we're hearing, the only issue, and if there's a compromise that can work out on the number of animals, and whether in time your property is making some money, you can put another wall up on Leon. To me, it sounds like it's been a total lack of communication, and for those or for anybody who thought I even know Charlotte, never met them before. So the reality is, this is a great area to live, and as I said, Los Prados is fabulous. I happen to love horses, and I love the rodeo, and I love everything that's the West out here. I think all of these problems that are there, once we're in open communication, which I'm shocked we haven't been, to find out on each one of those properties who's at fault, beyond your property, and then your property needs to know you don't collect manure. I mean, if in fact whoever is your partner that's working it, you'd continue to spray every single day so the dirt and the flies don't go flying anywhere. Ultimately, you build a wall and then figure out a way that we have proper code enforcement on a regular basis. I'm calling them property 1, year 2, and 3. And so the only thing is, if in fact you are doing it perfectly after those issues and you've cleaned up the property, to come down from 60 to 47, and the other people are allowed 58, we need to find out where the culprits are. But this is a fixable situation. We, as John said, Jack. What's first name?
Call me Jack. Other people call me worse.
Jack.
Call me Jack.
What other people
People
call you?
call me worse, but you can call me Jack.
Oh, Jack will call you Jack. The reality is that you opened up by saying, you know, they want you to succeed, and it sounds like you're on the right page. There's just a lot of misinformation, but there's obviously a problem. And the stink and the flies and the dirt are the biggest part of it. And if in fact they're coming from properties 1 and 3, but if any of it goes with you, these are all fixable. So I'm hopeful you can resolve this, Councilman. And there's no way I could vote on anything today, perfectly honestly. And what that compromise is, and for the city to go out there, our poor silent Ms. Ozuna, go back out there and make sure properties 1 and 3 are holding the line, and that whoever owned that flatbed, the only question we didn't hear an answer from, is it on Jones? What's on the west side of the property where all that desert
empty
grass is
lot.
blowing? Who's
It's an empty
responsible
lot.
for that disgusting look?
I believe that would be the property owner.
Okay. So
We'll
if in
we'll
fact it
double-check to
continues
confirm.
on 1, 2, and 3 to clean up your property, I mean, it's nothing more than just getting a
Is it my
weed.
responsibility?
Well, that's what I'm hearing. I don't know if it's city property. I couldn't possibly tell you. But those are all fixable things, and it's just communicating and having that done.
There's a little confusion. She thinks that what you're talking about is cleaning up that property on the east side on the road. That's
No, on the west of your
Yeah, the
property.
west belongs to somebody else.
Somebody else's property, so
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
there. Where'd that picture come from that Christine took that showed the, not tumbleweed, but it looked like it.
The tall yellow grass, that's on
the
Leon.
bar pit along the east side.
That's on Leon on the east side.
Okay, so that needs to be cleaned up, and if it's your property, clean it up.
public
Well, let me suggest
here.
this. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Leon.
Okay.
And so far as code violations, we've only received one from the health department, one from dust control over the last several years on dust control. And
So you just need to fix them.
we've only had two. We've only had two in the
Just a
last
minute.
years.
I think we're confusing terms. It's a notice in order to fix the problems. If you don't fix the problems, then it turns into a violation. So.
Okay. So please go back
Yeah,
to it, so let's move along.
let's do this. Number one, I want all of you from Los Prados to recognize that we see you. Many of you have called me on my cell phone. Thank you very much for that. This has been a long, arduous process. Mrs. Lee's been dealing with this for quite some time, didn't quite understand how to get everything done and accomplished, and she's hired, I don't know if you hired these guys, you're just friends helping you out, but he's got a couple of friends helping her out through this process. And it's not easy navigating through the city to get where you want to be. Steve Weiss has done it across the street from her with his 58 horses, but he's invested a whole lot of money into it. He's got a fabulous facility there. Garth Lamb's Horse Hospital is right there on Jones. You all know that. I could see it out my front window when I was living on that street. The Estacados Ranch, and I know the Estacados aren't there any longer. It's in somebody else's hands. But I would think likewise they're taking care of that property as well. Ms. Ozuna, I would like to, or Mr. Pergo, let's get code enforcement out to that property about this pile of manure and any other violations that may exist on that property, please. That's my request through the mayor, of course. But this is what we're going to do. I would like you guys to sit down, Mr. Wan, and Mr. Wan, whoever you want to be in the room. You guys are going to figure this out and determine what's going to work for them, and you guys got to work it out too, because I don't want the lifestyle to go away. I want to protect your rights on your property. I want to protect your rights on your property. But you got to meet somewhere in the middle. You got to make this work. And Mrs. Lee, you're going to have to clean the property up.
Oh, I agree.
Please, pallets, garbage, junk. And if that flatbed,
The
that
pallets
gooseneck's
don't
not your
even
trailer,
belong to us, but they will be gone.
that
Again,
gooseneck
that's
trailer's
the
not
same hay
yours,
company.
you know whose it is?
It belongs to that hay company.
Which one?
The one that
I
has the
think it's,
flatbed down
Nevada-
the street on the
Nevada
right of way.
State.
Jones Feed?
No, Nevada State, it's a red truck. I don't know.
All right, well, that's going to be an issue, too. We're going to need
Jones
a code
is name,
enforcement
and
out there
I
on
have
that
his phone
trailer.
number if you want it.
And Mr. McDermott, you mentioned a boat on the street somewhere out there as well?
I'm sorry?
You mentioned a
Yes.
boat? Is it Steve Weiss's boat?
I don't know. It's
Yeah,
been
on the
there.
other
I
side of the
guess it
street, on the north side of the street.
Okay,
there's
let's do
boat,
a
trailer
code
sitting out
sweep.
there for 2
I
years.
think would be the best thing to do.
There's
We're going to make a lot of people
telephone
mad at us
poles
over there.
that are stacked out there in the street, you know.
We're going to do a code sweep in the whole neighborhood. That's my request, and I hate to say that, but, you know, if you want that rural lifestyle, I'm going to protect it. We're going to continue to do that.
That's fine.
But at the same time, these are your neighbors. They're my
I
neighbors.
understand that.
And, you know, they've got, you know, I can't disagree with them. You know what? The dust, if you're
Cleaning it
watering
up's
like
not
you
a
should be,
problem.
you're doing fine.
Every time we rope or ride the arena, we water the arena.
I know, I've seen you down there doing it. And folks, they've been doing this for a long time. This just didn't happen tomorrow or yesterday. They've been doing it for a long time. She's just trying to do it the right way, just like the Estacados did and just like Steve Weiss did with his property. They've got to be licensed to do it. Someone mentioned this parcel going to commercial. It's not commercial. It's still ranch estates, but because of the horse boarding, that I know you do some horse boarding, you have to have a business license and you have to have a commercial operation. So it's important and significant to understand that. It's not going to be a store or a car lot. It's going to stay a
change.
ranch.
It isn't really going to change any more than it is, except we'll have more horses in and out.
Okay? My challenge to you,
Occasionally.
Mrs. Lee, Mr. McDermott, and who's your other guy? I met him.
John Scolari.
John. Mr. Scolari, and all of you, is I'm going to need your eyes. I'm putting you on notice to get that property cleaned up, and these folks here are going to call me because they've got my cell phone number.
I do too.
I know you do. Huh? I think we're going to obey this. Mr. Juan, how many days do you think you guys could figure this out? So the next time this comes before us, I'm going to obey the item.
To table it possibly, just so that abeyance would require a date certain.
I know
The
it.
table would just hold it in limbo.
You know, do you guys want 30 days, 60 days?
What's 90 days?
And what's that do to your operation?
I have a question in the same area.
Through the mayor.
Yes, please.
However long this period of time is, are we still shut down from being able to do any business at all?
You are.
Well, they're operating, but you're not adding animals.
Well,
We've got the
they're
license,
doing it
it's
now,
just being held
right?
right
Right,
now.
they're
In
operating.
violation of our codes. So don't go load up 40 horses and 20 cows.
I was going to say,
Excuse me,
We're not going to change
But
it.
let's hear from our counsel. One
I've got an
second, he can
opportunity.
answer.
I
We've
was going
got
to say,
nine,
any
hold on.
any non-licensed business would not be permitted to operate. They could still have the 25 animals, but they could not operate the business without a license.
but we do have a license from the county, an SUP license right now that is being reviewed right now. We also have a business license set on that SUP
And a state license.
and a state license.
Wait, counsel, please.
Business licensing will need to at least chime in on this one if in fact they do have a business license that's valid.
I will check to see if they have a business license. The question is, they said they had a state business license. That is different than having a City of Las Vegas business
That's true.
license.
We got a notification that
I've
we
got
have
all
Okay,
the
may I make a
paperwork in. I have
suggestion?
one thing
The
to fill
simplest
out.
thing is let's find out what is, and then let's fix it. If you need a certain kind of license. Mr. Perigo, are you going to be on top of this? Are you the one? Are you going to give it to Ms. Duddleston or Ms. Azuna? Are we, to get them to the point that they can function as is, keep functioning, no changes except cleaning up, and getting out of all the violations, and put a timeline according to,
You're correct, Mayor. If they do have a valid business license to conduct horse boarding and the other activities, they can do that. If they don't currently have a City of Las
Get
Vegas
one.
business license, they'll have to cease those operations. They can still maintain the 25 horses in compliance with the code and go from there.
But it can't do business as.
Your Honor, item 87 is the one, the horse crawler stable, that would allow them to board animals commercially. Without that, they cannot do that. They cannot,
Things I have to do. I didn't understand this.
they cannot board animals without that. They
but
need
they have
that to
get
get the
a
license for that.
They have to get a valid license to do that.
I do
That's-
have my state
yes.
taxation.
And we don't know if they have a valid license at this moment, although I believe Karen is finding out if they have a valid license. And if they do have it, they're fine. If they don't have a valid license, how long will it take them to get a valid license?
I just looked at the paperwork that the lady has here with her. She has a notice from business licensing stating the deficiencies of what she must have in order to get a business license. So she does not have a business license. That is a letter from us stating what she needs to do to get a business license. One of those things is to get her state registration taken care of, her Nevada tax ID. There are some things that you can get to be a home occupation. There are other businesses that require a special use permit. So to say blanket business license, I can't say which one without knowing exactly what they want a business license for. If it is horse boarding, they have to have a special use permit. If it is to run a home office or an accounting office or something like that, that's not required. So I can't answer for a business license without understanding exactly what they want to do, what they're allowed to do on that property without this special use permit, but we can certainly meet with them and go through all of that while we're working with them on the code enforcement issues.
And are you open and available tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a business card that you would be good enough to give them, please?
I am happy to.
So tomorrow, you will attend all those things and find out what you have and what you
Where
need,
is
just
she?
the status quo.
Is she down at code enforcement? Or down at 333?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please,
Not
back to you.
without the special use permit, not without approving it, agenda item 87, which I don't think we have a problem with that. I think we have a problem with the amount of animals on the property.
Yeah,
we're not
Your Honor.
That's correct.
They would not be able to get the license without the special use permit.
Right, that's
So
what
if-
you just said.
Okay, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think it's clear for the Los Prados folks here today that she's going to have something there. She's going to have animals. You're okay with the 25 certainly right now, and that's obvious. I think, and I want to reassure all of you, Mrs. Lee's got code enforcement's attention, and she's got your attention, but she's a good neighbor. And I would ask you to be respectful of that and be a good helper, be a good neighbor, and Charlotte, likewise to you, to them, and to your guys in your life. Why don't we go ahead and obey 88 for, you want 60 days, Mr. Juan?
60 days, okay, Charlotte?
Hello?
60 days, I just want to make sure they have enough
It's going
time.
to be when 60 days?
July 15th council meeting?
July 15th council meeting?
Oh, well, that
Well,
would
he-
work. I have to go,
Well, Mayor, if I may.
July 15th is
With your
fine.
permission. Charlotte, you guys are going to have this all worked out, so you don't even need to be here, okay? That's the idea of you guys sitting down and talking to the HOA and working things out.
Actually, Councilman, she'll need, or her representative
Yeah.
will need to agree to the conditions of the record.
Okay, so you can have Mr. McDermott or Mr. Scolari come down and agree to the conditions on the record, but you're going to need to be in the room, Mr. McDermott, you know that. So I think that's where we're going to go. So I think what we can do is go ahead and approve it, 87, the special use permit for the horse boarding. That gives them...
And according to Mr. Scott, that's necessary for you to even hold the status quo if, in fact, you've got to go through the license.
Yes, Mayor, that's going to be necessary for them to get the valid business license, correct?
Okay, that's number one.
And that solves that problem of doing what you're doing, okay? And then you'll work with the Los Prados, this village, and work out what's going to be amenable. You know, because I don't think anybody wants you to go out of business or go away. I think everybody recognizes the value.
You're going to
in-
put us out of business for 6 months, you just put us out of business.
Again, like if you, just to clarify, if you approve 87 today, they will then apply to business licensing for the valid business license. That will allow them to board the 25 horse or animals that they currently have.
That they're currently allowed
Yes.
per our
And then-
code to do.
So it's status quo. If we, according to Councilman Ross, moves to go ahead and approve number 87 on your agenda, that keeps you just where you are. You don't get one more animal, you
Oh,
get
no.
nothing. You have to get your license through Mr. Perigo or Ms. Duddleston or whoever's in charge of
Okay.
that. Then you have to comply and clean up everything. And from what I understand, Councilman Ross perhaps then will be moved for 60 days on 88.
60 days on 88 to July 15th again, Lynn? And,
July 15th is okay. I'll
Okay.
be out of town the 1st of July. I have to
okay.
go to a funeral in
We'll work it
Canada.
out. We'll work it out. The important thing is that you all work together as a neighborhood. I mean, Councilman Anthony's right on the money here. I mean, working this out together, and that's significant. And folks, for the other ranch with the pile of manure, we'll figure out what's going on there, we'll get that taken care of too. But any other code violations, we're going to pick up on that neighborhood as well. So I'm going to make all of my old neighbors mad at me, so I hope you all realize that.
Yes, sir.
Karen?
Yes, sir.
So with that, Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Give one to each.
I'm prepared to move to approve agenda item 87, subject to all conditions.
Okay, there's a motion to approve number 87, subject to all conditions. Please vote and please post. So that's status quo, get licensed, get cleaned up,
Thank you for
clean
your
up your
patience.
codes, that passes unanimously.
Thank you
Wait,
very
you're
much.
not done?
And
At
agenda
this
item-
moment?
Nice to have met you, Mayor.
Nice to meet you both.
Agenda item 80.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Just wanted to say thank you
No,
for your
she's
patience.
running away.
No, stay here, Charlotte. Charlotte, stay here.
No.
We're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're not done yelling at you yet. I'm just kidding. And agenda item 88, I move to obey to the July 15th City Council meeting and give you guys enough time to get this worked out, okay?
We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you have a lot to do, and you want to keep it, and you want to grow whatever they're going to suggest, and is okay, and we thank you all for coming and being so patient. And thank you, thank you. So you're going to be very busy.
Madam Mayor, if I just might say again and reiterate what Councilman Ross said, how wonderful that you
What?
all
Oh, we
came
haven't
out.
voted on 88. I'm so sorry.
Well,
Please
anyway,
vote.
you came, and what a great show of support for what democracy should be about. Thank you. Thank you.
Unanimous.
Hey, Mayor,
It wasn't posted. Yes.
I always thought the greatest danger out in Los Prados was flying golf balls. I played there once and never wanted to go back because the houses are built so close to the fairways, it's not safe to be outside your house.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah, and then the contractor didn't do a very good job on the plaster because it's not hard, it's a soft plaster, or it was. Maybe they fixed it. Because every time a golf ball hit a man, it made a big hole so that it looked like a war zone.
But you know what? Their grass, because of the manure, is the best you've ever seen.
Oh, geez, that's the smell of the manure.
They should.
But I always thought that the golf balls would be worse. I never knew about the flies.
Okay, staff, I'd like to add, Councilwoman had a question. The one about the code? Because Betsy's not here, it would be.
Betsy isn't here now, but did we add a code enforcement person into our,
That would be under him, under Tom.
oh, Tom, did we add a code enforcement person into our budget?
For 16?
I know that we were considering it in, yes, the future budget.
What, Karen's been working very closely with Vicki on the operations there, and we found some improvements that will increase our productivity and get us probably equal to 2.5 full-time equivalent positions just by making some changes that will be able to stretch the amount of work we can do with the staff we have.
So we didn't add anybody.
So at this time, we didn't feel it was necessary to ask for
I
additional
will
help.
tell you, we have a big problem,
there
and
she
I
came
don't
back.
know how far you can stretch.
Councilwoman, we added some code enforcement individuals through the Sewer Enterprise Fund to help with a lot of the code enforcement along the right-of-ways. So that should help alleviate some of the work that's happening in Vicky's area. We hope.
Yeah,
But
because
I hadn't heard about Tom's plan to figure out 2.5 FTs or whatever he came up
Well-
with. But he's one of the most creative people I've ever seen in my life, so I'm sure it's going to work.
All right. We'll see. Thank you.
Thanks, I think
Thank
that's
you.
so important. I mean, this is slipping by.
Well, it is. It shows that we're missing things. I mean, little
Okay.
things we didn't know at all.
All right, so we are moving on to agenda item 88 and 89. They seem to be compatible here. SUP 58165, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,562 square foot tavern limited establishment. Number 90 SDR 58166, a request for a site development plan review to add 3,600 square feet or floor area to an existing 6,300 square foot commercial space with facade improvements. The applicant owner is 322 LLC at 322 Fremont, C2 General Commercial Zone. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Public hearing, open hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor. Seth Floyd on behalf of the applicant, 322 LLC. And I was looking over our plans, and I was trying to calculate it. I think on our rooftop deck, you could probably get 6 horses and 2 cattle out there if you had to.
You're in. How about the manure? Do you have a manure chute?
That's the part we still have to work on.
Okay.
You had to go there, didn't you?
Good. All right, tell us what you're doing here.
Yes, thank
Please.
you, Mayor. So what we're proposing, and I wanted to put something up on the overhead here real quick, because we've been working with staff. One thing that staff requested on this project, and by the way, just a little background here, we came before Planning Commission back, I think it was for the first time in October, with a full tavern license. We got some opposition from some folks on Fremont Street, and they challenged us to go look at the model that you guys have created and that staff has created for Fremont East, sort of a tavern limited bar district. And they said, we don't really know why this isn't working under the canopy. We think it can work. So we went down and we took a look at some of the bars down there. And we said, I think you're right. I think we can actually bring this model under the canopy and make it work. So we totally redesigned our project. One challenge that we had with bringing a tavern limited under the canopy is, of course, you can't take the booze out on the street in a tavern limited concept. And of course, under the canopy, one thing that people want to do is congregate on the street. So we resolved that challenge by building, and let me show you another picture here that shows it a little bit better, a rooftop deck that you can see here. So folks are still self-contained on the property, but they can enjoy the light show, they can people watch, do whatever they'd like to do, but from the comfort and safety of a rooftop deck. The other image I was showing, staff had one concern, and that was to keep folks from sort of coming in and out of the bar with booze. They wanted us to put up a barrier. And I don't want to speak for staff and say that they've approved this, but we have run this by them, and I think they're okay with it. There's a condition of approval that we agreed with on our application to do that. So I just wanted you to have the benefit of seeing what that would look like here. And with that, we would accept all staff's conditions and ask for your approval.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Floyd. Mr. Parago, Mr. Rankin, Ms. Huddleston, whoever would like to respond here.
Madam Mayor, yes.
You have to say which one you are for the record.
Doug Rankin, for the record.
Okay.
Yes, the Tavern Limited is appropriate use at this location. We do have some additional conditions to add. On item number 89, SUP 58-165, we would add the following conditions. A one-year required review shall be heard as a public hearing at City Council 1 year after the issuance of a business license. And condition number 2 added, the applicant shall submit a plan showing a barrier at the entrance to the Director of Planning for review and approval prior to the issuance of any building permits. We have seen the picture today. This looks appropriate. We'd like the condition added so that it maintains itself through the life of the project. And then on item number 90, SDR 58-166, add a condition, no interior access shall be permitted between 322 Fremont and 318 Fremont. The 318 address is the gift store, and the 322 Fremont is the new Tavern Limited.
And do you agree with those
not allow
conditions?
access between those two uses.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor, we discussed those with staff, and we agree with those conditions.
On both 89 and 90,
That's
each of
correct.
those conditions you agree to?
Yes,
Okay.
all conditions.
All right, anybody, this is a public hearing. Anybody wanting to comment on these? Okay, seeing and hearing no one, we will close that piece, and we will then come to Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. If you'll place your rendering back in the center, the double-decker. Okay, so walk us through coming in from Fremont Street Experience into, is this the pizza down below?
That's correct.
So walk us into the pizza and then point out where you take the elevator or the staircase to the upper floor.
Mayor, through you to Councilman Barlow. So there are actually 2 ways to access the rooftop deck. You can kind of see the stairway here to the side. And if you, I just want to put this up for 1 second. There would be a security guard stationed here. That's why we designed the barrier this way. So that we really think the main attraction here is going to be the rooftop deck. So that's going to be the main access point that we need to secure. So that's one way to get up there. And on the floor plan, which I'm not sure if I have a rendering of the floor plan here, but just behind this bar counter area here is an elevator. That was one thing that we discussed with the Planning Commission that they wanted to see, and we agreed. So there's also an elevator access. So if you came in off the street, you would walk through here and behind the bar, and that's where the elevator access would be.
Okay. And what would be the purpose for the security?
The purpose of the security, that was in our discussions with staff. They said that one of their concerns is that folks will be trying to come in and out with alcohol, which of course wouldn't be permitted in the tavern limited concept. Additionally, though, we want to make sure that minors aren't accessing the upstairs because that's only alcohol is served upstairs, so we don't want folks under 21 making their way up there.
So will there be any signage on the elevator door, on the staircase, as far as 21 and over allowed only upstairs, any type of signage?
We discussed signage.
If not, I would like to add that as a condition as well.
Sure, we would certainly agree with that. The only place where minors would be allowed is in the food service area of the downstairs, which serves essentially as a sort of the restaurant.
I'm saying like on the
portion.
elevator
Yeah.
door, creating something
sure.
nice that will allow, of course, the doors to open and close,
Sure.
but something visible to basically state adults only upstairs, or, you know, something that basically reflects 21 and over upstairs only.
Sure, we would have no problem doing that.
Okay, so Tom and Doug, I would like to have that added as a condition. In addition to that, the security, is the security a part of your security plan, or is that something we need to also have added as a condition for regulation?
So, Councilman, I would defer to staff on that. We did discuss the need for a security plan when we go back to business licensing, so I believe we have to provide that information as part of that security plan.
So Karen, as far as the security is concerned, where is that within the condition in the scope of regulating access for adults only up and down the elevator and as well as the staircase?
For the record, Karen Duddleston, security plans are on the license application. We work with the licensee that those security plans have to be approved by the director before we bring any license forward to the city council. Often with changing conditions, those security plans change if we find there's not enough security or they can do things differently. But signage and security go with the business license.
Okay, so has the business license been approved? Where are we in the process of the business license?
No, they would have to have land use for a tavern limited, and then they would apply to business licensing for a license, and whoever's going to run this facility, we would
Okay.
work through
So
all of
these
the
are the preliminary
security,
steps.
how minors would be at tables, if they have to have a barrier between any of those food places and a bar area, whether that's signage or those sorts of things are all done on the licensing side.
Right. I believe this is a great concept. It looks good. The only concern that I would have, of course, is it is Fremont Street. We are already addressing a mirage of issues underneath the canopy, and I don't want this to be added to the list when in fact we're trying to take those issues off of our docket as we speak. And so as we move forward, I want to make sure that we have some levels of protection and security in place to assure us that individuals won't be walking out with cups or whatever the containers may be. And of course, minors aren't getting in because that is a elevated level that you can actually experience the canopy from up on high, which is, you know, I'm pretty sure that's going to be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to sitting up there myself. So I'll move forward with.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman.
Would it be all right?
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
fine. Before I make my motion, I'm sorry, Mayor. I should have asked if anyone else had any comments, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman Barlow. I have a couple of questions about this, and I know, Seth, you and I visited in your office about your client. What is your client's name again?
The client is Aliza Higuchi, although technically the client is 322 LLC, but it's Aliza's company.
Elisa, what?
Higuchi, Elazar Higuchi.
Okay, Elazar Seguchi?
Higuchi.
Okay. This client of yours, we had a lot of trouble with her, I think, last year in the midst of trying to rid Fremont Street of alcohol abuse in terms of the people that were abusing the rules, and we found a lot of violations by the license holders as well, people selling way too much and not enforcing the rules as far as where people should consume it. So the number, the 322 rang a bell, and then I guess I forgot Elisa's name. She led a charge in here in objection to what we were doing and brought, I don't know, 40 or 50 people in here. And she cheer-led basically a protest, virtually accusing us of being anti-labor and also racist in somehow or another not going along with her contentions. But she had violations. Let me ask staff, do you recall, I don't know who should address this, whether Mr. Perigo should address it or whether licensing directly. Isn't this one that had a lot of violations on the code as far as serving or not stopping people from going out onto Fremont Street with their liquor?
This location was a pizza parlor, so it's not one of our packaged liquor locations.
There were two things together. It always has been two pieces.
The next door site is the gift store, and that is the address of that?
It was her. It was the same person, I think.
318. I would have to pull up 318, and I can do that while you're asking. But yes, we have had a large series of violations on the off-sale liquor locations on Fremont. We're currently working cases, 4 of them, and I'll get you that address if you
So
give me
some of
just a
those
minute.
violations are still unresolved?
At many of these locations, yes. We've got open cases.
That may be one of these. This may be one of them. You know, Your Honor, I don't know why we should think that the owner is going to treat with respect our code enforcement people any more than she did not do in the days when she had a T-shirt shop, which was actually a liquor store in essence. I don't think I'm mistaken. I think this was the problem, Seth, and we spoke about this. Is she here to tell us what she's going to be doing today, or did she send you by yourself?
She has a representative from her company here with me. Eli Alezra is here, but I think I can offer a little bit of clarification about the history of this particular property. During the packaged liquor debates, there were 4 packaged liquor stores on Fremont Street that were existing. This particular one, the one that's adjacent to the subject property here, had been there since '91, before the canopy was even up. And I believe during testimony, during the packaged liquor debate, there was some talk about how there were good operators and bad operators. And despite her impassioned discussion before you, I believe she was one of the good operators. I'm not aware of any outstanding code violations that haven't been resolved. And in fact, I was speaking with Mr. Alezra before this hearing, and he explained that they ID everyone who comes into the store now. I would also point out that if you look at the floor plan for this particular proposal, we're actually shrinking the size of the packaged liquor store by 5 feet. So I think my client has seen that packaged liquor is really not the model that works on Fremont Street, particularly in light of the new liquor ordinances, and she's going a different direction with this project. But they are separate businesses.
Separate businesses, but the same people.
Same landlord.
Yeah. And that's my concern, is that, I'm going to follow the recommendation of the councilman, but my ward is right across the street. I have the south side. So the people in business on the other side of the street are affected by bad behavior by people on the other side. So we have to take that into consideration. If her contempt for the council was, as expressed the particular day she was here, turning her back to the council, speaking to her audience that she imported, and trying to really put the onus on the council to somehow or another blame the council for her problems, I would question whether or not she'll be able to maintain any ownership of the conditions that are being placed on her for this license here. I like Councilman Barlow says, I really like the look of this plan, and I think it would be a great asset. But, you still have alcohol right there at the edge of Fremont Street. I mean, right there where people can walk in and out. How do we know that people are going to observe the law any better than was done in the old days when she had a T-shirt shop that sold alcohol? Can we say that we have her word on that? Do we have, her present?
I certainly think if she were here, and her representative can speak to this as well, that she would tell you that she learned her lesson that time, and that she's been working with the city before and since then. And as you were just discussing with Ms. Duddleston, code enforcement is looking at these packaged liquor places and all the alcohol licensees very closely and making sure they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's. And I can certainly represent that she will do everything she can to comply with all of these conditions, and that she will do that.
I know you can. Thank you, Seth. I appreciate that. But I don't believe that I'm licensing a person here. You know, it's sure it's an LLC or an INC, but I'm looking at a person that I just don't think can be trusted, at least yet. I'm not going to support this proposal. I probably won't prevail. I'm not trying to persuade people to prevail. It's just that, you know, in my feeling, being the neighbor across the street, and noticing how hard the people across the street are doing their best to keep the very professional appearance to their buildings, that somehow or another she'll slip back into her old ways and just become another garbage-looking place. That's what concerns me.
Ms. Duddleston, I know you want to add something. I want to add something.
I just wanted to get a report back that I believe the councilman is referring to Souvenir Supermarket, which was next door. There were at one time violations. Those were resolved. We do not have any open cases at that location at this time.
Thank you. And I think, Mr. Rankin, did you not say, or Mr. Perigo, that there would be no connection between the adjacent building, the doorway? There will be no movement back and forth from the souvenirs into the entity that we're talking about?
That is correct, Madam Mayor. There is, that condition that I added to the site plan review does not allow any physical connection between those two businesses.
And that's understood?
Understood, yes.
Okay, thank you. Because that, I think that, in listening to what Ms. Duddleston said, puts me on the positive. Give everybody a second chance anyway.
Okay.
Okay, I think I closed public hearing, but if not, anybody want to say anything? Closed. Okay, go for it.
Okay, great. And as far as the barrier that you're referencing relating to the souvenir shop, is it a wall?
You know, through you, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Councilman, the item that Mr. Floyd showed appears to be an appropriate barrier in order to give that separation between the Tavern Limited and the mall. In addition to that, Ms. Duddleston indicated that there would be an additional security plan. I know one of the things we have discussed with the applicant is that there would be a security guard as part of this, including the barrier, in order to control that access so that alcohol sold within the Tavern Limited isn't flowing out into the mall uncontrolled, that there would be the barrier and a security guard. But once again, the security plan would be part of the business license application.
Right. And so the novelty containers, and you see them now, footballs and basketballs and guitars and various novelty drink cups won't be a part of coming in or out of the limited tavern, correct?
Not if they have alcohol in them. For a Tavern Limited license, it is for on-sale and on-premise consumption only. So whatever is sold by this establishment must be consumed within the establishment. It cannot leave, and they cannot have alcohol from another source come into this establishment.
Or out?
Or out.
We're clear? You agree?
We agree. We agree with all conditions. We understood that there are differences between the tavern and the Tavern Limited, one being the on-sale, off-sale, no gaming either. So what you see on Fremont East is exactly the concept that you
Okay.
see here.
Okay. So with that, if there's no other comment from the council or staff, Tom, do you need to add any additional conditions? I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions on item number 89.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Thank you. The motion carries.
And on item 90, Tom, any, or Or Doug?
Yeah, other than the condition that was read into the record already, there are no additional conditions on the site plan.
Okay, so I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote and please post.
Just want to say thanks, staff, for the work you've done on this.
Of course, and thank you to your office. We appreciate you working with us.
All right.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Bye. Thanks. Okay, agenda item 91, SUP 58173, public hearing. Applicant Holiday House Wine and Spirits, owner Rainbow Commercial LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 2,029 square foot packaged liquor off-sale establishment use at 2300 North Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 101, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. I don't want to belabor the matter. We have staff's recommendation for approval. The next nearest full off-sale alcohol store is more than a mile away and south of the Rainbow Curve. We have unanimous Planning Commission approval, and I ask for yours as well.
Great. Thank you. Anyone wishing to make comment on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public comment. And Councilman, is there anything you want to add down from staff?
No, I think our item is clear. It's an inline retail center located on Rainbow Boulevard, which is a 100-foot right-of-way.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
find the use
Rankin.
appropriate.
Okay. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Look at this smile. Don't go away. We haven't voted yet. We may oppose him. You never know. Please vote and please post. Unanimous. Now you may leave. Thank you. Agenda item 92, SDR 58164, public hearing. Applicant Blue Marble Development, owner Sharon Development LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 261-unit multifamily residential development consisting of 6 35-foot-tall, 3-story buildings and accessory clubhouse, with a waiver to allow no single-story structures acting as a buffer to the single-family residential uses to the north on a 10.56 acre portion of a 30.25 acre parcel, northwest corner of Centennial Parkway and Tenaya Way, TC Town Center Zone, SXTC, Suburban Mixed Use Town Center, Special Land Use Designation. This is in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval. And we do have 18 individuals who've submitted cards, and you're not two of them. And we're going to submit these as record, and hopefully because this is public comment, you can have a few come up and speak, and we'll handle that in the same manner. We just want to get the different opinions coming in or new information, not just everybody stand up and say the same thing. So if you'll sort of mix among yourselves, if you're both sides of the aisles here, but I'm not sure. I think I'm addressing over there. And so you are representing together. Are you on opposing sides? Or are you together?
I don't think we could oppose each other. We're partners in the same
Well,
law
you
firm.
never know.
But, okay.
You never know.
I
sometimes.
guess so many ways conflicts, right?
Okay. You are, in
Yes.
fact.
Your Honor, members of the council, my name is Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. To my left here is Jennifer Lazovich, my partner. We're both tag teaming this issue, this matter today. The reason is because I have an emergency engagement I need to go to fairly shortly here.
You're already married.
No, I got to go to another jurisdiction, another matter.
Joke. Very bad.
I got it. And so I do apologize. So if I do leave a little bit early, it's because Jennifer's here to finish up the rest of the stuff. So we're working here in tandem. That being said, I could begin the presentation. If I could get your attention to the overhead here. The property that you see here is, to the south here is Centennial Parkway. Over here to the east is Tenaya Way. This is a portion of a 35-acre piece of property that is located in Town Center. Back in 2006, which is very important here to understand some of the history here, I represented the developer, and we had the property rezoned to suburban mixed use. What's important to understand that the project that was approved in 2006 was approved for 790 multifamily units. It was approved for additional restaurants, commercial, and office uses on the property itself. It's a total of 35 acres. So with respect to the zoning of the property today, this is not a zone change application. We're not asking to change anything. It's in town center, and we are in compliance to the, with respect to what is being proposed on the property today. So I wanted to at least make that the first point that's, I think, is very important as we go through and you hear some of the opposition today. Their concern is about the zoning on the property. The zoning is what it is. It allows for suburban mixed use.
And the zoning, you're saying, was already approved in 2006?
Yes, yes. And we went through those issues, similar issues that you're going to hear today that I was representing about 9 years ago. Same thing, same issues that you're going to hear. The second thing that I want to point out is on the overhead here, and so I could show you, back in 2013, this is known as phase one of the development itself, on about a little over 5 acres. It's already approved today for 111 multifamily units. So we are going through the process today. As a matter of fact, we are expecting to pull permits around July 1st of this year, which is within the next several weeks, that you will see construction out in this area for phase one. So we are already moving forward. Today, what's before you is phase two, as I'm showing you here. And phase two consists of an extra 10.5 acres of property. It's a multifamily development of what's already been approved 9 years ago, which has also been approved from phase one that we're carrying over here. With respect to the application itself, we are not coming in with a 4-story product that you're allowed to build in a suburban mixed use or what we were approved in 2006. We're coming in with a 3-story product. As a matter of fact, this is called Darling. You're going to hear some discussion about Darling, about some of the neighbors who live off of Darling or further to the north on the property. In this area, we are providing a single-story carport back here along with some lush landscaping and some improvements. I'm going to show you, here is an illustration along Darling of compliance to the landscaping requirements here. We see there's going to be a sidewalk that we have to improve. You're going to have a little bit of a berm of elevation change along with some lush landscaping, along with the town center standards for the fencing on the back, on the northern portion of our property. We are asking for a waiver that was approved back in 2006, which is the same waiver that was approved on phase one in 2000, and then also in 2006, which the code requires in suburban mixed use that you have a single-story structure between a existing single-family home and a 3-story building. What we have here, which we believe, and this is why staff's recommending approval of the application, is between our 3-story closest building, it's about 100 feet to our property line, and it's an additional 60 feet to any other residential property line to the north of us. So the 3-story structure is about 160 feet in distance. You have the carport and you have that lush landscaping and the block wall and everything that we have. Same thing has been approved over here, where we are actually have homes that are actually adjacent to us that share a common property line in this area. So that was already approved. We are asking for the same thing that's located here. So that being said, the last thing I want to mention is there's a phase 3 and a phase 4 to come and finish the rest of the project itself. We'll come back before you on those phases for 3 and 4. Those plans have to be finalized with respect to the types of uses and what we're going to be proposing. But essentially what you see here is what has been contemplated and was approved in 2006. You already have a portion of this approved. This is just a continuation of the project. And again, I do apologize if I have to leave a little bit short from this hearing, but Jennifer's here and they're in capable, good hands. Obviously, probably better hands than with me. So.
Well, thank you for coming and explaining. But the one thing you said, it was approved for 4-story, and you are now here on
3 stories.
3-story.
Yes.
Okay.
And the 3-story, let me just mention, is 35 feet, which is typical. You could build 35 feet for 2-story products also. So the 35 feet, even though it's a 3-story product, we are at 35 feet in height.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy your engagement.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want to continue on, or you're there?
I'll be
Okay.
here if need be.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Councilman Ross, do you want to move from here? Do you want public comment? How do you want to go?
Well, I think these folks have come down here. Raise your hand if you're come down here to oppose the site plan, because I hope you all understand these are going to be multifamily. There's nothing that we can do to change that. The zoning is already the zoning, and they got received it in 2006. So, Mayor, I'm going to leave it up to you in regards to how you want to handle this. Ma'am, please, you'll have to get up to the microphone and address the mayor. So
Okay.
I'll let you decide, Mayor, how you want to handle that. If you want to let them come up and speak, whatever you'd like to do.
Well, I'm a big one listening to you all, so my thought is you can each have 1 minute, which we're going to hold you really tight to, because there are quite a few of you, or you can designate a couple of speakers, and we'll give them, depending on how many you choose, 3 to 5 minutes. I'll give you a couple of minutes to look at that. And just the other thing, I was just going to ask to confirm that, just to respond to the young lady there in pink, what was the year of the approval on this?
Phase 1 was approved in 2013.
Sure. How about the 2006 when they said the whole thing was approved? Is that an incorrect name?
No,
zoning.
that is correct. There was an approval in 2006 which improved the rezoning, another project which part of that project kind of has gone away. The zoning is in place, which does permit the multifamily at this location.
Okay, so please, let's do this in a minute, but give your name first.
My name is Elizabeth Johnson, and I also represent Lamplight Glennet Rome. I'm the HOA president. And
Lamplight?
Lamplight Glennet Rome.
I love Lamplight.
Me too.
On farm.
And I'd like to keep the integrity
Okay.
there. Back in 2013, we were advised that we were going to meet with the proposed builder at the YMCA. We all went over there. He came up and showed us the plans, which do look a little different than what's on the screen now. And we were told, he asked us what would we want to even agree to this. A lot of us stood up and told him what we wanted. At that point, we never knew that this was going for approval. Shouldn't we as homeowners agreed, people? I mean, we weren't even notified that there was a public hearing that it was going to be approved, because I can guarantee you, we would have been there. And now all of a sudden it's approved. And I just put an addition to my home, and I called Mr. Ross's assistant, and I had questioned about this before I was going to add any more value to my property. And I just added another $100,000 to my property, and now I'm well over $1.2 million in my home, and now there's going to be apartments next to me.
Okay.
I'm not happy.
Do you know the notification schedule on this?
Mayor, I'd have to refer to staff, because I know when we have these neighborhood meetings, staff is usually there, and I usually have an assistant there as well, so.
Actually, I believe I attended that neighborhood meeting in 2013. We provided public notice to both the neighborhood meeting and to the planning commission meeting of 2013, where phase 1 was heard. I do recall that there were neighbors who came out and spoke on that item in 2013, so there was proper notice provided for that item.
So we have to rely on staff at this point to just tell you the notification, and there's strict code,
So maybe the cards were just failed to be mailed to all the homeowners that live within 500,000 feet of the area, possibly? Just questioning that, because I, for one, know that I usually get a letter prior to cards going out because I am the HOA president. I was never mailed a letter.
I don't have the files for that phase 1, but I can definitely do the research on that and find out what notices went out. We did notice 1,000 feet. Those notices were mailed by the planning department through the mail service that we utilize. And I do recall that there were neighbors who came out from that meeting, both at the neighborhood meeting and to the planning commission meeting.
For the approval?
For
Or
2013, for phase 1.
But that was at the Y, correct? That was just to meet with the builder. There was
Correct.
never.
There was a neighborhood meeting. Councilman Ross had requested that the applicant meet with the neighbors before having this item placed on an agenda in 2013, which is standard procedure for his office. There was a neighborhood meeting held. As I recall, I attended that neighborhood meeting. I do recall neighbors being at that neighborhood meeting, but we can get that information. It is all public record and available, including the notices who we mailed them to.
Because honestly, when I received this card in the mail, I called and I spoke to his assistant, and she was going to, in fact, email me everything, and I still have not received it.
Okay.
And second of all, she had said, well, Phase 1's already been approved, and I said, what? I had no idea, and neither did any of the other homeowners that live in my community,
Okay.
and there's 21 homes.
Mr. Rankin, could you give her your card, please, so we can, you don't have one, how about, or could you write on something so she knows how to get a hold of you, so you can at least get that scenario? And have you decided you're going to, you're all coming to represent therefore?
No, I want some other homeowners to
Okay.
speak as well,
Okay.
but I'm just
Okay.
upset because
You were
I certainly
unaware of
wouldn't have
that.
added on to my home had I known that Phase 1 had already been approved.
Okay, so Mr. Rankin is going to get you the information, so at least you know about Phase 1. All right, so considering all of you, with your permission, what I'd like you to do is each give your name, try to give different information from your predecessor, and I'm going to give you each 3 minutes here.
Some of us don't live in the same area. I live on Rome. My name is Shelley Cerrone. I live
Okay,
on
are you
Rome.
getting this? Okay. Shelley
And-
Cerrone?
Cerrone.
Yeah, can you pull the mic down towards you a
Yes.
little bit? Perfect.
All right.
And she lives on Rome.
I live on Rome.
Okay.
I was around during the original, when it was 2006, when it was the multi-use, when they were selling townhomes and condos for $400,000 to $500,000. And there were going to be shops, restaurants and shops. It almost, we thought, felt like the district like they have in Henderson. That is different. When you have your home starts, that brings your economy up. Apartment buildings is not part of your home starts that produces a stir in the economy. There are only 14 homes, condos and townhomes in our area, in the 102 area. That's how we decided in the real estate, that are for sale now. We need more for sale, not apartments. We need to bring our economy up. What they had approved in the very beginning were for sale. We never got notification of apartment buildings.
Okay,
So
thank you.
that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your coming down.
My name is Sherry McComas. I live in the Lamplight Glen area too, on Tenea in Rome. My house actually sits on Tenea in Rome, right inside Lamplight Glen. My father was stationed here in 1963, and I've been in Las Vegas all these years. I've seen a lot of changes. My husband and I bought our home in 2008. That is my dream house, my dream home. Finally, after all these years, been able to buy a home inside there. When we bought our home, the same as that lady just said that lives on Rome, we were aware of that property going to be like what they call Paxton Walk, like something like the district, what is in Henderson, with shops and maybe nice condominiums at $500,000, not apartment buildings, 3-story apartment buildings where they can look out and look into our backyards in Lamplight. Our property, the value of our property is going to go, it's just now rising back up to where it should be from, where it was. It's just now coming back up. But my husband and I want to retire there. It's our home. It's our dream home. My husband was in the military for 30 years. He's now going to, retire from the post office with almost 25 years. We don't plan on selling our home, not if we don't have to. But now, even if we wanted to, with apartment buildings going up there, it's ridiculous.
Thank you.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down and making your comments. We appreciate it. Thank you. Sir?
Excuse me, I just had an operation on my head. I'm William Jameson. I live on the corner of Tenea Way and Rome Boulevard. I don't know whether the city didn't consider me a part of this or not, but I never received any notification that there was any approval of any property over there in the Paxton Walk area, other than when I can't remember the date, but it was quite some time ago, that they had presented a plan on what they were going to do there. And it was all going to be owner property. And it was going to be multi-units in there, but no rentals. Now, I'm concerned about the crime that we're going to get in that area with the density. And not only that, but if they get this one in, there's still one 20-acre parcel that they're going to have some more on. So can you imagine the amount of families that are going to be in that area and the amount of crime that it's going to bring?
Thank you.
This is a real concern. And as I say, I lived on Tenaya Way and Rome Boulevard, and I was never notified about any other property approvals.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it. Afternoon, if you'll state your name, please.
My name is Patricia Gretka, and I live at 7428 Darling Road. And I'd like to first say that I have received no notices regarding this development. I was informed by a neighbor who left a note and a copy of the postcard on my door. And my home is part of the newer D.R. Horton homes that were built right behind this land and will directly face this proposed development. With that said, I'd like to state that I am opposed, not only to the project as a whole, but to the fact that they want to request no single-story structures as a buffer to my single-story, single-family home. My family and I moved to this address July of 2014, so we're new to the neighborhood. We owned our previous home in North Las Vegas for 13 years. Last year, we took a chunk of savings and proceeds from our home and made an investment in our family's future here in Centennial Hills. When we bought, we were aware of the Paxton Walk project, and our understanding was that it was an idea that resembled, as the other people have said, something similar to the district. After seeing the renderings that were just up on the board, that doesn't look anything like the original proposal. That, to me, resembles something similar to a budget suites. Paxton Walk was intended to be a community that promoted an urban type of living with higher-end condos and townhomes for sale that looked like they'd be marketed to young professionals and young families who wanted a pride of ownership without the maintenance, and a community that offered lots of amenities and conveniences. A project like Paxton Walk would also be a benefit to the surrounding neighborhoods, unlike this proposed apartment complex. A Paxton Walk model would promote a sense of community because, number one, the residents would be owners like me. And number two, because it would provide a gathering and meeting space for us, places to dine and shop, sit, socialize, meet new people, neighbors, friends, kids from school, a place that would enhance and promote a stronger sense of community and all things that this apartment complex will not. I attended the Planning Commission meeting last month, and Commissioner Truesdale addressed the residents present, saying that the zoning is in place. No, I'm sorry. Please, I waited 3.5 hours. May I please finish? I'm almost done.
Everybody's got a minute. All right, just quickly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Commissioner Truesdale said, and addressed us residents, saying that a project like this, the zoning is in place and it's coming. My personal ideal is definitely not a multifamily community, but I know it's not going to stay vacant, and I know that it's going to be developed. I know it's probably not going to rezone to single family. So I'm asking that the developer and the council go back and review the original Paxton Walk proposal and the intentions for improving a multifamily project like it. Parallel Paxton Walk with what they're now proposing in this apartment community. I'm requesting that you consider that it's unreasonable to ask us, all of the homeowners in this area, some of whom who've been here for decades and generations, to share our investment in our future with a transient community, residents who are temporary. Also, at the Planning Commission, the developer stated that this 700-unit complex would be comprised of 1- and 2-bedroom units for approximately $1,000 to $1,400 a month.
Okay, I think that's good.
Providing affordable housing for teachers and other professionals. However, I know...
Thank you. Next, please. Thank you, and if you'll state your name, please.
Jacob Solis. I live on North Pioneer Way. I'm new to the neighborhood too. We just bought our home. I'm sure most people sitting in the audience wouldn't realize that 8 years ago a Paxton Walk type project being approved and not developed would then turn into apartment buildings. I know part of the reason that the Planning Commission denied it was the dragging the whole feet up through the process. They get this approved now. Are they really going to break ground in July, or is it another 8 years and it becomes actually a weekly rentable apartment? Or I don't know how all this works. I'm not saying just to deny this. I'm asking not to approve it. And a lot of people in the community were there for the Paxton Walk decisions and the community meeting and things like that. As far as these new apartment buildings, nobody I'm aware of is aware of it, and maybe this should just be some type of sustainment. And the Blue Marble come back out to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm John Haverly, 6645 North Pioneer Way. I have been there a while. I have several things going through my head. I'm against this, of course. We were against Paxton's Walk. That got shoved down our throats. We were told by council member present that we didn't know what was good for us. We do know what's good for us. We're educated people. We moved in this area for a reason. There is no place in Vegas like this area. It's rural. We ride our horses on the street. We wave to each other. Rocking K, 90-acre ranch, the Gons are right up the road, right up the street. A walking distance from my house, from this place. 3 stories on top of a 10-foot flood abatement is 4 stories. I look at this map here, if you can pull that in. At the meeting, the planning commissions were asked, how for area code 131 do we have south access to Route 95? This is the latest phase 3 alpha. There isn't one. They were flummoxed. Still haven't gotten an answer. The only thing you have is to go down Tenaya to Ann, or I guess go over by Walmart and come around on the temporary that they're building up now. But there is no southern route access. You're going to add another over 1,000 people in this whole phase with no southern access to 95? This is poor planning. This is a monster. That's not my words. That's the council's words when we were here at the Planning Commission. There are many monsters in the valley that are not fully rented. This is a rural area. You just said today, keeping up our heritage. This is the last place in this valley that is like this. You have little pockets here and there, but not this size, not this big, not with Gilcrease, not with all of this stuff.
Thank you.
Anything zoned by man or woman can be rezoned. Now, right now, you're thinking, no, this is done. This can be redone. Or, if you want to say go back to 2013, I go back to 1994, where the council promised the neighborhood that it would be single story. Promised, when this was taken over by the city. How long do these promises go for? I realize there's progress and things are changing.
Right.
But how long do those promises last? How good is the word of the council?
All right.
That predates
Thank you, sir.
all of this.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your coming down, your comments.
Good evening. My name is Juliet Berkable. About 3 months ago, my husband and I drove into Lamplight Glen at Rome, and I said, this is where I want to be. I don't care how you get me here, get me here. I love this neighborhood. It is amazing. It is beautiful. It feels peaceful. I'm a 4th-generation Nevadan, and I am a mother to 10 children. I also am a first-grade teacher. I heard your speech a couple years ago at the new Clark County School District Teachers Association. And I know what apartments bring into neighborhoods. I just moved from Deer Springs in Durango. I couldn't drive around. I can't tell you how many nights there were helicopters, police cars, loud music, cops called. And my husband and I just put every penny we had to get a $500,000 home. And now over my fence, had I known there were going to be apartments, I wouldn't have bought there. regardless how beautiful it was. And none of the neighbors knew this, or they would have told me. They told me about something else which they're talking about today. Please, I'm sure this nice attorney here probably lives in a gated community, probably sends his kids to a great school. If an apartment building was going to be built over his fence, I'm sure he'd be standing in opposition as we are today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Guess it's still afternoon. Good afternoon. My name's Michael Gregory. I live at 7440 Rome Boulevard. My wife and I have been residents of Las Vegas since 1974, when I was assigned to Nellis Air Force Base. We bought our first home in 1976, and in 1995 we sold it and moved to our current home on Rome Boulevard. I'm retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force. Both our sons are UNLV graduates. My wife retired after 40 years of nursing, 35 of it here in Las Vegas. I also spent 11 and a half years with Clark County Vector Control after my Air Force retirement. We love our quiet, rural type area. On looking at the City of Las Vegas's website early this morning, under the Department of Planning, it says in part, and I quote, "The Department of Planning, quote, offers advice that will enhance the quality of life of the citizens of Las Vegas," unquote. I do not see how this proposal, as it's now proposed, will accomplish this goal. I see the Planning Commission voted 4-3 for denial. I also see the staff recommends approval. I can only assume no members of the staff will be affected by this proposal. Perhaps someone from the staff can explain to me how this will enhance our quality of life. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
My name is Wayne Hallahan. I bought a house in 2011 right there in D.R. Horton, a new house. When I bought that place, I was told, same as everybody else, the Paxton Walk. I attended the meeting in 2013 where they talked about the apartment. That's as far as we were ever told. I bought this house with my wife and my 3 children so we can have a home to stay in for the rest of our lives. And now they're going to build apartments. I'm going to have to sell and move again because nobody wants that behind their back door.
Thank you.
You know, if you guys lived there, you'd be at the same place. You wouldn't want it either. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Hi, my name's Christine Soto. I live on Bath. I moved out there in 1978, and we went through the gas shortage, the grocery stores 10 miles away, had horses, you know, lived the rural life, and we went through all the hard times to stay there and to live the type of life we wanted. You see that Las Vegas doesn't even, they don't consider anything to be sacred. Every person, all the friends that I grew up with that lived over off Michael Way or wherever, they got surrounded. We're getting surrounded now. I see my neighbors are selling their horses because you can't ride. Tenaya is supposed to be 35-mile-an-hour speed zone. They drive 100. That's not any issue except you add this many apartments, add 1,500 additional cars. My horses used to get out and cross to go to Gilcrease. Now I'd be in court over a legal battle. I mean, we need to maintain some rural areas in our county or city.
Thank you. Thank you. Sam?
Carol LeDuc. I'm not going to go back and talk about how it used to be. And, you know, I'm old, so everybody thinks that we're just going to go on about the past. I know nothing's going to stay the same since this property was annexed into Town City when Town Center was extended. I've been all the way back to the development plan, Veltman, you know, when he started this Town Center. So we had no problem, and we worked together to come on an agreement with, I'm not opposed to development of condos, townhomes, offices, along with some commercial, which was what the initial plan was to be. This property proposed that to us, and that was what the neighborhood worked out. Then, since then, everything has changed. Through GPA, special use permits, waivers, site development plan reviews, Blue Marble has chipped away at our initial agreement with them. They now want a dense grouping of apartments right next to rural. As you will see in your staff recommendations, we as neighbors have been dealing with Sharon and Blue Marble for over 10 years. The first applications to the planning department date back to February 1999. So we've been out here a lot. From the beginning, service commercial projects were limited in town center to 2 stories high. We were sold a bill of goods that the reason that they wanted extra elevation was because there was going to be another spaghetti bowl there. And if you had a certain height of pavement, that you could be higher. That didn't happen, of course. To my knowledge, in town center, suburban mixed use, we still don't have anything over 2 stories. The other side of Durango, where all the apartments are, is not in town center. So everybody else has kept to that. After much negotiation, we agreed on the Las Vegas Town Center standards, the development being buffered by generous Mediterranean landscape adjacent to neighborhoods, and 1-story garages along the property lines to help buffer the RE. Seemed what we could, bargain for, seemed good.
Okay, if you'll close up, ma'am, because
Okay,
you're already
sure.
over 2.5.
Each application to the Planning Commission has resulted in higher densities, less and less buffering to our neighborhood. Blue Marble's agreement to these buffers has been negated. Unfortunately, our neighborhood will suffer the consequences of the lagging economy and the
Thank you.
delay in the starting of construction.
Thank you.
I've been yielded time from 2 other people. These are just some of the modifications to the general plan guidelines. I won't go over all of them
Yeah.
on the project, but each of them is listed, like I said, in your staff recommendations package under the heading Background Information, A, Related Items. As you can see, there are 15 or 20 of them. Blue Diamond through Daedra states that 3-story buildings are a buffer to our 215 highway. The truth is, we will no longer have views of the mountains. Apartments, residents can look into our backyards. No more privacy. We paid more for our homes with larger properties and privacy. Others moved to our neighborhoods to accommodate their horses. Home values will actually be decreased as this urban development is adjacent to the RE. Proposed project will now be 9 feet higher because of flood requirements. Therefore, the height of all buildings will now be even higher by 10 feet. We question Blue Diamond's marketing survey results, the architect's opinions.
Thank you very much. That's your time and 2 other people's. Thank you. We'll have the next person come up, please. No more. Sorry. We have to stick to this. Please stay on. Thank you. Anybody with new information, please? Anybody else come up? Okay. I think at this point, if no one else has anything, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to ask staff, any comments on this, and can you enlighten us to anything that was with planning, please?
Madam Mayor, I do have one additional, we did receive a revised site plan, and I do need to amend condition number 3 to read all development shall be in conformance with the site plan and building elevation plans, date stamped 05/12/15, and landscape plan date stamp 03/19/15, accepted and amended by conditions herein. That revised plan made revisions to the clubhouse. The clubhouse is internal to the site, surrounded by additional buildings that are much taller. It went from 16 feet to 27 feet in height for the clubhouse. In regards to the previous approval for Packs and Walks, that was approved. It expired. They reverted. They filed a final map at one time. They reverted the final map back to acreage, and then brought forward this new project in 2013. So that's the history of Packs and Walk and the resulting item. We are working on gathering extraction lists on the mailings. We do have that for this meeting We do not have the extraction list for 2013. We'll have to go back to our office to grab that one, but I will get that to the citizen here shortly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilman Ross, and do you want to hear from Ms. Lasevich?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, please.
if I may, I just have
Yes, please.
some questions, because a lot of things were thrown out, and I would just like to get some clarification on a few items. So if you just bear with me, I have probably about 5 or 6 questions that I would like to ask. In 2006, and this is for planning, just so that I can understand the foundation of where this has come from. 2006, the property was rezoned. It went through the zoning process. Is that accurate?
That is correct. I'm pulling up what are you asking what the original zoning was?
Yes.
The property was rezoned to town center, suburban, mixed-use, commercial in 2006. I don't have here in the report what that zoning was. It was U undeveloped. U undeveloped. It had no zoning at that time. It had a holding zoning known as U undeveloped.
Okay, and so it was then transferred from U undeveloped to
Town center, and town center has a special land use designation of SXTC, which is suburban mixed-use town center.
Okay, suburban mixed use, and that's where the concept of the mixed use, the retail and the housing of the condos were a part of that?
Correct, that was correct. That was part of the overall project in 2006. It included that.
And so in the backup, looking back January 18, 2006, in the backup, it says the city council approved a site development plan for a proposed 4-story mixed-use development with a 725 condominium units, 65 townhomes for approximately 35,700 square feet commercial space and 58,000 square feet of office and 15,000 square foot of restaurant space. So that was what is being considered the district?
Yes, that was the Paxton Walk project, which was a mixed-use project of multiple uses.
Okay, and so with that, to the representatives, what has occurred as to the district no longer taking place as a development as to what you're bringing forward now as an apartment complex? In addition to that, the number of units that you'll be bringing in under this proposal today. Feel free.
Hello, my name is Deirdre Waite with Blue Marble Development, 4322 West Cheyenne, North Las Vegas. Thank you, council members, for letting me speak. In 2006, we were able to get approval for that townhome condo project. Unfortunately, that was around the time that the market here in Las Vegas went bust, and a lot of condo projects were falling apart and not able to sell through. So we put that project on hold. We didn't want to have a broken condo project. As you know, the housing market suffered a great deal during those years. So now, as we do all of our market studies and all of our market research, what's going to be most successful in this particular area is multifamily housing. We have several other apartment projects in the surrounding area that are all 93, 95, 97% occupancy. There is a real need for apartments in that area, and so that is the best plan for us to go forward with right now. But they're going to be beautiful apartments with beautiful amenities, and I hope that you guys will consider our proposal.
Okay, and so the next question is, you all hosted a neighborhood meeting?
Yes, before phase 1, we hosted a neighborhood meeting. We spoke to the neighbors.
And when was the latest neighborhood meeting?
That was prior to our approval in 2013, so I don't have the date in front of me.
So you haven't had a neighborhood meeting prior to 2013?
No, at that time.
Since 2013.
Since 2013. So, and at that time, we talked to the neighbors, and obviously some of them expressed concern about.
Well, that's fine, that's fine. I don't mean to cut you off.
Okay,
I'm just
sorry.
trying to maximize the question, because I don't want to hog up your
Sorry.
time. I'm just trying to really just get a level foundation as to where we are. So roughly 2013 was the last time a neighborhood meeting took place.
Right, prior to the 111 multifamily units and amenities that was approved for Phase 1, and Phase 2 is just a continuation of that same program.
And so the neighborhood meeting, was it to discuss the multifamily district or the?
No, I'm
Or the
sorry.
Phase 1 apartments?
I'm sorry. Back in 2006, we already got approval for the townhomes and
district.
condos for sale.
Right.
Prior to the 2013, we met with the surrounding homeowners and the neighbors and let them know that the project would now, because the housing market had changed in Las Vegas, that the project would now be for rent.
Hold on.
Please, please, please,
Hold on.
please,
Hold on,
listen,
please.
please.
I'm sorry,
Please.
I was actually at that meeting.
It's okay, just, if you all, just hold
Please.
on, just please. I'm
Please.
just trying to get a level of understanding of where we are. So there was a neighborhood meeting that took place to discuss the transition from the district, I'm calling it the district for lack of a better term, from the district to the apartment concept, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so what are the number of units in the first phase of the apartment development?
Phase 1, the one that's approved, Phase 1 was 111 units.
111?
Right.
And what about phase 2? Or is this
Phase
phase 2?
Phase 2 is 261.
261?
Right. And, our zoning allows for 25 units to the acre, and so this complies with that requirement.
And what about phase 3?
Phase 3 and Phase 4, we haven't planned out exactly
Okay.
yet what that would be.
So right now, it's safe to say that 372 units between phase 1 and phase 2,
Right.
okay? There's a number of residents, as you see here, that are not happy. Is there an opportunity that you all see to host another neighborhood meeting to try to figure out how to introduce those neighbors who were not a part of the 2013 conversations, being that that was roughly 2 years ago? I mean, is that something that you would be amenable to?
We could, I guess, here's what part of the issue is, that it sounds like many of the objections are to the zoning, not so much the project. People are objecting,
Well,
okay, because
I'm
we're-
just
yeah.
asking a specific question, and I don't
Right.
know how the councilman is going to, vote on. I'm just asking just questions in relation to how I, have to position myself in relation to what I'm hearing today. So I'm just asking if that would be an option for you to have an additional conversation with neighbors, because whenever neighbors come before us and they have issues and it creates a level of consternation, we as a council at least try to, massage and see if there's a second bite at the apple, if you will, to try to bring things together, because right now it seems like there's one side versus the other. So I'm just trying to see if there's an opportunity for some type of additional conversation to be had. Maybe an agreement can come out of it. Maybe we'll come back and we'll be back at this point again. But being that this is the first bite at the apple for many of us, I'm just asking if this is something you see fit as conducive.
Yes, Jennifer Lazarevich for the record, to respond to that. I think certainly there is always an opportunity for us to have a neighborhood meeting, to talk to the neighbors about it. If that is the direction of where the council would like to go, we absolutely will do that. The one thing I do like to say and want to say, if that is where we go, is that I have heard what all the neighbors have said, and certainly when we just commented about the zoning, there are objections to the project itself, as we heard from the audience, and the project itself is a multifamily for rent project. So while we're happy to go and have a neighborhood meeting with the neighbors, I just want to be honest about what we'd be presenting to them at that meeting, which is this project. But again, there can always perhaps be middle ground found there. I just don't want there to be frustration if we do a neighborhood meeting and we present the project that we have before you today, and we don't change it into townhomes, if there's a frustration. And I just don't want to aggravate it.
I get that, because I myself host a slew of neighborhood meetings, and sometimes the last meeting, the Hickam-Leon meeting, we had 6. And believe me, it was 6 meetings that I could have done without, but I'm glad I did it because it all worked out, and the neighbors who were on opposite ends of the developer at that time came before us today holding hands. And so that's the only reason why I'm asking the question, because I know that sometimes it takes, a few meetings to get everyone, get all the information in, get the frustrations out, and come to some level of agreement that everyone could possibly live with. So that's the only reason I'm asking that question. In addition to that, access, because I'm familiar with this area as well. I live only, maybe 3 miles down the street from here, maybe 3-4 miles down the street from here. So I'm always in this corridor. So access and looking at the development, how does one get into this particular development?
Can you
If
have the
can
overhead
direct me accordingly.
Come on. Thank you. Okay, this is the site right here, and to give all of you an idea of where we are, Darling is to the north of us, Tenaya Way is here, and Centennial Parkway is here. We have 2 access points into the project. Both are gated. One is off of Tenaya, and one is off of Centennial Parkway. There are no access points at all off of or onto Darling, which is, the residential is north of us.
Okay. And just a final question, and I'm not trying to create a storm, but just, if you will, just by the show of hands to the residents, because I asked the developer if they would be willing to host an additional neighborhood meeting. How many of you all would be interested in having a neighborhood meeting to express your concerns and allow the developer to share with you what they have? I'm just curious, just by the show of, I'm just saying, just by the show of hands, please. I'm just, literally, seriously, no, I can't allow you to speak from there, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, show of hands,
thank you all so
please.
very much.
Thank
you all so very much. I'm sorry, I just can't let you speak from the audience like that. That is not how we conduct business. But I thank you all so very much for being here. I'm just trying to get a gauge as to where you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And can I just go back? I'd like to ask you that question. Phase 1 up in the corner are single homes.
No, this Phase 1 is part of our project, and it is the 3-story, 111-unit multifamily project.
And that's about to begin?
Correct. We'll pull permits in early July.
And that is 3-story
Yes,
rentals or
Rentals.
condos?
rentals.
And that is beginning in July.
Yes.
And?
And I'm sorry, I just wanted to say, when we had the neighborhood meeting prior to that, so that's why we didn't have another one for Phase 2, because it's a continuation. So these are 3-story apartment buildings with amenities in Phase 1 that were already approved, and we're going to start construction July 1. And Phase 2 is also 3-story apartment buildings with amenities.
And where are the, not that it matters at this point, but on Phase 1, where are the entries into those properties? And how many units are on that property?
111.
That's Phase 1. Okay, got that. Okay. And that's 5 acres, correct,
Yes.
approximately? And how many acres is this proposed Phase 2?
It's almost 11, about 10 and a half.
10 and a half. And the look is ostensibly the same?
Yes.
And everything's 3-story?
Yes. Except for
The first
clubhouse.
Phase 1 and what's
Yes.
proposed is the same?
Yes.
And what I understood that back in 2006, this was going to be 4-story, the second phase?
The whole project was going to be
4 stories.
4-story, and then there were some 2-story townhomes.
Okay.
There were some 2-story townhomes.
In 2006?
2006, it was 2-story townhomes along the back, and then 4 stories in the front.
Okay. Okay.
I have the site plan, but, okay.
Okay, well, we're listening to what the presentations were, and since I don't know what was in 2006, is that What do you have on 2006?
Madam Mayor, that is accurate. Yes, there were townhomes along the northern portion of the project, and then there were four-story along the front side,
The front side being,
along Centennial Parkway.
okay, okay,
But that's what I said. Okay, all right.
okay. Okay. And it was in 2000 what, that Phase 1 and the apartments were approved?
In 2013.
Okay. But you... This is the 2013? 900 people notified, but the question is, do you know the month, perhaps?
Yes,
That-
July.
July of
July
2013. The phase that went into the three-story apartments was approved. On Phase 1,
Phase 1, yes.
okay.
And the folks in blue have already spoken, so they were notified in
Okay.
2013, and they've already spoken.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to you. All right, council, any other comments, questions here before I turn it over to Councilman Ross? You look like you want to ask a question. You? No? Okay.
I can't believe all those houses that look alike.
Okay.
I'm just grateful we're not talking about horses and cattle right now. Clearly, and I'm looking at the notifications for 2013, over 900 people were notified, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you are on this list that have already spoken. So, I'm sorry, 8 of you are on this list that have already spoken. That doesn't really matter. Apartments are going to be built there. I think what has been done poorly is communication. And I think that before we move forward with this, I'm going to take into consideration Councilman Barlow's thoughts. One thing I've prided myself on, and you have too, Ms. Lazarevich, and with your clients in the past, is communicating with my neighbors out there. You folks need to understand something. It is zoned what it's zoned, and I appreciate the captain's comments about rezoning. It's up to the person who owns the dirt to do that, not the city. The person who owns the dirt has the right to do what they want to do with their property if it fits into our codes. This is zoned what it's zoned, and I highly doubt he's going to downzone it, or she or whoever owns the property. That being said, I think we're going to sit on this for a couple of weeks, and I think that you guys are going to go back to the neighborhood and have this discussion with them. And I'm going to ask you guys, who all came to oppose this, to be mindful that first phase is going to start construction. There are going to be apartments there. I did have this developer go back and change the scheme of some of the designs because I didn't like it. It didn't look good. Now, with the mayor's permission and through the mayor, would you talk about some amenities and price points for us so we have a better understanding? Because my office has been inundated with poor people are going to move in there and it's going to be bad and it's going to be full of crime. I've heard it all. So talk about some amenities and what this is actually going to look like. Because I believe this builder is an award-winning builder throughout the country and the world, from my understanding. So speak to some of those things that we can expect from this first phase that's going to start construction.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Ross. The first phase will have a clubhouse, fitness center, swimming pool, and spa. It'll be a gated community. The finishes will be beautiful. In the apartments, we are planning roughly anywhere $1,000 to $1,500 per unit per month. In phase 2, we have over in this section, I guess I'm not up on the, in this section, we have a very large, over 4,000 square foot clubhouse which will have a movie theater, a wet room, a huge fitness center, a club room, a catering kitchen. It's really going to be lovely. And then outdoors is another huge swimming pool with a spa, a playground, and a tot lot area. And there'll be walking paths along the buildings as well. And this will also be a grand entrance with a gated community. The architecture is going to be beautiful, and it's going to be a really nice community.
If I can stop her there, Mayor, real quick. Do you have any pictures of what that's going to look like? I could have sworn I saw
Yeah.
some pictures of what that was
So
gonna
here's
look
some
like.
of the buildings, elevations. And let's see. This is a clubhouse rendering. Here are the different elevations of the clubhouse. Some of the residential buildings. Here's the floor plan for the clubhouse. Here's a couple of the pools, and the tot lot and playground area will be back here as well.
Mayor, I think, and Deirdre, thank you for that. So price point rents, $1,000 to $1,500 a month, is that what you're saying? Is there going to be security on the property?
Yes, and we'll have leasing facilities on staff as well, on site as well. And the gated community surrounds the entire area. And as Jen mentioned, there's a wall with wrought iron fencing all the way along the back of the property with absolutely no access into the neighbors to the north.
And I think
How high is that wall? How high is the stone part, and how high is the extension with the wrought iron?
I think with the berm, it's about 6 feet.
Both pieces together, or
Yeah,
just
together,
the stone and then above it?
Altogether, it's about 6 feet tall.
Now, if I recall, Mayor and council members, when we went through this in 2006, it certainly was different economic times, certainly, but I still required you to go work with this neighborhood and work with these work with them for the buffers, and that was quite important. Mr. Gronauer's opening remarks about the 160 feet away because of you've got the road and you've got the parking and that sort of thing. I really want you guys to try hard to comfort these people in regards to what this is going to be. Maybe you need to think about more buffering. Maybe you need to work with them to figure something out, because this first phase is going to start. And what I won't want to see is a hodgepodge of, if you got first phase looks this way, second phase looks that way, and that's not what I want to see out there. Centennial Hills is a higher end product. I'm telling the home builders the same thing as they're committing. Now tell us about this developer. Does this developer build stuff and then flips it and sells it to somebody else? Because that would be a concern of mine. We might put all these conditions on your development and then you sell it, and then the conditions will still apply. But I don't want somebody back in here. Tell us about this developer.
Blue Marble Development owns a few projects in town. We own them all still. We haven't flipped them. We haven't sold them.
Okay.
We don't have, and that's not part of our plan. I mean, we've built projects in North Las Vegas. We have one in Henderson as well. And so, so we're in for the long haul.
All right, then my recommendation then, Mayor, is going to be that we obey this for, I hate to sit on anybody's money, but if you're already moving forward with phase one, you still need to go out there and talk to these folks. So a 30-day advance, Luann?
June 17th.
I'd like to move to obey this to June 17th, and that will give your clients, Ms. Lazovich, enough time to get yelled at from my neighbors. But you know how I operate. And so, not everybody's going to be happy at the end of the day. I just want all of you to know that. It's kind of like the horse people. Not everybody's going to be happy at the end of the day, but we're going to try to meet somewhere in the middle to make this work. So, okay?
Mayor,
That's
if
my
I could
motion.
make a comment?
Yes, please.
Given that there have been some concerns raised by the neighbors about whether or not they got noticed, I think I would just like to state for the record, if planning staff will say yes, we'd like to do the neighborhood notices through the planning department. We understand that there is a fee that goes with that, which of course we will pay, but that way there is guaranteed that those notices would come out through the city with the mailing list that the city creates. We'll find the site and work with your planning staff for the neighborhood meeting, but we'd like to have the mailing, I think, come from the city.
Mayor, with your permission, the site will be at the Centennial Hills Community Center, again, in my community room out there.
Okay.
That's exactly what that room's for.
Okay, and Councilman, thank you for offering to pay for that fee. Councilman Barlow, comment?
Yes, you had mentioned your Blue Marble?
Blue Marble Developments?
Blue Marble Development had other developments in the city. Where are they located?
We have a community called Joshua Hills, which is 180 multifamily units in North Las Vegas.
In what street is that?
That's on Centennial, 2929 East Centennial.
29
East Centennial.
29 East Centennial.
East Centennial. And we also have the Terabella project, which is in Henderson on 2525 Hampton. 2555 Hampton Road.
2555
Hampton Road.
Hampton,
Mhm.
H-A-M.
PTON.
P-T-O-N,
And
and that's the
Deirdre-
Terravilla. Terravilla.
And Deirdre, I'd like to ask or make a suggestion, and of course, as you meet, looking at where the residences are and adjacent to the subject property that I'm looking at, just for a thought of consideration, an 8-foot stone wall with a wrought iron on top of it. 8-foot stone wall, wrought iron and hooks, you know, that type of wrought iron on top that looks attractive, but really puts some height to that wall along the whole north wall, from whatever this is, all the way across. I mean, that where I living there, and I know that area, because my children, my grown children, have looked in that area, and because of work couldn't go in there, but loved the properties. And I personally would feel, if that wall were nice and high and attractive, and you saw the walkways with proper landscaping to make it look attractive from the north looking south, that would help an awful lot. And I would ask your owners to really make a consideration, attractive wrought iron, but all with, you know,
Yes.
inside.
I understand. Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes?
I'm sorry, Mayor, we'll need to, Mayor.
No, I'm sure in this whole thing, traffic is all part of the study that they do, yes.
I was just going to simply, her comments aren't on the record. We need to, if she's going to speak from the audience.
Okay. There was,
That reminds me of something, too.
Yes,
Mayor,
Councilman
if I can add to that,
Ross, yes,
what the
please.
woman's concerned about is, and she'll put it on the record, is traffic.
Come up
I'll-
and address you?
Yeah, in 1 second. I will point out that all the improvements along Centennial right there were done by Blue Marble. You guys did that. In the light and in the wake of the recession, you still got those off-site improvements
Yes,
completed
we
and
did.
done.
Absolutely.
So you've
Thank
already
you.
got a significant investment in that road. And I like the fact that, I think, Captain, did you have the map of the freeway system? I've been working with NDOT for the past 10 years to make that system-to-system interchange work, and it's coming. The Centennial Bowl is coming. In fact, the first phase of it is already kind of part of the widening of US 95 right now. The other phases will be done like every 3 years, so we're going to have to be dealing with construction for the next several years, everybody. Sorry, that's just how Las Vegas is when we're doing good. But, so I know somebody made that comment as well. There will be better access and egress. The Sky Point will come all the way through across to John Herbert, so there's a lot of that's going to change, and I don't really envision the traffic heading down to your neighborhood. I don't see that happening or heading into the ranch areas either.
Well,
They're
you
going to be
can't-
jumping on the freeway right
Excuse
there.
me, wait, wait.
I'm sorry.
Jumping on the freeway right there or using the services in that surrounding area. So that's what I envision coming. So make sure that's part of your discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
And I'm going to allow you, repeat your name if you would,
Lana
please, and your
Fletcher.
question.
Lana Fletcher, and this is regarding access to and from the freeway from Centennial. It is already backed up down Centennial to get onto the freeway, whether you're going to the
But it is
215.
temporary.
Well, it's backed up now.
Right.
So once they put this in, where are we going to be?
Then
I mean,
what's
the
the
street's
length
going
of
to be
time on
backed up all the way down to Tenaya. You cannot access the freeway.
Well, point well taken, and I'm sure that as we go through it, the access, I know everything's under construction, the whole city's under construction. So, but that will be a question they'll take in and bring that to the neighborhood meeting.
So they can
Thank you.
actually fix the city streets? I
They're
mean,
not going to fix city
No, so
streets.
they're just going to put
It's
more
our-
congestion onto
They'll give
it.
you, well, they'll talk to the issues of that, so if you'll bring it at that time again, but they have it right now. So that's a question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you have a motion to obey for what?
30 days.
30 days. All right. And that would bring it in, what did you say, to the 17th of June? Okay.
And before that motion is made, Mayor,
Yes, please.
I'd like this resolved so we don't have to have this again. These folks sit down here for 4 hours or 5 hours and get to participate with the cattle and the horses all over again. So I'd like this kind of worked out. I want to just see the applicant and maybe if somebody's in support in the neighborhood. And I want you all to understand too, development is back. Construction jobs are back, and people are now being able to get loans to buy houses and cars and the whole 9 yards, and that's a good sign for the economy. And I say this a lot about the construction. You know, behind every orange cone is a job, and don't forget that. But we're going to do this the best we can. You have property rights, you have property rights, and we're going to do the best we can to make sure we protect all of them. So that's my motion, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to abate this item for a month, giving you time to have more neighborhood meetings and attend to the questions that are before us. And so please vote, which means Councilwoman and Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And please post, and that motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
all for coming down and being patient with this. So make sure you're going to be notified from the city on this, so you'll get your notice date soon in with the city. Good. And she'll read your events. Okay, have a good time. Okay, thank you. That was Agenda 92. We'll move on to Agenda 93 and 94. 93, EOT 58524, a request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit SUP 18637 for a proposed mixed-use development. 94, EOT 58525, a request for extension of time on an approved site development plan SDR 18638 for a 40-story, 395-unit condominium development with 15,892 square feet of retail space and 9,050 square feet of office space, and waivers of the downtown building setback, parking structure setback, and downtown streetscape requirements. The applicant is Justin Martinez. The owners are Dan and Stephanie Martinez, 1.39 acres at 709-731 Fremont Street, C2 General Commercial Zone. Staff recommends approval on both of these items. They're in Ward 3 of the Councilman Coffin. Is the applicant present or representative?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Justin and Dan Martinez, 709 through 731 Fremont is where the Learning Village currently sits. Hopefully you've received the exciting news that we have a financial commitment from the largest HUD lender, Walker and Dunlop.
Wonderful.
So we're very excited about that. Hopefully each one of you received a letter from them stating this. Also, the little bit of the timeline regarding the HUD program. We've also been fortunate enough to locate and team up with a seasoned HUD developer with high-rise experience that help us get us through the HUD program. We believe with this new team assembled, we're very confident that we'll be able to make it through the HUD 221 D4 program within 16 to 20 months. And so when we leave here today, we will continue the process and hit the ground running.
Wonderful. Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the fifth request for an extension of time on this project. As staff is recommending approval of a one-year extension of time.
Is this going to be the tallest building downtown? $40 stories? Sounds like it might be.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Well,
Goodness
on the
gracious.
books, it's 40 stories, but we have condensed the project a bit.
So that's the only short people living there?
We've shaved off a few floors. We've met with Doug Rankin to find out how much flexibility we had within our original entitlements, because we'd like to condense the project a little bit. And so right now, we removed all of the penthouse level, top floor, converted some of the 3 bedrooms into smaller 1-bedroom units. And so far, just the first go-around of value engineering, we're down to 35 stories and removed some parking off the parking garage. And we also would like to have added some extra commercial space on the backside on Stewart to take advantage of what's happening on Stewart.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. So this will be the fifth extension, and I'm willing to go forward, but there's got to be some conditions. We've talked about this, so there are no surprises coming from me. We've spoken a number of times over the last few years. I believe that I was involved in I think it's just a couple of years ago, I was involved in your extension of time, and we talked about progress and where it was going to go, and it wasn't. And I am not a land developer. I don't know how to see into the future, so I know you're optimistic, and you have to be, to own land worth this much money that you spent so much for, and you've seen the value decline tremendously, so you've got to be optimistic in situations like this. But I want to get a commitment from you for something a little different. I think you're entitled to live your dream here on this thing, and I think you're entitled to, I got the same letter, by the way. I didn't read it as a commitment, I read it as time needed to get a commitment. Maybe I misread it, but it appeared that you don't have what you would call a commitment to finance, but a commitment to work on financing. Is that a fair statement?
No. If we get the commitment through HUD, through the 221D4 program, Walker and Dunlop will provide that financing.
If you get
Yeah, if we get that.
Okay,
And
they
one
will
of the
finance.
conditions was that we team up with a developer with HUD experience, with a note of that size under their belt, so that we wouldn't have gone through the entire HUD process and only to find out at the end, it gets, declined because of
Right.
the lack of a note of that size already on our belt. We've had HUD experience, but not of that size.
Well, the thing is I'm certainly not going to try to stand in the way of progress down here, but I want to make sure it's realistic. And so what I'd like to do is get a commitment from you to have a two-track process going now. I didn't ask this last time, but I feel like we should probably consider something realistic. So I would think that you need another year and a half, let's say. You're good now till, let's see, you're good for another year? No, 10 months, 9 months on the current extension, is that correct?
I don't believe so. I believe it ended
The
April
SUP
1st.
expires on February 21st, 2016, as I'm reading here in the description of
Okay.
information.
And then I was under a different impression. I thought when we came April 1st of last year and got the one-year extension, that it ended April 1st of this year.
Well, you did get an extension, but I think you've always tried to work a year ahead. Staff, can you help and see, is this correct, what I'm looking at here? The information on the agenda memo from planning, first page. The SUP will expire on February 21st, 2016, unless another EOT is approved.
Yes, Councilman, that would be, I believe,
Who am I talking?
yes, that is correct. There it is right there.
All right, so that's what we show. You're not out of time yet. You got 10 months left on your SUP, but that apparently is not enough according to Walker and Dunlop. So let's take it, if we took another year on top of that, which is the same thing you got last year, another year on that, that gives you over a year and a half to complete this. On the other hand, I really want you to start working with me on another track, and that is something a little smaller, maybe a little more realistic. And I'm not trying to force you to be realistic as opposed to optimistic, but let's try to work two ways. We've got to start having meetings to discuss another track. Something maybe mid-rise, something maybe medium-high. You've got to come to me with a project that you can work with me on together. So we have something else that's cooking here. At the same time, you continue to try for the larger scale project. Would you have any objection to that?
No objection, as long as it can pencil within the market conditions, and we can continue also to working with the current project and scaling it back even further, as long as we can, stay within the, the.
Well, if you keep scaling back the present project as you have been value engineering, you'll end up probably where I'm taking you to in terms of where my limited vision sees. And granted, I'm just a human here and I can't see forever. But it looks to me like those, things haven't improved enough to make it fulfill your dream for the first plan. But I don't want to step on that. I think you should continue to pursue it. But at the same time, after 8 years of entitlements here, we've got to start drawing a line, because I don't want to have that property just sit vacant.
Agreed.
So therefore, if we extend another year, and the commitment from you is to work with me on having, and our staff, having another plan to go at the same time, 2 tracks, it costs you a little money because you've got to have some design, but a lot of this can be done on a cocktail napkin too. Then I want to have it that way. If you will agree to that, then I will move for another year extension of time. That'll take you into late 2017. Year on top, well, sorry, February of 2017.
May I say something, Councilman Coughlin?
Pick up, Dan.
Please.
When we first met with HUD in our preliminary meeting in San Francisco, they liked the project. We were really surprised that they had done a tremendous amount of research on downtown Las Vegas, everything that was happening there. They liked the project. The financing wasn't a problem. There's allocations for that. What they told us was, don't submit your final application because it'll get rejected in Washington, because evidently they've changed their guidelines. Everything from the regional offices has to go be approved in Washington, D.C. And so what they said was, you've got to have 2 things that are a requirement. One is that you've got to find a seasoned, approved developer that has HUD experience, and then the second one is that the construction company's got to be approved. And so with that hurdle, we've been looking for a HUD qualified developer to partner up with, and we've put that together. Walter and Dunlop has committed to issue the loan. So we're with you. Maybe that the project is maybe a little aggressive, and we've discussed that. But we want to value engineer the whole project to see where we can reduce costs and maybe limit maybe the size of the project. So, but at this point, we're not there at that point. But we would love to have you involved with that to see what the process that we're going through in order to...
You've requested 2 years, and I suggested a year. Let's split it in half. I'm going to propose a 1.5 year extension. And again, we work together on the 2-track. Fair enough?
Fair enough. That would put us
All right.
about May of 2017.
And that'll be a little past May. It would be,
That would give us enough time to go through the system.
summer of 2017.
And hopefully, because of how much money we already have in the architectural plans, we can move the process along a little quicker. But again, being a HUD,
Look, you guys are good citizens, and you've done your very best. You paid probably a little too much for that land, not just a little, a whole bunch. But you've kept it clean, and you've done the very best, and you've worked with your neighbors. So I know.
Councilman, I'm sorry. Just real quick, I just want to make sure we're clear. So that would be a change, just amend the condition for each item to read that the site plan review will expire on May 20th, 2017, and that the SUP would expire on May 20th, 2017.
I think 18 months past February, so we're talking, into August of 17. I said a 1.5 years.
Okay.
All right?
If that's what you want to do.
You can set a precise date based upon you don't have the calendar of council meetings in front of you, so let's just set a date.
August 1st?
Yeah.
Okay, 2017?
Yes.
Okay.
On everything.
Okay.
All right. Agreed?
agreed.
Thank you, Justin, and Dan, thank you very much. Okay, that is my motion, Your Honor, to
Thank you.
grant the requests up until that date, August 1st, 2017.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right, there's a motion, please vote. Waiting for you.
I want you to succeed. Truly, I want you to succeed. I'm rooting for you.
Okay, please post.
Thank you, thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank
We'll
you.
see
Thank you all.
hopefully
Thank
soon.
you, Mayor, Councilman.
Thank you. And, okay, well, that was on 93. We have to wait. Going to do 94?
Yeah, we,
So
staff,
You have to
Sorry.
vote, that was 93, so let's vote on 94.
We actually agreed to the same thing
Okay.
on this one.
So your motion is,
The same, for August 1st, 2017.
okay, there's a motion on 94, please. And
Thank you,
please post.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Wait, one more to vote. Thank you very much. Motion carries, and we'll move on to agenda item, oh my goodness, have you
Hi,
been here
guys.
the whole time? Okay, agenda item 95, ARC 58559, public hearing, applicant owner, Harrison Properties LTD, for possible action and appeal from the denial by a downtown design review committee and a request for sign design review for a master sign plan for proposed commercial development with a waiver to allow no exposed neon illumination where at least 75% neon illumination, animation, or a combination of these is required on .77 acres at 709-731 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Downtown Design Review Committee and staff recommend denial. This is public hearing. I declare it open. I see the applicants here. Why are we denial? Hello? Denial.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, there are a number of proposed signs on this site. One of them you see right now on the screen. That one does meet scenic byway overlay standards, but it did project beyond what's allowed, so it required a variance. The variance was approved at Planning Commission, so for all intents and purposes, that sign is good to go. There are 18 tenant signs, 4 of which are you can view from the right-of-way, so they would require scenic byway overlay standards. The other 14 are just fine. There's a wall sign that will be neon but won't quite comply with, I'm sorry, not neon, but LED, that won't quite comply with scenic byway overlay, and a parquet sign. That is why that doesn't comply either. That's why the Downtown Design Review Committee recommended denial. As does
However,
staff.
we're good to go with this one.
Well, this is a package, so it's all the signs together. The one rooftop, again, is good to go.
Okay. How many signs are there, Councilwoman, would like to know? Oh, you have to say your name. I'm so sorry, both of you.
Okay. Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. With me is Rick Harrison, of course. To answer your question, rather than give my long prepared speech, we're proposing an 18-inch high LED sign along this eave. It doesn't have neon because it's very close to the Tavern Limited patrons, and with 18 inches, we just thought that that was too much signage to fit in this small area. The second sign
Mayor,
that
can I
isn't-
stop her there? Can we get the overhead? She's referring to the overhead, not the,
Thank you. So this is the 18 inches that does not have neon lacing on it. It's very, almost within 8 feet of the Tavern Limited where the patrons will be drinking. The second LED sign would be on the upper half of this yellow panel. It's somewhat exposed to the Las Vegas Boulevard right-of-way, although it doesn't front on it. This is what it looks like me driving down it. And it's meant to look like a TV screen where Rick can air some of his footage for the people in his parking lot and the people, more importantly, waiting in line in front of his store. So we have a projection sign here, a freestanding sign here, and this third sign, which Mr. Pergo said was already approved. They were designed to be a series of 3, and we thought by adding neon all over his new building, that would take a little bit too much attention away from his signet sign, which people take a lot of photos in front of.
The only sign in Las Vegas that has more photos taken in front of it is the Welcome to Las Vegas sign.
Wow.
So, the thing is, it's a really modern building, and the neon doesn't exactly match some things. We have an 18-inch space where they want us to, they want us to line neon on. It will, if we put neon in there, it's going to drown out the sign behind it. And it's a pretty cool-looking building.
Great-looking building. It looks like it's almost done.
Almost done. They put up the canopy the day before yesterday.
Wonderful. And occupancy when?
We're hoping end of July, 1st of October, and it's almost completely rented out.
Great. Great
Your
sign.
Your Honor, I think in the interest of time, I know that the client is prepared to spend a lot of time discussing this The thing is, it's a big deal. I wish it had come 4 or 5 hours ago, so that when the council was fresh and full of people in the audience, you could have really had a great show to put on. But look, it's experimental. You're taking it into an area where only the container park, essentially you're doing a different kind of container park. And you're opening it to the outside instead of having it, contained within itself. So I think you're entitled to have some experimentation with the signs. This whole idea of the neon, to me, is still bothering me because it's kind of an inflexible sort of rule. We've already bent this rule on the Walgreens sign down the road there at Sahara. It's a pretty big one. So the council deviated from the 75% rule there. And I don't see the harm, and particularly with LED. You've got LED as a major feature here. Neon and LED don't go well together, but I think when the scenic byway rules were set up, there wasn't a whole lot of thought given to LED. It had not exploded and become affordable. Now, it's not cheap now, but you can do it in a project that's not huge and hotel-sized. So I think we ought to go with the request. I hate to overrule the Downtown Design Review Committee, and of course, staff routinely gets slapped down on these things, and they're used to it. But they're good people, and they're going to roll with the punches. We are going to have to, Mayor, revisit the master plan and decide what we're going to do on lighting. That's it. We can't cling to the past all the time. We've got to be able to be flexible so that people who are willing to experiment with their money should have the permission to experiment. So really, I don't see a problem with going ahead to move now with approval as submitted and move on to this item, and there's another item to go to. Where is that? That's the only one.
No, this is it, 95, unless,
Okay.
no, 95's
Just
it.
95,
So your
yeah.
motions to approve?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay, there's a motion, please. Oh,
Can we hear from staff why they denied and
oh, wait a minute,
Not
and
enough
two, sorry, it's a public hearing, which I didn't let anybody comment on anything. So we have to back up. There is a motion which we'll hold right now, but public comment, anybody wishing to speak? Come. Hearing none, we'll close that public comment piece, and does anybody else want to say anything?
Yeah, Rick, before you go, would you take a look at my watch and kind of give you an idea?
Priceless.
Just kidding. Let's hurry and post before Councilman Coffin actually calls lightning down with all this flexibility talk.
So the reason why you denied it was the amount of neon, right? And what was the reason why the other committee denied it?
DDRC denied it because it didn't meet, it doesn't strictly adhere to the requirements of the scenic byway overlay for all of the signs, even though many of them are not required to, and some of them do comply, but they needed a variance, and the variance has been granted, for example, on the rooftop sign.
And the total number of signs?
I believe there are 21 on the new building,
So,
although my understanding is that this item covers all signs on the existing building as well.
okay. Thank you.
So there's a number
Okay.
of signs.
So let's not leave, I mean, the motion was made. Can you take that little withdraw vote off, or do we have to withdraw and redo? Withdraw and leave those of us who already voted, because there was a motion? Okay, and then
I can still
therefore,
vote, I think.
and if you can, then go ahead
It
and vote.
says,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, you go vote then. Okay, so we have had a motion, we have voted, and we will post. Blessings on me, and going forward, we look forward to the sign.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Sure to invite us all when you open up. Rick, I think it's going to be good. Thanks for continuing to invest in downtown.
I plan on doing a few other things, so.
We appreciate your millions staying
Good luck.
down here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. They've been here all day. They've had naps and everything. This is agenda item 96, ARC 58633, public hearing. Public owner, Osvaldo Ifumo, for possible action on appeal from the denial by the Downtown Design Review Committee on a request for signage design review for 3 existing non-illuminated wall signs at an existing office other than listed with a waiver to allow no neon illumination or animation where 75% required on .16 acres at 601 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is yours as well. Councilman Coffin, the Downtown Design Review Committee and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present or representative? Hello. Who would like to speak first?
First of all, good evening.
Good evening.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street.
The only good thing is I don't have to cook tonight.
Representing the applicant. Here with me, as you can see, are Mr. and Mrs. Fumo. The applicant has owned the subject property since 1996, long before the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District was approved. After the Scenic Byway was approved, as you'll hear in a moment from Mr. Fumo, someone intentionally burned down his building, and at no small cost, the applicant rebuilt it to look like the original. He maintains that the reason we're here is that neon illumination is not compatible with the law office land use associated with the building and is seeking a waiver. Imagine that. With that, I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Fumo, and he'll tell you his story and how he got here today. So,
good evening, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My wife, Ellen Fumo, is here with us as well. In 1996, I purchased this property. It was built in 1941, and it was a single-story bail bond office that had Maxie's Deli. I know some of you might remember old
Oh
Maxie.
my gosh, Maxie, of course, ate there all, it was filthy.
Right. We actually cleaned it up. There was a new
Great
person that owned it. Unfortunately, that person is the one who committed the arson and burned it down in 2010. Thank God we had the Allen Bible Federal Building across the street, which had him on videotape and saw the whole thing in action. But the building was rebuilt similar to what it was before, except we did add a second story. We've come before the city before, and we've asked for no waivers. We put the handicap parking, we put our handicap ramps, the special parking, the trash container, the grease trap. The only thing I would pray that you would allow me to ask for this waiver for is just to have a waiver for the sign. As you can see there, we have the, I guess they're called styrofoam letters put up that was similar to what it was before, and it brings back the character of the old building to me. And if you were to head from Bonneville and Las Vegas Boulevard north, you have the Federal Public Defender across the street, the government building, the federal courthouse is across the street. Across from that is the bankruptcy building. None of that has neon. The legal character of that building from that section of Las Vegas Boulevard from Bonneville up to the north, it just doesn't comport with having neon on the sign. We do have, my wife and I have spent over $1 million rebuilding this, and we do have a sandwich shop that's in there now. It's called Dougie J's, and we've done everything we can to help them get off the ground and get going, and that's just a wonderful project. Her son died in Afghanistan, and she built this restaurant, or created the restaurant in memory of him with some of his favorite food, and I'm happy to report that she will have neon, 2 neon signs advertising her building. The neon just doesn't comport with the law office. Mr. Pitaro couldn't be here today, but he's in full agreement with that, and I just pray that you would allow us this one waiver. I haven't asked for any waivers when we built this project. Since 2010, it took us until today to really finalize it, and this was the one waiver I would pray that you would grant me.
We're sorry for the loss of your son. We appreciate his sacrifice.
It was, thank you, no, it was not me, it was the tenant.
Who's a tenant?
Oh,
That's my wife.
Thank
I'm
God.
Ellen Fumo. No, I'm
Well, and I'm
blessed.
sorry
We're
for
okay.
her. So is she working the restaurant?
Yeah, she runs it, and she has, I've been approved for 2 neon signs, and they do comport with.
So there will be some neon in the building.
And what kind of food is in there? We're all hungry, that's why.
Exactly, we should have had it delivered.
Good sandwiches, hamburgers. I had lunch there today.
Okay. Clean.
Very clean.
Okay. Public hearing, anybody wishing to speak on this request? Hearing none, I'll close it. Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, the Downtown Design Review Committee did recommend denial because it does not meet strict adherence to the scenic byway overlay, and per Title 19, a sign that is non-conforming, a legally non-conforming sign that is damaged or deteriorates must comply with current standards when replaced, and therefore staff is recommending denial.
Great, thank you. Please go forward and conquer.
All right, Mayor. Well, it deteriorated because somebody set it on fire. I can't say that anybody, will miss Maxie's food all that much. I know, but actually, Maxie did shave, and he did clean up the place. It was darn good, and we miss him. But Sonny's place is in there now, and in memory of Doug, her son. So, but here we are on the building. The building itself, I got to say, in briefings I told you yesterday, the concept of having foam lettering and foam decor, even those columns, which have been permitted by codes, to me, it's kind of an odd thing. We're trying to deny people based on the fact they don't have enough neon, but we have allowed them to build a building which can catch fire quite easily, or when it does catch fire, it burns incessantly because the foam not only does burn, it melts. It's very difficult for a firefighter to handle that kind of fire. Your letters, which are dignified, as you have requested, Ozzie, definitely are dignified. The idea that you're not trying to set yourself up with fireworks, but rather some dignity in a law district is laudable, but the way the signs are constructed is very flammable. So in a sense, I find that, it's a conundrum. But we feel that you're a great investor in in the area and the boulevard. And I frankly, for the same reasons that I moved for approval of this, of the previous issue, I want to approve for approval here as submitted, not with the conditions that have been laid down by the staff and the Downtown Design Review Committee, because only so much neon should be there. And there's got to be a time when we have a real meeting and find out what we really need. Did we want to come back to the good old days, but yet have new buildings that may not comport with neon? All that, to me, is up for discussion. So that's what I've told staff anyway. So I now move for approval of this item as submitted, item number 96. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would agree with Councilman Coffin in concept. I think we need to look at revising these standards before LED lighting technology becomes as dated as neon technology. It sounds like a standard that was developed before we really had modern LED lighting to me, which I think most visitors almost expect now. So I
we
would
like
support
the
Councilman
pizzazz
Coffin in his
downtown.
thoughts of revising that
We
piece of
like
code.
pizzazz downtown, and not only do we like pizzazz downtown, but it's gotten the attention of the county.
Thank you very much.
They like
Thank
to
you so much.
complain.
Thank
So
you very
We're going to be
much.
so good. Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you all,
Congratulations, and post,
Thank you.
please. Did you post it and I missed it? Wonderful. And Councilwoman's going to take care of 97 for Councilman Barlow. That's ROC 58617, public hearing, applicant Enterprise Rent-A-Car. And he has asked for what?
Councilman Barlow is asking the applicants to work with planning in the next 2 weeks, and he would like to obey this. I know you probably waited a while, but he feels there are some problems, and he feels that you need to work with planning to work out those problems. Did you have any questions?
My name is Linda Fowler, and I'm a representative of Enterprise Rent-A-Car. And we have been working with our landlord. We're just a tenant in this property. And so a lot of the things that were issues for planning was the landscaping on the property. They have hired an architect, and they've already got a
You have anything for the weekend?
pre-application appointment.
Anything you want to know?
Pre-application is already set, and so we are working with the landlord, their landlord's working with us to get the landscaping, because that was the issues that we had on here. But our issues are for the parking, is what brought all this up, is we wanted to talk about the parking.
All right, the problem is, he had to leave the meeting for another engagement, and we do not know the issue as well as he knows it. And could you wait until 2 more weeks and then do it at our next meeting with him? Or do you want to, he did say if you wanted to go ahead and say it now, you can, but remember, he's the one who'll make the motion.
What we'd like to just,
Hi, my name is Kelly McNamara. I'm with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Seeing as though we have been here since 1 p.m., and I know you guys all want to go home as well, all we really wanted to do was remove 3 and 4 from the special use permit, and it has to do with the parking. When we opened this facility, and it was, you know, we didn't know how well it was going to do, and at this juncture, parking just 5 cars on the property is just not at all a way we can conduct business. So what we're trying to do is get, we had to park all 5 cars in the back. And in order to help our customers, we just want to park 5 cars up in front. And we're also trying to get some sort of variance so that we can have a few more cars. We have employee cars, we have, you know, we want to see how we can change that. And we were told this is the means to do that. So if you can tell me how we go about that, besides talking to the city, because they told us to come down here and talk to you folks.
All right, who in the city told you to come talk with us? Was
So
it
we-
planning?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is there a possible way that they can work this out?
Well, maybe I should just review for the record real quickly the issues with the site. It's not in conformance with conditions number 6 and number 7 of the approved special use permit regarding landscaping adjacent to the alley and along the south property line. Parking lot is not in conformance with the approved site plan. It has been restriped and additional parking spaces added. Handicapped parking spaces do not conform to design standards, and there's an unpermitted shade structure located in the back of the building. Trash enclosure is not in conformance to the approved site plan of the approved special use permit, and the subject site is not in conformance with condition number 1 of the approved aesthetic review of the landscaping along Rancho Drive. So there's a number of issues that need to be addressed
Yeah,
on this
I
site.
don't believe that we can move ahead, and I would have to follow and obey this for 2 weeks, which is Mr. Barlow's desire. All right? So that's my
So move
motion.
to obey for 2 weeks.
And I'm
to the
sorry you had
3rd
to wait so long.
To
But
the
move
3rd of June.
June 3rd? That's 2
So there,
weeks.
if that's your motion?
That is my motion,
From-
yes, to obey
okay.
2 weeks till the 3rd of June.
Which is the council meeting then, and so if you'll contact Councilman Barlow's office tomorrow.
Yes.
I mean, that would be, and he can set up and make sure you've got the right meetings. So, please post, and that's passed, June 3rd, but do give him a call. We're really sorry you waited so long. Okay, agenda item 98, set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings in the City Planning Commission meetings, dangerous building, or nuisance litter abatements. Instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Yes. Okay. Citizen participation. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium. Give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time and any single speakers allowed, will be limited. Any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda, hearing and seeing none, I will close the public hearing. We'll move on to agenda item 100. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Councilwoman.
I'll begin.
Light.
Would you want me to begin with Mr. Barlow's or mine?
Whatever you
Okay,
please.
I'll begin with Mr. Barlow's. June 4th, there's coffee with the councilman, and he asked people to please join him for the next coffee with the councilman on Thursday, June 4th, 9 a.m. until 10 a.m. for coffee and conversation at the Starbucks located at 751 Rancho at Bonanza. Also, there's a Smith Center performance he wants to point out to you. The musical Annie will be presented at the Smith Center until May 31st. This is one of the world's best loved musicals, and he's encouraging you to contact the Smith Center for tickets or learn the schedule because he thinks it'd be great for you to attend. The Performing and Visual Arts Center has a summer program. Applications are being accepted to the 8-week Arts Intensive Leadership Program, which culminates in the presentation of several community productions that are free and open to the public. Applications are available at the West Las Vegas Arts Center and must be submitted in person to the cultural team. For more information, please call 702-229-4800. And that looks like a fun class. And also, as far as social media, he says, as always, you could stay informed with events and matters happening in Ward 5 by following him on Twitter and Facebook. If you would like to receive the Ward 5 newsletter, please visit the Ward 5 website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov, Ward 5, and send your email address, or you may call his office at 702-229-5443. Now, that was fabulous, Ward 5, and this is now where it all began, Ward 1. The upcoming events are a State Skybot competition at Hyde Park Middle School this Saturday from 9 to 4 p.m. Students from throughout the states will have a competition as they have their Skybots, as they're called. I think they thought the drone might be sounding negative. They call them Skybots now, and these are flying robots. And really, it's very interesting, and Hyde Park has won many competitions, so it might be fun to attend. I'd like to point out that the City Senior Advisory Board meeting, where they'll also have a little social event afterwards, will be held in the Now Cafe, June 4th, 2:30 to 4:30 p.m. There's a Garside Pool Safety event Saturday, June 13th, noon to 5 p.m. And of course, that's located on Torrey Pines Road near Alta. And this Garside pool that we worked so hard to build and which turned out so great will open this week and this weekend from noon to 5 p.m. Memorial Day weekend it opens, and it'll be great fun. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Councilman Beers, down at the end.
Those Skybots are so violent, Mayor. We're going to be doing Beers with Beers Thursday, May 21st. That would, if you're actually, bless your perseverance, watching this live, would be tomorrow evening, 5:30 to 7:30. We're going to be out at the Porchlight Grill on the border of Ward 2 at 8416 West Desert Inn. That is Durango as the cross street in the Vaughn's Shopping Plaza. Come by, have an adult beverage, and discuss City and Ward 2 while watching the NBA playoffs tomorrow night as well. The 13th Annual Lakes Memorial Day Ceremony is coming up Monday at 9:30, which is held promptly and solemnly at the Lakes South Park. This is an annual event that has been produced by the American Legion Nevada Post 76 for many years. Highlight of the ceremony is the laying of the wreath onto the lake to honor our veterans who gave the ultimate sacrifice. It is I think, the Memorial Day ceremony of import here in the Valley. If you'd like more information, it is 702-595-1795. Coffee with the Councilman, next scheduled Friday, June 5th, will be up at the Starbucks at Village Center across from the Summerlin Library. Enjoy your morning conversation over a cup of coffee and stop by and say hi. This day in music history, 1970, the film Let It Be was released in the United Kingdom. Let It Be is actually the only time the Beatles were nominated for a Grammy. I'm sorry, not a Grammy, an Oscar. They were actually nominated for a Grammy 3 times, also for this film, got a Grammy out of it, but they actually ended up winning the 1970 Oscar for Best Original Song Score. And that's all we got, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. You're on.
I get that
It's all
song
yours.
stuck in my head now. That's what he did to me.
Right.
Let it be.
Yeah.
Okay. I do want to thank the council and mayor for enduring with me to the end today. Thank you. And our legal counsel and all the staff. A lot of great things going on in Ward 6, mayor and council members, and to this wonderful audience here
Oh,
today
is
with
that
us
cute?
today. Isn't that good? I'm handing out fishing derby notices with goldfish in bags at our last movie in the park, which was a big success. Speaking of the fishing derby, Saturday, June 13th, 7:30 in the morning, right after the sun comes up, actually it's later after the sun comes up because I'm up earlier than that, is our annual fishing derby. It is free to go fishing. Bring your kids, bring your family, bring your neighbors. This is a great opportunity. Every year, the Nevada Department of Wildlife lets everyone in the state of Nevada fish for free instead of needing a fishing license. So you don't need to bring a pole. Poles will be provided. I'll be out there putting bait on your kids' hook for them if they don't know how to do it. And of course, Troop 555 will be out there as well with their world-famous pancake breakfasts. Freshly cooked to $5. You can't beat that for all-you-can-eat pancakes. So it's a great opportunity to come out there. I will have prizes for, I think, the smallest, the biggest, the ugliest, just you name it, we're going to have a prize for it. Plus, we always do raffles. And then, on Friday, June 19th, it is, again, another movie in the park in the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. This movie is called Big Miracle. I have not seen it, but my children say it's a very good film and will make you smile. So again, this is also free to your families. Come on out and enjoy a wonderful movie in the park, Friday, June 19th. And we'll start the movie when the sun goes down. And we always have the following of the kids and the knock-knock jokes, which is always good for us because the entertainment is just amazing. Now, in our continued efforts in partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, Mayor and Council members, we do have a missing juvenile. His name is Tyler James Woodruff. His nickname is Knuckles. He's 16 years old, 6'2", 170 pounds, hazel eyes, blonde hair. Last contact was April 20th. He does have a tattoo on his upper left chest. EBA is what the tattoo says, and he was last seen in the area of Sahara and Boulder Highway. Tyler's last seen wearing bright yellow basketball shorts. He may be carrying a backpack and personal belongings. So if anyone has seen this young man, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers, 702-458-7009. And Mayor, you asked about how many kids do they find, and we got the information for you. They send out about 370 of these annually, these notices, and they recover approximately 300 of the youth that they're looking for. So it's a really good program that's been very, very successful. Now, if you'd like to sign up for my newsletter that I send out twice a month, it's easy to do. Just text subscribe to 66866, 66866. Text the word subscribe, and you are signed up for it. And if you'd like to get in touch with me, easy to do. You can always go to www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward6, or my email, councilman-sross@lasvegasnevada.gov, or follow me on social media as well, or can always call the office at 702-229-6154. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you very much, and thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in. Memorial Day, please join me and the entire community as we remember and honor those who sacrificed for our nation. This Memorial Day, I'll be participating in 3 services, 8 a.m. at Bunker Memorial, 9 a.m. at Palm Mortuary, 9:30 at Woodland. The public's welcome to come and pay tribute, of course, to those individuals whose commitment and service will be forever appreciated by those of us who are here today. Mark your calendars. Next Coffee with the Mayor on Thursday, June 11th. Look where? At Doogie J's, which we just talked about, located at 603 Las Vegas Boulevard South at Patero, Fumo. And there's on-street parking on Bonneville heading east. Hope I see you there, because love to hear from you all. And our next City Council meeting will be Wednesday, June 3rd at 9 a.m. here in Council Chambers. And thank you all. I must thank our staff, who probably are stuck to their chairs by this time. Thank you for hanging in and all that you do to keep us moving forward. And our city manager, Mr. Cervantes, Community Development, thank you very much. We're so excited, and we can't wait to see the finished products of all these things that are still under construction. Thank you. Thank you all. And our city clerk staff, wonderful. Okay, on our way. Home we go.
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting adjourned. Are you bussing it back? Or